Christmas time in the Caribbean. All the kids excited for good reasons, they say. Santa made a promise, so he got to come their way. It's Christmas in the Caribbean and everyone love it. It's Christmas.
Last year, Saint Christopher and Nevis embraced a bold new vision, one built on resilience, innovation, fairness, and prosperity for all. A vision grounded in 7 pillars that touch every part of our lives: energy, water, food security, the creative and digital economy, infrastructure and housing, the environment, and people, our greatest asset. These pillars are the blueprint for a modern, sustainable island state, a roadmap to a nation that works better, lives cleaner, grows smarter, and creates more opportunities for every citizen and every resident. And in 2025, we saw that vision move from promise to progress, step by step. Investment by investment, project by project, the government led by Prime Minister Honourable Dr. Terrance Drew pushed forward, building, upgrading, training, digitizing, and reforming. Across the country, the transformation became visible. Homes going up, land titles in hand, water finally flowing reliably, new roads opening, farmers and fishers earning more, digital services unlocking convenience, trainees stepping into the jobs of the future, hospitals and emergency care modernizing, young people receiving savings and investments, and families finding real relief when they needed it most. More importantly, this year proved something fundamental. People are not included in the agenda. People are the purpose of it. Let's take a look at some of the work done this year, pillar by pillar. Pillar 1, energy transition. Moving boldly toward a future that is cleaner and cheaper, Saint Christopher and Nevis continues to prove that energy is the master key. Because when you solve energy, you solve water, food security, and ultimately salaries and national wealth. In 2025, this truth became reality in real, measurable ways as the country advanced its most ambitious energy transformation in history. This year, our geothermal dream finally became a geothermal plan, with financing now secured, contracts reset, and drilling set to begin in early 2026. The Nevis geothermal project is officially on track to deliver clean, reliable baseload power, enough to run an entire country, this country. This shift means stability, a future where electricity is no longer tied to oil prices, where households and businesses benefit from lower costs and predictable bills, where industries can grow more competitively, and where new high-value jobs emerge in a sector poised to define a global development for decades to come. As geothermal moved toward execution, 2025 also became the reset year for the solar PV and battery energy storage project. The government relaunched the initiative, designed to supply over 30% of Saint Kitts' electricity once operational in late 2026. The project promises lower fuel expenses, greater bill stability, and a cleaner environment. But most importantly, it promises opportunity. Solar training programs are now in full swing, ensuring that Kittitians and Nevisians will be the ones installing, maintaining, and operating these major systems, keeping the economic benefits right here at home. To support this clean energy future, 2025 also delivered the most significant grid upgrade in our nation's history. A modern energy system demands a modern grid, and Skelec's new energy transition unit has begun upgrading 11 kilowatt legacy lines to more efficient, higher voltage infrastructure. The team is strengthening the grid against hurricanes, integrating smart digital systems, and improving response times to outages. Though much of this work happens silently in the background, it is the foundation that will allow renewable energy, desalination plants, new housing developments, and future industries to operate smoothly and reliably. It is infrastructure that quite literally powers progress. And this progress is reaching directly into people's homes. In March of this year, 2025, the rollout of smart electric meters began, ushering in a new era of transparency and control for consumers. For the first time, households will be able to track electricity usage in 15-minute intervals, helping detect waste, reduce costs, and plan consumption more effectively. Prepaid options will give customers greater flexibility, while upcoming interconnection policies will allow homeowners with solar panels to sell excess energy back to the grid. It's greater choice, it's real savings, it's empowerment in the palm of your hand. But technology alone cannot transform a nation. People do. And 2025 was a year of building human capacity at scale. In January, the Federation hosted its first ever electric vehicle training and certification course, giving local mechanics internationally recognized credentials. Solar PV empowerment training soon followed, along with advanced renewable energy training in Taiwan, turning young people, technicians, and tradesmen into certified green energy professionals. These programs are not just preparing workers for new jobs, they are creating new income streams and new pathways to generational wealth. As EVs, solar systems, smart grids, and battery storage become the national standard, our people won't just use the technology, they will build it, maintain it, innovate it, and profit from it. Pillar 2, water security. This government fully understands that water is the foundation of life, public health, agriculture, tourism, investment, and national confidence. And we continue to make bold steps in securing a future when our taps run 24/7, moving from temporary fixes to permanent solutions. And nowhere is that clearer than in our desalination program. At the CA Paul Southwell Industrial Park, the Federation's largest desalination plant powered up for the first time in October 2025. Now, in final testing, this 2 million gallon a day facility is on track to restore 24-hour water access to Bastia and surrounding communities. For households, this means the end of chronic rationing. For businesses and investors, it means predictability, one of the most valuable assets in any economy. On the East Coast, the Federation's first solar-powered desalination plant continues to operate at the Canada Industrial Site, producing roughly 70,000 gallons of clean water each day. Powered entirely by renewable energy, it reduces costs, strengthens climate resilience, and supports communities like Connery's, Keys, and nearby industrial corridor. Together, these desalination plants mark a historic turning point. Saint Christopher and Nevis is no longer waiting on rainfall to guarantee water. We are producing it ourselves. But desalination is only one piece of the puzzle. This year, the government completed the most sophisticated water survey ever done in St. Kitts, a semi-airborne hydrogeological scan that mapped the island from Keon to Old Road. Delivered in October, the survey identified 17 promising groundwater sites, with 10 prioritized for immediate development. For decades, communities like Sadlers, St. Paul's, Newton Ground, Sandy Point, and Challengers have struggled during dry spells. Now, they stand to benefit from new climate-resilient wells that will boost supply where it is needed most. To move swiftly, the government pre-advanced procurement for drilling. A contract was signed in September with water and oil well services from Trinidad and Tobago. These wells mean reliability for families, expansion for farmers, better services for hoteliers, and employment for our local construction and engineering sectors. All of this fits into a wider investment framework that is transforming the entire water system: storage, interconnection, leak reduction, pressure management, and modern monitoring. It's not just more water, it's smarter water. Interlinked reservoirs now allow water to be rerouted across districts. New climate tracking tools guide decision making, and upgrades to pipelines and pumping systems are reducing losses and lowering operating costs. Anchoring all of this is the SKN Transwater Project, the Federation's flagship climate finance water initiative. In 2025, The project advanced through major public consultations, technical designs, and international frameworks with the Green Climate Fund. Transwater is a vehicle that will overhaul outdated infrastructure, reduce non-revenue water, introduce low-carbon technologies, and build the climate-ready water system our islands need. It brings global financing into local hands, creating jobs, strengthening resilience, and ensuring that every gallon counts. Pillar 3. Food security. Food security is national security. It is jobs, income, exports, and the comfort of knowing that in a changing world, we can feed ourselves. This year, we continued bold strides to transform agriculture and fisheries into engines of resilience and wealth creation, built on innovation, climate-smart practices, and new opportunities for farmers, fishers, and young people. The year began with the Federation emerging from one of the most challenging droughts in recent memory. Instead of setbacks, we used the moment to accelerate investment. Through a multi-million-dollar intervention, farmers received free drip irrigation systems, drought-resilient seeds, protective crop coverings, and on-farm support to safeguard production. These upgrades meant higher yields with less water, lower operating costs, and more predictable income, especially for small farmers whose livelihoods depend on every harvest. 2025 also saw unprecedented support for the livestock sector. A dedicated $1 million account was created to secure a stable and uninterrupted supply of animal feed, ensuring farmers never face shortages due to global supply delays. Veterinary medicine and livestock programs expanded, giving students hands-on training in pregnancy diagnosis, ultrasound use, and animal husbandry. The result is a stronger, more professional livestock industry, one that protects food supply while opening new career pathways for young people. Our investment in technology pushed agriculture into a modern era. A national drought forecasting system powered by satellite data, digital mapping, and real-time WhatsApp alerts now guides farmers on when to plant, irrigate, and conserve water. This climate-smart tool transforms decision-making, giving farmers the same kind of digital intelligence used in advanced economies and helping protect their income in an unpredictable climate. At sea, 2025 was a breakthrough year. The government deployed 12 of 15 new fish aggregating devices. These subsurface FADs are sturdier, safer, and designed to boost catch rates, reduce fuel costs, and increase earnings for fishers. And it is working. Fisheries revenue has risen from EC 8 million a few years ago to EC 90 million. But our oceans are not our only sources of food. They are ecosystems that must be protected. In June of this year, the Federation launched a groundbreaking king crab coral restoration initiative. Fishers and marine stewards received training to raise native Caribbean king crabs, which help revive coral reefs by naturally removing excess algae. This creates a double benefit: healthier reefs for tourism and biodiversity, and a new blue economy product that fishers can sell to restaurants and hotels, generating an entirely new income stream. On land, diversification took center stage. Nature's Sustainable Farm moved into its next phase with over 100 acres now under cultivation and the first ever export of Saint Kitts grown Tabasco peppers to the United States firmly on the horizon. Each acre employs up to 5 people, meaning hundreds of jobs and a new export market that links farmers directly to global value chains. All of this falls under a broader shift toward eco-friendly, climate-smart agriculture, greenhouse expansion, modern hatcheries, precision irrigation, soil-saving practices, and the climate-smart agriculture project, now advancing through national consultation, signals a future where agriculture is not just sustainable, but profitable, competitive, and resilient. Pillar 4. Sustainable industries. We continue to invest in our own by building out our talent, empowering entrepreneurs, and opening new pathways to wealth creation. This year, the creative economy stepped confidently into the future. As part of Global Entrepreneurship Week 2025, the government hosted the first ever AI in Business Summit and award ceremony. It brought together creatives, entrepreneurs and technologists to explore how artificial intelligence can amplify marketing, design, storytelling and content production. For the first time, our artists and cultural entrepreneurs were positioned not just as performers, but as innovators and business leaders ready to export their craft to the world. But the digital revolution goes far beyond the arts. This year, we also launched one of the region's most ambitious cybersecurity training programs. Beginning in February and graduating its first cohort in November, the program trained participants to international standards and prepared them for remote cybersecurity work, jobs that pay global salaries from right here at home. As the second cohort is set to begin in January 2026, more citizens will enter a career field that has unlimited earning potential and global demand. This, coupled with the electric vehicle training and certification program and the solar empowerment training, ensuring that as renewable energy expands, our people, not foreign contractors, are able to benefit. For small businesses, 2025 was a year of unprecedented support. Hundreds of entrepreneurs gained access to training through the Building Bankable Business Program, launched in April to teach financial literacy, budgeting, cash flow management, and business planning. Its purpose is simple: to transform ideas into bankable enterprises and entrepreneurs into investment-ready leaders. But training alone is not enough. In October, the Citizenship by Investment Unit launched the Local Micro and Small Businesses Grant Program, offering easy $10,000 grants to qualifying businesses across the Federation. By November, 36 businesses has already been approved, receiving capital to expand operations, purchase equipment, hire staff, or move their services online. These grants injected real money directly into the hands of local entrepreneurs, supporting the creation of jobs, products, and new services across every sector. This momentum is matched by one of the most transformative digital agendas in the Caribbean. In May 2025, Saint Kitts and Nevis launched its Electronic Travel Authorization ETA system and e-border platform, enabling faster, more secure processing for visitors and dramatically improving the travel experience, especially during major events like the Saint Kitts Music Festival. This strengthens tourism, enhances national security, and positions the Federation as a modern, tech-forward destination. Behind the scenes, the digital transformation is accelerating even further. The government is advancing its national digital ID system, the core of all future e-services, set to enable secure online access to government services, banking, trade, and digital signatures. Parallel to this, the electronic civil registry system also moved forward, digitizing births, deaths, marriages, and adoptions, so citizens and the diaspora can access official documents from anywhere in the world. Together with online tax services, the developing online passport system, business registration portal, and single trade window, Saint Kitts and Nevis is building a digital economy that lowers barriers, speeds up transactions, attracts investments, and creates new income possibilities for every citizen. Pillar 5. Sustainable settlements. A strong nation is built, literally, on the spaces where people live, learn, heal, travel, play, and grow. This year, the government accelerated ownership through the NHC Renaissance Project, delivering and constructing nearly 200 new homes across Stapleton, Harry Phipps, Otleys, Sandy Point, and other communities. More land was secured to scale the project further, ensuring that hundreds of families will soon step into houses that instantly increase their net worth. Every home built supports contractors, tradesmen, truckers, suppliers, and strengthens the foundation for generational wealth. Side by side with the new housing came one of the most meaningful reforms in decades: land regularization. In 2025 alone, 531 lots were distributed, with full titles handed over to families in St. Peter's, Lagreed, St. Paul's, and other long-neglected communities. In several cases, beneficiaries walked into the banks the very next day because for the first time they had collateral, dignity, and the power to invest in their future. This is land, not just as a place to live, but as empowerment. And for the first time in our history, the entire land system is going digital. A new land administration and information system is being built, replacing decades of paper files with a transparent, efficient online platform. Beginning early in 2026, citizens will be able to submit applications, track their status, and view available lots on a digital map. This modernization protects national patrimony, strengthens fairness, and speeds up development, making it easier for families, investors, and planners to build a modern Saint Kitts and Nevis. 2025 also marked a leap forward in climate long-term benefits in healthcare. This hospital will save lives, but it will also generate economic activity every single day. Across the island, the government advanced one of the largest road modernization programs in our history. Over $80 million has been invested in less than 3 years. This year alone, the St. Peter's Main Road and F.T. Williams Highway East was fully upgraded and completed. Over 3 miles of safer, smoother roadway with sidewalks, retaining walls, and new access points. These works shorten travel time, raise property values, improve safety, and open new economic corridors for families and businesses. Major community roads from Rawlins and Newton Ground to Shadwell and Palmetto Point, and many more also saw significant road work upgrades. Pillar 6. Circular economy. A sustainable nation is a clean nation, and this year we took some of the boldest steps in our history to reshape how our country manages waste. We passed the Plastic Waste Reduction Act 2025, a landmark law that positions Saint Kitts and Nevis as a regional leader in the fight against plastic pollution. Rolled out in 3 phases, the ban eliminated the import, sale, and distribution of single-use plastic bags, styrofoam containers, straws, cups, plates, and utensils. By November 2025, the major categories of single-use plastics were officially out of the Federation. This means cleaner coastlines, healthier marine ecosystems, reduced landfill pressure, and a better tourism product. But more importantly, it means shifting national behavior, encouraging reusable bags, refilling bottles, and greener businesses that save money while protecting the environment. Alongside legislation, we strengthen the systems that make sustainability real. The Saint Kitts and Nevis Recycling Project, supported by the Taiwan Technical Mission, accelerated significantly in 2025. Paper recycling was introduced on both islands. New pilot recycling programs launched in Nevis communities, and 57 schools participated in a national recycling competition, transforming environmental education into real action. By September 2025, the project had expanded collection points, increased training workshops, and shipped batches of separated plastic overseas, reducing landfill burden while creating new green jobs in sorting, transport, and materials recovery. This momentum ties directly into the wider transformation of our waste sector, a move from simple disposal to a circular economy. This year, the government also intensified landfill reform efforts following February's Connery landfill fire, accelerating planning for safer, more sustainable waste handling systems. At the same time, regional partners supported circular economy training that empowers local entrepreneurs to turn waste into opportunity, whether through upcycled products, recycling services, or green manufacturing. In this new approach, waste is no longer just a cost. It becomes raw material, it becomes innovation, it becomes wealth creation. And while plastics and recycling dominated headlines, the deeper story is about resilience, health, and long-term economic security. Reducing plastic waste protects our ocean, safeguarding fisheries and coastal livelihoods. Improving landfill management strengthens public health and prevents costly environmental disasters. Recycling projects build new supply chains and new micro-enterprises. And the national shift toward reusables reduces import costs, putting more money back into households and businesses. This year also saw major investments in sports and youth development infrastructure. In May, the new Connery Football Stadium was opened, becoming a vibrant home for community events, tournaments, and local entrepreneurship. Meanwhile, the redeveloped and fully upgraded Kim Collins Stadium achieved World Athletics Level 2 certification, a milestone that allows our athletes to record official qualifying times and positions Saint Kitts and Nevis to host regional meets that generate tourism and business opportunities. Education infrastructure also advanced with construction of the new Bastia High School officially beginning in June. And the reconstruction of the Joshua Obadiah Williams Primary School in Molyneux moved forward as well, restoring a pillar of community life and bringing jobs and hope to families who have waited since the 2022 fire. Pillar 7, Health and Social Protection. It is no argument that at the heart of the Sustainable Island State agenda is our people. This year, we saw one of the most ambitious social protection and human development agendas in its history, lifting incomes, modernizing healthcare, and building wealth from the ground up. This was the year of the Budget Boost Wallet, a groundbreaking digital support system that changed lives overnight. Launched in January, it provided EC $1,500 support over 6 months to citizens and residents earning $5,000 or less. More than 23,000 people benefited, and over EC $35 million was pumped directly into the local economy. The wallet helped families buy groceries, pay utilities, support small businesses, and catch their financial breath during challenging economic times, all through a modern, secure digital platform. It brought relief, it brought stability, and most importantly, it brought dignity. At the same time, the government continued to raise the standard of living by increasing the national minimum wage. Effective July 1st, 2025, workers saw their pay rise to EC $12.50 an hour, or EC $500 per week, the highest in our history. This two-step increase over 2 years lifted thousands of workers, strengthened household budgets, and injected new spending power into the economy. When workers earn more, families do better, and businesses grow stronger. For decades, thousands of government auxiliary employees, those who clean our hospitals, protect our schools, maintain our streets, worked without pension security. In 2025, that injustice ended. The Comprehensive Pension Bill finally gave GAEs a contributory pension plan, ensuring that those who serve the country with dignity can retire with dignity. This reform protects workers today and prevents poverty tomorrow, a major milestone in fairness and equality. The transformation continued with Aspire, the pioneering youth savings and investment program. In 2025, Aspire expanded dramatically. Over 5,000 children applied, more than 4,000 accounts were opened, and over EC $4 million was invested into our young people. Every participating child received a 1,000 starter portfolio, half in savings, half in shares, giving them real assets and a real stake in the future. With the ECCB-led financial literacy curriculum rolled out nationwide, a generation is learning not just to earn money, but to grow it. The health sector also saw major upgrades. We commissioned a new fleet of modern ambulances. These vehicles are smaller, faster, and easier to maintain, cutting response times and saving lives. At JNF, Construction of the new MRI facility is in its final stages, with the island's first ever MRI expected to go live by early 2026. Alongside upgraded CT scanning laboratory and diagnostic systems, this marks the end of the era when families had to fly overseas and spend thousands for life-saving imaging. And we continued our commitment to protecting mothers and children. The Children's Medical Fund continued to save lives by ensuring no child is denied overseas medical care because their parents cannot pay. And this year, the High Risk Pregnancy Fund was also launched to support expectant mothers with complications, removing financial barriers to specialist care and protecting our most vulnerable families. Finally, the Elevate program continued its work of transforming lives. From skills training and job placement to entrepreneurship support and the Heartfelt Moments Rehabilitation Initiative inside His Majesty's Prison, Elevate gave at-risk youth and justice-involved individuals a second chance, turning potential into productivity and safety into opportunity. As we move into another budget cycle and a new chapter, one truth is unmistakable. Saint Kitts and Nevis is moving with purpose. The groundwork has been laid, the momentum is building, and the benefits are already reaching our people, families, farmers, workers, entrepreneurs, students, and communities across every corner of our islands. But this journey is only just beginning. The development path we are on is not a short-term project. It is a long-term commitment, a national mission to building a resilient, a prosperous, modern island state where every citizen has a fair shot at opportunity, dignity, and success. Right before our eyes, we are seeing the pillars come alive, and in the year ahead, these pillars will only grow stronger, powering new industries, new infrastructure, new skills and new opportunities, from renewable energy to digital transformation to agriculture, creative enterprises, from social protection to climate resilience. Our country is building a future where progress is not occasional but continuous. This is transformation. This is nation building, and together we will continue to power progress for Saint Kitts and Nevis.
Yes, I'm here with contractor, Mr. Huggins, who is the owner of Huggins Construction, Deputy Prime Minister, and Acting Matron, Sister Lestrade. And this is the MRI building, which is nearing completion. This building, as Mr. Huggins will explain with you, had to be built to specifications, not just an ordinary building. And so we are winding up the construction of it, and we will welcome them the MRI machine.
The work is very close to completion. At this moment, what are we waiting on? Some lights and the MRI structure to come in, and then we will have the completion of this building probably at the end of next month. At this moment, we are preparing the split for scallop that will house the generator and whatever is needed to put there. So at this moment, everything is on plan.
This will be very timely intervention, and as you say, state-of-the-art machine. Machine have improved over the years, bringing on more concise imaging for accurate diagnosis of our patient, and so that we can make timely intervention. And looking at the building and the capacities that the house, it's quite appropriate, it's ergonomically laid out and strategically to meet the demands of the various needs of our patients. So we just want to commend on, the expertise that would have been put into it, so we make sure we deliver of high quality international standards.
Excellent. So thank you very much. There you have it, the MRI building near completion, and we should have this service soon in the future. Thank you.
Are the owner of your land. So listen to what this letter says. Congratulations to you and family on behalf of your recent land ownership. And then when we flip it, you see this real thing. Those of you who have land already, you see it. If you look at it, right here is the survey. Look at it. This is the real thing. This ain't no fake thing. And this, with the official signature and stamp and seal and everything else, says that you are the owner of this piece of land.
I love him very much, and this man he lived with me, and he was one of the first to get a piece of this land already.
Today, we can proudly say that this Labour administration, led by our Prime Minister, has kept that commitment to you.
And thank you so much. Continue supporting our initiative as we push for sustainable.
This is why we are able to achieve it today, because we believe that you should be landowners here in Saint Christopher and Nevis. And so that is why I'm proud of all those who are involved. You see how many persons were involved? Imagine we had to go through all of that. I know why you all went from the land, because it's so hard. You got to go here, there, that, this, the lawyer, this, that, this, all kind of things they're telling you.
Dr. Terrance Drew is to draw a flag to make everything possible. Mr. Cammy Sleeping Tiger, Jeffrey Hadley, the father from Stanley Point, without you all, this couldn't be possible. So, if Carlos can appreciate it,
never met you.
Okay, cool.
I met the others.
Yeah.
So I just came to see what's happening. We can take a little walk, man.
Sure, man.
Let's see what's happening here. I just want to start with
Good day, ladies and gentlemen of St. Kitts. Jerry here from Royal Utilities. We're at the Bird Rock desalination plant, and things are progressing very, very well. As you can see behind me, there's machines and men and barges. Everybody's working to put in the intake and the outfall pipes. Things are progressing very, very well. Over the past weekend, we worked a couple of 12-hour shifts back to back, just to avoid any interruption to any of the local businesses in the area. So we're about 90% complete right now, and hopefully in a few weeks we'll be hitting the start button. But things have gone very, very well, and we're really proud to be a part of this project for St. Kitts.
My name is Wycard Hughes. I am a labourer and I work at the Public Works Department. Every day, working with my hands, pouring concrete, building roads, setting something others could rely on. Every day is not an easy task, but it's an honest job. And it means a lot to me. Every time I walk past these roads we fix, I think about my family, think about my kids, and the way I want them to be when they grow. I also want them to know that strength isn't just in the muscle, but it's in responsibility, caring, and showing up even when you're tired. Being a man, to me, means protecting, providing, and setting an example. It means being proud of what you built, not with just your hands, but with your heart. So, today, on Men's International Day, I celebrate men and boys. Work hard, love deeply, do your best even when no one is watching. Happy International Men's Day.
I'm Raymond Brown, Supervisor at Public Works Roads Division. We are here at George Street doing the final paving for the completion of George Street, Newtown. I know it was a tedious process. I know some people felt it was long, but we are finally here, completing the road now to the end where we have already laid one half of the section of asphalt, and we are about to lay the other half to complete the road. We want to thank the neighbors and the residents of George Street for their patience, for their understanding, for their love, for everything that they did for us, because some of the time they gave us water when we needed. So we just want to say thanks to everyone that contributed in the efforts of us getting this road done.
I'm very honored to be here at Southwell Drive, Pons Pasture, where the public works crew from roads, they're here. As you would see that they are removing the road and they're going to do resurfacing of the entire Southwell Drive, a road that would not have been dealt with in just about 9 years. We are now at the point where we are able to deliver that road as I promised. I know it might have caused some inconvenience for the residents and users, and as usual, whenever I had an opportunity, I would always apologize, but I always gave the assurance that we will deliver the road. And now that Public Works were able to get the machinery fixed and ready, this happened to be one of the very first priority projects that they took on, and I'm very grateful for the support from the Minister of Infrastructure, the Honourable Conrad Maynard, and his entire team in ensuring that we live up to what we say we are going to do in delivering on our promises. This was one that I personally spoke about. I gave them that assurance that the road would be done. So I am very pleased this morning that Public Works are here in their full force, ensuring that we deliver on this road. But after 9 years, I am happy that I am able to deliver this road to the people of Pons Pasture. Thank you, Public Works.
This is Nicole Fleming. Just want to take the opportunity to thank Honorable Jeffrey Henley and NAC for making a way for me and my son. I love the layout in the front room and the kitchen. It makes a difference in everything.
I'm here at the West Street apartment buildings. As you can see that they are under construction. A promise made and a promise kept. This is part of our continued efforts in our housing solution, especially in our urban renewal initiative. Here at West Street, we'll have multiple buildings. The one under construction would house persons in 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, and 3 bedrooms, 4 floors. I'm extremely happy as a Minister of Housing to be able to deliver this project to the people of East Bastia and extended
communities. Additionally, on East Street, we are happy to report that we have already issued keys to 4 families in the first apartment building that was completed. Further down on the road on East Street and Pond Road, another being constructed and would be ready by summer of this year. This again is something historic, as many politicians in the past promised that they will do something for those residents on East Street, and God has allowed it, given me the opportunity. I am being able to deliver on those promises. I want to thank all of the contractors and the management and staff at NHC for their leadership in ensuring that the vision that we have set out in providing housing solutions for our people is kept and delivered on time. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Prayers this morning will be by Pastor Anthony Evelyn of the Olivet Gospel Hall, Evangelical Association. Pastor Evelyn.
Greetings to all this morning. This is about reverence to the Lord of life at this time. Through all the changing scenes of life, in trouble and in joy, the praises of my God shall still my heart and tongue employ. But when the fullness of time was come, God sent forth his Son, made of a woman under the law, to redeem them that were under the law, that we might receive the adoption of sons. Praise the Lord. Heavenly Father and our God, I come to thee on this 16th day in the 12th month in the year 2025, in the Holy Spirit, to the Lord Jesus Christ, thy only beloved Son, in whom thou art well pleased, sitting at thy right hand, making decision for all the household of God, the Savior and Redeemer of mankind. Heavenly Father, we give you thanks for awakening us this morning. On this 16th day of December, the last month of the year, we thank you for your goodness towards us, granting us the blessings of life with sound mind, sight, strength, and good health, with our household and all in our respective neighborhood. O Most High, the Lord of heaven and earth, I come to thee with thanksgivings for thy loving kindness, thy faithfulness, thy tender mercies, thy matchless grace, and thy steadfast love toward us, the people of the Federation of Saint Christopher and Nevis, protecting us by day and by night, especially during the hurricane season of 2025. Lord, without the loss of life or damages to properties, for this we say, thank you, Lord, for your loving kindness. Lord God of heaven and earth, that rulest in the affairs of men, O Lord, we gather in this assembly for the last business session of 2025. I bring to thee the Honourable Madam Speaker and Madam Deputy Speaker of this assembly, that thou will grant them the wisdom and the understanding to conduct the business of this session of the assembly in accordance with the rules and regulations, to uphold the principles with due fairness and justice to all in attendance. Lord, at this time I bring to thee the elected and selected servants gathered in this honorable house on the 16th day of December 2025 to discuss the business matters of this administration. Indeed, O Lord, thou knowest their hearts' intent, their attitudes, their emotions, their aspirations. Grant them wisdom, combined understanding that they, in their discussion today, they will conduct themselves with respect towards each other as good stewards of their elected servanthood responsibilities to the people of the Federation with gratitude and with thanksgivings to thee, O Lord, for thy goodness toward them. O Lord God of heaven and earth, the rulers in the affairs of men, I bring to thee the Honourable Minister of Finance, in his servanthood service, with humility, that the order paper for today with the budget address will be a budget that will benefit the citizens and residents of the Federation of Saint Christopher and Nevis, that will impact the positive well-being with fairness and with justice for all going forward with your blessings. O God of all creation, with humbleness of heart, these things I ask with thanksgiving, with your abundant blessings, in our Saviour's precious name. Amen. May all join me with our Father prayer at this time. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. for thine the power, ever and ever. Amen. Madam Speaker, may I ask of you this morning to allow me the opportunity to grant Christmas greetings at this time? Thank you. As we celebrate Christmas 2025, it is a celebration of the Saviour's birth with joy, praise, and thanksgivings. The angel declared, "Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace, goodwill towards men." On behalf of the Christian Council, the Evangelical Association, my family and myself, I extend Christmas greetings to our radio listeners, our television viewers, and our streaming platform at this time. Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Parliament officials, Parliament members on the right, Parliament members on the left, media officials, officials in the gallery at this time, and all families at home and abroad, a peaceful and joyful Christmas with the blessing of the Lord of life. Merry Christmas to all. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you kindly, Pastor Evelyn. You may be seated. Madam Clerk.
Confirmation of minutes.
Minutes are deferred.
Messages from the Governor General.
One. I'm pleased to advise that the fiat from the Governor General has been received. A fiat is required by the Constitution whenever there is a bill which considers the expenditure of the monies from the Consolidated Fund. Such proposals require permission from the Governor General for the bill to be introduced and debated. For the record, the fiat was first written to the Honourable Minister of Finance, and it says, "In pursuance of Section 43 of Saint Christopher and Nevis Constitution Order 1983, SI 1983, and acting in accordance with the advice of the Cabinet, I recommend for the introduction into the National Assembly the following: the Appropriation 2026 Bill 2025. It is dated the 16th day of December 2025 and signed by Her Excellency, the Governor General, Dame Marcella Liebert. Similarly, the Constitution and Standing Order 54-1 require that this recommendation be signified by a minister. In pursuance of these sections, the fiat has been signified by the Minister of Finance. It is dated the 16th day of December 2025. That is the extent of the message from the Governor General.
Announcements by the Speaker.
Brief announcement. Honourable members, specially invited guests, listening and viewing audience, good morning once again. I wish to officially welcome you to the 2025 budget debate. This debate's focus will touch and concern the expenditure and revenue planned for the year 2026. The importance of the proceedings today and the upcoming days are informed by and take authority from Section 71 of the Constitution of Saint Christopher and Nevis, which prescribes that the minister responsible for finance shall cause to be prepared and laid to the National Assembly before or not later than 60 days after the commencement of each financial year, the estimates of the revenues and expenditure of the government for that financial year. In light of these instructions, Madam Clerk, might we move to the next item on the order paper?
Presentation of papers and of reports from committees.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Saint Christopher 8.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to present the report of the Director of Audit on the accounts for 2024 in accordance with Section 76(4) of the Constitution. May it please you, Madam Speaker. Okay. Chats with me. Okay. Madam Speaker, I will now lay before this Honourable House the draft estimates 2026, Part 1 and 2. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Next item.
Motion for the approval of the estimates of expenditure.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to move a motion of the approval of the estimates of expenditure.
Is there a seconder? I recognize the Honourable Member for Saint Christopher 3.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
The question is that the bill shortly entitled, the draft estimates, my apologies, I'm jumping above my usual, I apologize. That the draft estimates of expenditure be adopted. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Next item.
Statements by ministers. Personnel explanations. Introduction of bills and first reading.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Saint Christopher 8.
Madam Speaker, I rise to move the first reading of the bill shortly entitled the Appropriation 2026 Bill 2025.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Saint Christopher 1.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to second that motion.
The question is, which is now the correct question, that the bill shortly entitled the Appropriation 2026 Bill 2025 be read a first time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to provide for the services of Saint Christopher and Nevis for the financial year commencing 1st January 2026 and ending on 31st December 2026. Otherwise known as the Appropriation 2026 Bill 2025.
The bill shortly entitled the Appropriation 2026 Bill 2025 has been read a first time.
Public business, bills, second reading.
Madam Speaker,
I recognize the Honourable Member of Saint Christopher 8.
With your leave, I rise to move a motion for the second reading of the Appropriation Bill 2026-2025. The long title may be read also to give context to the bill. And before I go into my substantive presentation, I seek leave to share with the nation a brief overview of the planned and continuing capital projects for the fiscal year. 2026. Madam Speaker, first of all, let me thank God for giving me the health and strength to be here for another most important debate, and to thank the members on my side, my cabinet colleagues, for their unwavering support over these years in seeking to transition our economy to a stable, well-established, diversified, people-centered economy. Let me also thank all of the members on the opposite side, because without them, this parliamentary process would not be possible. I want to thank also those who always prefer us from the various Christian organizations, and to thank you, the clerk, and all those who are involved in this important process. Let me, of course, thank those who have come today to listen and to support as well in the gallery, and also to thank my wife, who is here supporting me as well. Madam Speaker, let me thank the citizens and residents of Saint Kitts and Nevis, because without their support and without their consent to participate in our democracy, these democratic processes that we enjoy in Saint Kitts and Nevis, that have become, I would say, a norm, but are really luxury in other jurisdictions, I must give respect and honor to our people here in Saint Kitts and Nevis. Democracy, of course, is a lot of tough work. But allow me to also thank the comrades and members of the Saint Kitts Nevis Labour Party, because without my party, I would not be here. This is politics, and I am clear, it is part of the democratic process. Without my party, I will not be here. And so I want to thank my party, the Saint Kitts Nevis Labour Party, the oldest political party in the English-speaking Caribbean, approaching 100 years. So I stand today not by myself, but I stand on the shoulders of giants who have afforded me the opportunity many decades later to stand here as Prime Minister of Saint Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, with that, I will go into a most important speech. And of course, I want to finally thank, and I think I did it before, but again, thank Almighty God for all that He has done and continues to do. Madam Speaker, honorable members, citizens and residents of Saint Kitts and Nevis, it is with a sense of pride, gratitude, and steadfast confidence in our people that I rise today to present in this honorable chamber the bill shortly entitled the Appropriation Act 2026, or Bill 2025. We are meeting at a time when our country is navigating a complex and volatile global environment. Our Saint Kitts Nevis Labour Party administration takes pride in the fact that we have risen to the many challenges that confronted us as a country in 2025. Notwithstanding the challenges, we are pleased to see our plans unfolding with progressive delivery of our commitments to the people over the last 3 years, and with other landmark initiatives taking shape to be delivered in 2026. Madam Speaker, context is important. When we took over government by the will of the people, and of course God, we came into office in August of 2022. And what did we find? We find an economy that was affected by the COVID-19, which had shut down the world's economy, and Saint Kitts and Nevis, being a small economy, was no exception. Unemployment, Madam Speaker, was extremely high, well over 20%. We took over an economy that had a deficit. We also took over an economy that depended heavily on a very risky sector, a very risky, what I would term the CBI sector, that really put us in a very vulnerable position. Because as we know, and as I've said before, that the CBI, of course, is a very risky aspect of our economy. And so it was daunting to see that our economy had come to depend on CBI about 60 to 70%. From that instance, we had determined that we need a more robust, diversified resilient, less vulnerable economy that would serve our people, where our people would be at the center. We then set out, Madam Speaker, to diversify our economy and to shift our heavy dependence on the CBI program to a more diversified economy as expressed earlier. And so, Madam Speaker, we have been on that path. I must point out, however, that part of the risk of the CBI program came from the ill-advised prison project, which put our CBI program at even greater risk. We have done the work, taken the tough decisions, and today I can say that an OECS regulatory body to regulate the CBI program has been signed on by all of the members of the OECS who participate in the programs, and we are now moving to the next level to create a well-respected CBI industry. Madam Speaker, we took the tough decisions from the very beginning. This, of course, would have had its own impact, which would have affected our revenues from the CBI, because decisions again had to be made to save it in the first place. Madam Speaker, however, we continue to be inspired by our bold vision for our beloved Federation and have therefore framed our focus for 2026 under the theme, Investing in People and Progress. This theme is not an abstract slogan. It is a lived reality reflected in the progress we see around us today and the hope we continue to inspire in our people from every stratum of society. Only recently, our nation witnessed the arrival, for example, of the commissioning of a new fleet of custom-built ambulances at the JNF Hospital. This is an investment that strengthens our healthcare system, enhances emergency response, and demonstrates our commitment to safeguarding the lives of all of our people, residents, and visitors to our shores. This is a clear example of conversations about healthcare needs being turned into decisive action and benefits for all. We are on a clear path to investing in our people and progressing our nation. Madam Speaker, what drove this is that there was a young man from the great state of St. Peter's who had to be ambulance lifted or ambulance carried to the hospital. And we heard a cry of a close member of his family or circle that said there was no oxygen on the ambulance. That touched me in a particular way, Madam Speaker. And I said to the people that one of the commitments that I would make is to make sure that the possibility of that never happens again. And here, as the Minister of Health, here as the Prime Minister, we have brought in a brand new fleet of ambulances. 3 are at the JNF Hospital, 1 at Poxon Hospital, and another one at the Mary Charles Hospital. And in addition to that, Madam Speaker, for the first time, we're able to put a permanent ambulance at the airport. That is critically important for us to be able to upgrade to level 1, and the Minister with responsibility is here. But in addition to that, we trained a whole new cohort of EMTs. And today, we are well staffed and we have the ambulances. Never again would I want to hear that an ambulance showed up and there was no oxygen for the patient. Sadly to say, the patient, of course, lost his life. I can't say what was the direct cause, but I can only say, had there been oxygen, he might have had a better chance. Madam Speaker, that is why we say that the investments are in people and progress. Madam Speaker, we must also acknowledge the significant reduction in criminal activities across our federation. Saint Kitts and Nevis has the largest decrease in homicides, I think, across the Western Hemisphere. When we were the highest, people were glad to say, even Kittitians were glad to say, for political reasons, that we are the murder capital of the world. They were happy to say. I cringed. Even when I was in opposition, those words never escaped my mouth. Because I'm a Kittitian. I'm a Nevisian. I'm a citizen of this federation. So why should I seek to demean my federation on the altar of politics when I understand how far-reaching those consequences would be? But those who don't really care about their federation, but only petty politics, were glad to push that message. But now the people of Saint Kitts and Nevis have decided that we want a different path. Why aren't those same people saying that the people of Saint Kitts and Nevis have come together under the leadership of this administration to make us as safe as possible? Why do we don't want to spread good news? Why only negative news? Some of us want to spread it because we are being paid $1 to do so. This achievement is the fruit of strategic investments in law enforcement, and I want to really acknowledge the Chief of Police, Commissioner Sutton. I want to acknowledge our Acting Commander, Commander Sutton, and all those who serve in these organizations. I also want to point out that community engagement was critical to this strategic plan, and so I want to thank all members of the community. As I've said before, that the government cannot do it alone. The government will not be able to do it alone. When it comes to issues of crime and violence, these are fundamentally social issues, and it takes a social response. The adage where people say all hands on deck and everybody must be involved, these are correct. However, how is it done is where the source of the matter is. And what we have done is to engage the whole of community under the umbrella of dealing with crime and violence from a public health perspective. And so, Madam Speaker, I want to thank everybody in the community. It is important. I want to thank the mothers, the fathers, the family members, the community members. I can't thank the community enough. I also want to thank, Madam Speaker, even those on the other side who participated, because they were called. Some responded from day one, others responded a day later. But I'm happy that they responded again, because the call is for everyone. I want to thank the Chamber of Commerce and Industry that came to the table very early, not to criticize, but they showed up with their own ideas. This is the private sector participating. So I would say this is a whole of society involved, and these are the results. Let us continue to work to make sure we solidify these extraordinary deeds. I'll speak to more in depth later on. But this demonstrates that when we listen to the concerns of our people and act with discipline and compassion, we can create safer communities and a stronger nation. This reduction in crime is a statistic worth celebrating, as it represents the lowest major crime rates, I'm going to say, experienced in the Federation of Saint Kitts and Nevis in over 2 decades. In over 2 decades. When we move, therefore, beyond the statistics, the impact is seen and felt by real people, our citizens and residents. It means that families are sleeping more peacefully, businesses operating with greater confidence, and more communities thriving in peace and increased security. Will it be perfect? No. Are we striving yet to improve? Yes. But I'm saying that we have seen tremendous results. And this is the first time I've spoken about it this way, because we started this in September of 2024. And this is December 2025. So it means, therefore, that it has taken root, and it is demonstrating that this is not by accident, but by the collaboration of all of us under the umbrella of crime and violence from a public health perspective. Madam Speaker, as we pause to consider how we have successfully turned conversations into actions, several initiatives come to mind, but I'm compelled to briefly highlight 3 other major accomplishments of our administration, and there's so much, Madam Speaker, to mention, that will have far-reaching benefits for our people. Before we took office, our Saint Kitts Nevis Labour Party team identified people empowerment as a major issue to be addressed head-on. Our conversations with the people from diverse backgrounds across our islands indicated that the issue of empowerment resonated loudly and has therefore influenced our administration's policies since we took the reins of government in August 2022. Today we are proud of the steady progress made with the implementation of one of our flagship initiatives, the Aspire program. How is it we're not celebrating the Aspire program? I saw a whole CNN program about a similar program in the United States that they call the Trump accounts. And they're saying how that will transform a generation. And they're only doing it for a percentage of their population. And it's a good thing. Let me applaud the United States of America for that. But here in Saint Kitts and Nevis, our Aspire program, which was introduced first, covers children from 5 to 18. The same $1,000. And they would have investments as well. Right here in Saint Kitts and Nevis, how is it we are not celebrating that? But I see Kittitians and Nevisians sometimes celebrating the Trump's account. And they live here. Because some people are hell-bent that they're not going to say anything good about Saint Kitts and Nevis. But Madam Speaker, we have successfully approved thousands of applications, with the majority of these students already enjoying the benefits of having an Aspire saving a bank account established to help secure their financial future. Madam Speaker, this means our government has already invested well over $4 million to give our youth a solid foundation and a solid start on their financial journey. In November, we witnessed the launch of the financial education component of the Aspire program, which was met with heightened enthusiasm from both teachers and students. The financial education program was launched at 6 pilot schools across the Federation: Bastia High School, Washington Archibald High School in St. Kitts, and Gingerland Secondary School, Charlestown Secondary School, and Elizabeth Pemberton Primary School and Charlestown Primary School in Nevis. Madam Speaker, more schools in Nevis than St. Kitts at this time. No discrimination at all. This program is being led by the ECCB because they see the value in this. This is something that they had been trying for years. How do we bring financial education to the schools across St. Kitts and Nevis? And through the Aspire program, we have been successful. The curriculum has been put together and the students are now receiving this type of education. So it's not just about giving the money and the investment. It's about giving them also, the most important part, I think, is the education and the knowledge about finances. Madam Speaker, we ain't learn nothing about that. You ask somebody what is an asset, they can't tell you. How do you invest in the stock market? They can't tell you. And I can tell you, 80 to 90% of people in St. Kitts and Nevis don't have shares anywhere. They just depend on their salaries to live, or if they have a small business. We have to change that formula and get our people to invest. So while they are sleeping, they are making money. Madam Speaker, the rollout of the financial education component will continue in 2026. We'll go across all the primary schools and secondary schools in both islands, and we will also make sure that the students at Clarence Fitzroy Bryan College get this education as well. Madam Speaker, investing in our people and investing in progress. Madam Speaker, in October 2025, our government took yet another historic step towards building equity and inclusion with the handover of land titles under the Land Allocation, Normalization and Distribution Initiative, called LAND. And I want to thank the Ministry of Sustainable Development and Minister Dr. Clark and her excellent team. And I also want to say my cabinet colleagues, they supported very strongly. And the member from number 3, of course, he had an area in his constituency that he wanted to see normalized. Madam Speaker, this was, I would say, revolutionary. This initiative saw that in the first instance, 131 families from St. Paul's, Lagreet, and Upper Monkey Hill in the Great State are now official landowners with titles to their land, marking the start of a new chapter in their lives, in their communities, and in our nation's history. Madam Speaker, the land title handing over ceremony symbolize not only the transfer of land titles, but the transfer of dignity an opportunity. This had not been done before in this way. And therefore, this is again an example of investing in people and investing in progress. Madam Speaker, today, landless citizens stand as proud landowners, no longer dismissed as squatters, that demeaning word. They're no longer called squatters. For example, in Upper Monkey, people had been there for well over 100 years. How can you call them squatters after 100 years with all the investments they made in that land? Madam Speaker, in Upper Monkey, we build our own road, you know. We build our own road because the government then did not want to give us a road. We built our own road in Upper Monkey. We built our own houses. We are resilient people up there. Mr. Conrad Harris, who just passed, God bless his soul, he used to be the tractor driver. On Saturdays and Sundays, as small children, we used to go on the tractor with him to look stone. And then we pump stone Saturday and Sunday to build our own road. So when you come up a Monkey Hill, we build it. Madam Speaker, and the people up there did not have access to their land with all of these investments, and I'm happy that the people of Upper Monkey Hill are now having access. Madam Speaker, the land is now theirs to keep, to build upon, to pass on as a foundation of generational prosperity. Madam Speaker, for decades, too many families lived and raised children without the security of legal ownership. The Saint Kitts Nevis Labour Party administration has moved beyond conversations and delivered decisive action correcting a long-standing historical imbalance. Madam Speaker, Lagreet, right here, the people of Lagreet, a lot of them used to be my patients, didn't have access to the land. St. Paul's, what is the area in St. Paul's called? Amsterdam. Where a lot of Rasta live. When I went there to do the ceremony, it's a Rasta community. And now they have access to their land. This is about investing in people and progress. Madam Speaker, the land regularization project gives lives to Pillar 5 of our sustainable island state agenda. So when we talk about a sustainable island state, those words sound fancy, but this is what it entails. Give people land. Start the children in the Aspire program and give them access to education, accounts, and investments. That's what it means. It's about investing in people and progress. Madam Speaker, the next people-centered empowerment initiative I wish to highlight is the issuance of a household retail bond on the Regional Government Securities Market, RGSM. Saint Kitts and Nevis was the first member government to issue on the RGSM when it was established or launched in November 2002. It is clear that in 2002 was a Labour government. In 2025 is a Labour government. Given the government of Saint Kitts and Nevis' historical leadership in RGSM issuance and our people empowerment agenda, the invitation to participate in this inaugural event presented a strategic opportunity for collaboration in launching a retail bond along with Grenada as the first two pilot OECS countries. The government of Saint Kitts and Nevis household savings bond will be launched in the first quarter of 2026 and will provide a secure, accessible, and tax-free investment instrument for households. This initiative aligns with the government's efforts to increase financial literacy, expand investor participation, and promote wealth creation for ordinary citizens and residents. It aligns with the government's commitment to promote financial literacy and encourage early investments in practices among our youths through the Aspire program, for example, and this is for the adults. And I take up this opportunity, therefore, to encourage parents to continue to sign up for the Aspire program. And when we launch this bond, that our people will buy it. Madam Speaker, it is important to note that when this was being launched, I said to them, can this go down to as low as $500? Because it used to be at $5,000, Madam Speaker. You know how much people don't have $5,000 just resting down on a bank or somewhere? And these are the people who should be investing in these type of instruments so that they can grow their financial stability, they can grow their wealth. And we brought it down to $500. So that if a man on the road, he cutting his grass, he could say, boy, you make a $500 down, let me go to the treasury and buy some bond. He's supposed to have his bond too. So this is created, Madam Speaker, to empower our people. This is about investing in people and progress. So they should never be left out, Madam Speaker. And I'm happy that the $500 will be accessible to much more citizens across St. Kitts and Nevis. Please, when it's launched, go in the treasury, buy your bond, put it down. You could pass it on to your children, get some interest from it. Please don't let it just go to those who got already. I want if they got already, they could get more, but I want those who ain't got could get too. And I'm going to make sure that we get it around so that you can invest. I want people in Upper Monkhill to invest. Amsterdam, St. Paul's, Lagreed. They just own a lot of land, you know, so their wealth just went up. Some of them may not even know that just by giving them the land, they increase their wealth immediately. And that wealth can be used as leverage to go to a financial institution to be able to get support for whatever else they want to do. That is empowering people, Madam Speaker. That is empowering people. A few dollars here and there is not going to resolve the issues of bridging the gap. It's these type of investments we have to tell our people they need to make in order to grow themselves and change their realities. Madam Speaker, without a shadow, I want to also highlight that with these, the private sector has not been left out. And I'm happy that the Chamber is here. In this economic environment, the TDC group of companies reported their highest profit ever. And most of that was made from business in St. Kitts and Nevis. So the private sector has not been left out, Madam Speaker. We are creating the environment for private sector to flourish. And so that private sector can take that money and invest more, and hire more, and expand more, and grow more. So we want to create an environment where private sector can thrive, Madam Speaker, not just exist. And so I want to congratulate the TDC group of companies on making its highest profit ever. Madam Speaker, without a shadow of a doubt, the milestones that I've mentioned, for example, in healthcare, the reduction of crime and public safety, the empowerment of our people, the private sector thriving, are vivid illustrations of progress. They demonstrate tangible results, and we are committed to continuing this most positive trend of turning conversations into action while we build our sustainable island state together. Madam Speaker, this budget is therefore a declaration of confidence of what we can achieve together right here in St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, the Labour Party administration and the determination of this government to place our citizens at the very center of national development must be commended. This is a budget of optimism, discipline, and compassion. It is firmly anchored in the Sustainable Island State agenda. All those things I mentioned are part of the Sustainable Island State. So if you understand the term, say I get me land, that's Sustainable Island State. I get the money for my child, that's Sustainable Island State. The ambulance come, that's Sustainable Island State. It is firmly anchored in this agenda, Madam Speaker. Over the past year, we have advanced boldly under this agenda, transforming challenges into opportunities and laying the foundation for a stronger, more inclusive future. We have strengthened food security by investing in agriculture and fisheries, ensuring that our people can rely on local produce and sustainable livelihoods. I'll go deeper into that. We have expanded renewable energy initiatives, Madam Speaker, and we are setting the stage for reducing dependence on imported fuel and positioning St. Kitts and Nevis as a leader in clean energy within the Caribbean and, of course, in the world. We continue to invest in healthcare, education, recognizing that true wealth of our nation lies in securing the well-being and expanding the potential of our citizens. Madam Speaker, these things are critically important. They are people-centered initiatives. I would like to say, and the Minister of Energy is here, he will speak more to the energy factor, to the energy aspect, that I got a report from CDB with respect to the geothermal on Nevis. It is very advanced. They have already gotten the contractor. The contractor now is public, the Icelandic drillers from Iceland. And now they're on the last part, which is the financial bid, which will wrap up. According to the CDB, in speaking to the president of CDB recently, will be wrapped up in early February. We have gone a very long way with the geothermal. Something I said to the Premier, that we are on different political sides, but if it's one thing I would unite on, is the geothermal, but that can transform St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, with respect to solar energy here, the Minister of Energy will speak to that. But the Cabinet has made a fundamental decision to now go forward with an RFP for 50 megawatt solar plant here. He would explain the details of what we had to do to get it right. We contracted a company called Castalia, a recognized global company that deals with the renewable space, and they have created for us, studied for us how we can implement it. And so we are on fast track now to implement that solar mega plant of 50 megawatts, which will go into deeper, especially from the Minister of Energy. I say all of that to say that we are on track, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, therefore, I wish to consider some pertinent aspects of international and regional economies as we consider our own development plans for 2026 and the medium term. Madam Speaker, as I've said before, we are seeking to pivot our economy from its heavy dependence on the CBI program to a more diversified economy so that we are less vulnerable and more resilient as a nation. And therefore, tough decisions had to be made, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the international economic environment continues to shift in ways that directly affect large ocean states like ours. We have 22,000 square kilometers of water, of ocean, and only about 260-something kilometers of land. So we are a large ocean state. However, global economic outlook remains positive. The International Monetary Fund in October 2025 World Economic Outlook projects that global growth is projected to slow from 3.3% in 2024 to 3.2% in 2025 and 3.1% in 2026. The advanced economies grow around 1.5% and emerging market and developing economies just above 4%. Madam Speaker, at home, the labor market remains resilient. Latest estimates put Saint Kitts and Nevis unemployment rate below 5%. Below 5%. And this number is very reliable because we just had a census. Just over 51,000 people live in the Federation. And Social Security has reported that about 30,000 people are actively paying Social Security. That's probably the most in our history. And so when you calculate the unemployment rate, it is definitely below 5%. Madam Speaker, these figures reflect a labor market that is recovering and being strengthened by new public and private investments, from hospitals and schools to renewable energy and tourism that are creating real jobs for our people and easing pressures on household budgets. Very important, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me point out here, our tourism sector was the slowest growing in the OECS. It rebounded the slowest. And that means tens of millions of dollars. And that affected us for almost 2 years. Why was it the slowest? It was the slowest because instead of opening up the country early in 2022, the then administration kept the country locked down and locked out tourists and false pretenses that COVID-19 was still a major issue. Madam Speaker, that act in itself is egregious. An abuse of power that you told people to stay locked down when it was not necessary because there was an impending election and you were then using the restrictions under the COVID-19 to seek to hamper the Saint Kitts Nevis Labour Party. And Madam Speaker, I become the leader of the Saint Kitts Nevis Labour Party, and I said that under no circumstances would the Saint Kitts Nevis Labour Party participate in any elections where there are COVID restrictions that are politically driven and not driven by science. Madam Speaker, that hurt our tourist sector. By August, when we opened up, all the cruise lines were saying they already booked for other destinations. Because when they reached out to Saint Kitts and Nevis was the only country saying to the cruise industry that they still had COVID restrictions. Of course, the cruise industry could not understand because they had access to scientific data, and because of that, we lagged. But I want to thank the Minister for Tourism and her ministry for the excellent work they have done to bring us out of that. That lingering effect lasted about 2 years, and we're just coming out of it, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, coming a little closer to home, it is expected that the regional economy will continue to be challenged by the challenging world economic and geopolitical developments. However, the forecast for growth remains positive. Economic growth in the Eastern Caribbean Union is projected to reach up to 3% and 3.3%. The main drivers of ECCU regional growth continue to be tourism. Madam Speaker, tourism. So those who got out the blocks first, they benefited the most. And those who did not get out the blocks, they suffered the most. The economy of the Eastern Caribbean is driven by tourism. And that is why we have lagged in our recovery. Madam Speaker, the main drivers, as I said before, would be construction and tourism. Tourism, of course, being the foremost. Though not uniform, inflation continues to move on a downward trend across the ECCU as countries remain watchful for shocks that may reverse this trend. Madam Speaker, the global landscape has undergone significant changes since I last appeared before this Honourable House to deliver the 2025 budget address. In just a year, we have seen the rise and fall of alliances, the reshaping of economies, and the testing of national resilience. Yet, amid this global state of flux, our small but awe-inspiring nation has maintained its resilience. The economy is expected to achieve positive growth despite the setback of over 1%, reaching a value of 2.3 billion in 2025, with an estimated average annual growth of 2% over the medium term. This steady expansion has been mainly driven by contributions from key sectors. Madam Speaker, again, we are seeking for that diversity. The leading sector include manufacturing. Manufacturing, 2.9%. Hotels and restaurants, 2.6%. Construction, 2.5%. Wholesale and retail, 2.3%. Financial services, 1.6%. Additionally, moderate progress in the transportation, storage, and communication sectors, as well as real estate, renting, and business activities, those will continue to grow as well, Madam Speaker. So the story here is two things our economy fundamentally depended on: CBI and tourism. Tourism hurt because of abuse of power, of keeping the country locked down in 2022 when it should have been opened up, turning away potential cruise liners and other visitors who wanted to come. So we lagged behind the whole of the OECS. And secondly, the ill-advised prison project that hurt the engine of the economy, which was the CBI program. And the question becomes, how do we recover from all of that? That is why I said from the beginning that the CBI program will be the hardest thing for me to deal with. It was not crime and violence, because I know that there is a scientific way of dealing with it, and it would respond. But the CBI program, which have influencers from outside of our region, very powerful influencers, over whom you have no control, Madam Speaker. And therefore, how do we recover from those two things? Nonetheless, we are seeing growth, Madam Speaker. The growth within the construction sector can be ascribed to an increase in residential and government-led housing developments, as well as rising commercial construction projects. In the hotel and restaurant sector, growth is attributable to a surge in tourist arrivals. Madam Speaker, I want to announce today that we have surpassed the pre-COVID arrivals to Saint Kitts and Nevis. We have surpassed, even before December is counted, up to November, we have already had more arrivals at our airport than in 2019. And December is our highest, is our peak, our best month. So we are expected to surpass that by thousands, Madam Speaker. And again, I want to thank the ministries involved. That is real recovery. But this should have happened a year and a half ago had we not used COVID to keep our country locked down in 2022. Madam Speaker, this momentum is built upon positive trajectory established in 2024, with visitor arrivals remaining extremely favorable during the first half of 2025, growing by 13.8%, Madam Speaker, 13.8%, and it reached 75,744 arrivals. Considering the projected medium-term growth of at least 2% per annum, it is expected that the number of arrivals will surpass this level by 2026. But I can say clearly that we have already surpassed pre-COVID levels. And this year might be the year where we would have seen the most arrivals in our history at the airport. Tremendous achievement. The sector's performance was positively influenced by increased airlift into the Federation, further recovery in the wholesale and retail business, financial services, transportation, storage, and communication sectors. All can be linked to significant expansion seen in the tourism and construction industries. The increase observed in the wholesale and retail sector grew mainly in line with higher demand for imports of consumer goods and construction materials, resulting from the growth in both tourism and construction activities. This is why these two things carry the OECS. If you mess with any of them, it's going to affect your economy. The growth in the financial services sector can be attributed to the moderate increase in loans and advances for residential and commercial construction and renovation projects during the period. While the increase in transportation, storage, and communication sectors was driven by a 22% surge in air transport, primarily due to the rise in passenger arrivals and a 2% increase in road transportation fueled by the demand for tours and taxi services, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, tremendous recovery. Late, but it's happening now. Madam Speaker, inflation. Inflation has to do with the cost of things. A lot of our inflation is as a result of importation. We import the inflation. So when things go up in the United States, you order from the United States, they're going to go up in Saint Kitts and Nevis. That is why we have to seek to do as many things locally as possible. But according to the IMF World Economic Outlook, as of October 2025, global inflation is projected to continue on a decline, though with variation across countries. Inflation is expected to continue declining overall, but this trend will vary by country. For example, in North America, it is projected to remain above target, with risk skewed to the upside, while in many other economies, inflation should be more subdued. However, Madam Speaker, for Saint Kitts and Nevis, inflationary pressures eased in 2024, as inflation dropped from a high of 3.6% in 2023 to 1.1% in 2024. As of August 2025, data shows that inflation decreased by an additional 0.5 percentage points to 0.6% over the period. Madam Speaker, this is possibly the highest drop or the most significant drop in inflation in this part of the world, in the hemisphere period. And it is because of measures directed to control inflation. Madam Speaker, this significant drop was not coincidental, but rather a result of strategic economic stabilization measures that our administration designed and implemented in the first half of this year. After analyzing global price trend, we recognize the need to act and provide the financial relief our citizens required to mitigate rising prices. Madam Speaker, this is the reason why in 2024, when we saw what was happening, we gave the VAT relief for 6 months and a budget boost wallet for 6 months of the year. 2 measures that significantly reduced the pressures on families. Madam Speaker, as we said, is about investing in people and progress. These measures help our citizens improve their purchasing power and ensure that businesses remain economically viable. This, coupled with the increase in minimum wage, Madam Speaker, which I'll speak to later, we now have the highest minimum wage in the OECS period. Highest minimum wage, Madam Speaker, $500 per week. and that has significantly curbed inflation and safeguarded the purchasing power of our citizens throughout the year. Madam Speaker, today we can say we weathered the storm. However, there is still much work to be done to ensure that our citizens can enjoy a decent standard of living. COVID-19 reshaped the retail and consumer landscape. Many items in our basket of foods and services, they have changed. And the Minister with responsibility for trade is here, our senior minister. He brings that to cabinet all the time. What is CARICOM doing? And how are we going to respond, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, in light of the ongoing global shifts and the resulting changes within our country, our government has pushed ahead with the assistance of long-standing partners such as Caribbean Regional Technical Assistance Center, CATA, and Statistical Canada, StatCan, in rebasing the basket of goods and services used to compile the Consumer Price Index. I am pleased to report that after a year of diligent work, the new basket will be launched in the first quarter of 2026. Madam Speaker, the new series will be established January 2026 as the base period, revise weights across different categories of foods and services, update the list of goods and services to better reflect the current consumption patterns of consumers, and revise international classification using classification of individual consumption by purpose, COICOP 2018 codes, the latest from the United Nations Statistics Division and IMF for CPI statistics. Madam Speaker, this is dealing with the cost of living. When we went after inflation, it was dealing with the cost of living. We understand the cost of living was going up in Saint Kitts and Nevis and around the world because of inflation. We took measures, and today we can say we have one of the lowest, if not the lowest, inflationary rate in the hemisphere. And Madam Speaker, we are taking a next step to look at our basket and make sure our basket is updated to deal with present realities, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I wish to pause and extend commendation to the consumers of our country. In the face of rising prices, many households have responded with wisdom and resilience by adjusting their purchasing habits, opting for more affordable alternatives, and taking deliberate steps to safeguard their purchasing power and the well-being of their families. Madam Speaker, the action of the people reflect both responsibility and strength. I must also acknowledge our wholesalers and retailers who have heeded the call to provide alternative goods at a low cost. Equally deserving of recognition is the National Cost of Living Task Force, headed by our esteemed Cabinet Secretary, whose members have been working diligently, often behind the scenes, to mitigate the burden of our citizens. Many of us have benefited from their practical data-driven guidance notes and informational materials on how best to optimize household spending. Madam Speaker, it's about giving people choice. It's not telling people what to do, but giving people choice. The choices that people make are, of course, their own, but they must have access to choices, Madam Speaker. Because if you're selling something in the United States and it goes up, it must, if you order it from the United States, it will also go up. There's nothing really we can do if the price goes up in the United States, because it will also go up in Saint Kitts and Nevis. And so people must have alternatives. Madam Speaker, I now move to give a synopsis of the government's fiscal performance for the year 2025, an analysis of the 2025 fiscal data revealed, Madam Speaker. And this is, of course, premised on the fact that we are yes, the translators? Yes, I know. That we are divesting, Madam Speaker, to a more diversified economy, because, as I said before, we were premised too much on the CBI, and the CBI, we know, had taken a hit because of international issues, over which some of them we had no control, and driven, of course, I'll continue to say, the way we conducted the ill-advised prison project. Madam Speaker, total revenue and grants summed to 779.1 million, of which recurrent revenue was 756 million. The total grants was 23 million. Tax revenue was 444 million, was 5.8 million or 1.3% lower than the budget estimate, mainly because of the VAT holiday as well. Notably, taxes on income, taxes on property, and taxes on international trade and transaction fell short as well. However, the below target performance was tempered by stronger than expected receipts from taxes on domestic goods and consumption, which surpassed the budget levels as well as the prior year's collection. Non-tax revenue, Madam Speaker, this is the CBI program. The collections fell by 48.3%, Madam Speaker, again, because of the tough decisions we had to make to save the program. Otherwise, we would have lost everything, Madam Speaker. However, I want to thank the CBI unit and the chairman who is here and his team for making sure that the CBI will get back on a strong footing with a respected outfit and in collaboration with international partners and our regional partners as well. Madam Speaker, with respect to expenditure, total expenditure stood at 1.1 billion for the second consecutive year, reaffirming the government's firm resolve to support the people and safeguard stability amid ongoing domestic and international pressures. Madam Speaker, that is a very important point. Even though there were challenges, for example, from the CBI program and the slow recovery from tourism because of what I explained, the government shielded the people from the storm that is waging outside because we invested in people and progress. So the records show that all categories of expenditure except for transfers were contained below budget, reflecting the government's disciplined approach to prioritizing resources in line with its national agenda. Some notable initiatives, and I'll name them. Budgetary support for the Nevis Island Administration. That came from the CBI program. And even though the CBI had dropped off, we had maintained it to some extent because in the previous 7 years, I will speak about that later, of what the numbers reflect. You would not believe that a Nevis political party was in that government when we look at the numbers and how they were treated. Madam Speaker, the highest level of financial support to skills training empowerment program, especially after the COVID, when a lot of the economy had slowed down, especially tourism, we had to provide opportunities for people. Madam Speaker, transfers to the Saint Kitts Electricity Company. Why did we do that? Because if we had allowed the people to suffer the true cost of energy, they would not be able to do it. People would be living in darkness. Today, we continue to subsidize electricity heavily to keep electricity costs to one of the lowest in the region. This expenditure, Madam Speaker, we also have been paying for a 6 megawatt generator. Why are we paying for a 6 megawatt generator? No investments were made in energy. As a result of that, we could not produce enough energy to meet the demand here on St. Kitts. If we had not rented this 6 megawatt plant, it will be blackout after blackout. No investment in energy for the last number of years, just like there was no investment in water for the last number of years. So we have been left without energy and we have been left without water. And so we had to invest in a 6 megawatt generator, Madam Speaker. Every month we have to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars. And we don't pass that cost on necessarily to the consumer. We have protected the consumer because we understand if we pass this cost on, electricity will be extremely expensive and people will be lighting lamp and candles. Madam Speaker, a significant increase in pension and gratuitous payments due principally to government's decision to make payments to eligible government auxiliary employees, the GAE workers. Madam Speaker, the GAE classification meant that those who were GAEs were shut out. They were shut out of a gratuity, that made sense, and they were shut out of having a pension. Madam Speaker, that is not right. A Labour Party cannot watch workers being disadvantaged and do nothing about it. The process had started under the previous Labour administration, stopped under the 7 years, and then was quickly implemented by this Labour administration. Madam Speaker, you know what the GAE workers? The cleaner, the street cleaner, the grass cutter, those who may call the maids, those people who work at the minimum wage level. Well, if the people at the minimum wage already. And you are denying them a gratuity and denying them a pension. They can work hard. They are committed to a life of poverty. That is what you were doing to them. And therefore, we have resolved that matter. Again, the government had to spend. In the first 2 years, it's going to be a little bit expensive, but over time, it's going to even out. And what was most egregious, Madam Speaker, was that the GAE workers, the gratuity used to be calculated at the same level of civil servants, or appointed civil servants. In 2021, no, before that, 2017, 2018, somewhere around there. The then government said it was a mistake, and they shifted the way the gratuity was calculated for the GAE workers. So a GAE worker who under the previous calculation would have gotten, let's say, $25,000 for gratuity, that same GAE worker would only get about $5,000 to $6,000 under the new calculation under the last administration. So the people who work for less, the least, you are now telling them that we're going to even take away money from you. And so that is one of the things we said, you cannot treat those who work the least so badly. And so we reinstituted it. And we recalculated their gratuity. And we gave them their money. Hundreds of them, Madam Speaker, thousands would benefit over time. This is a real transformational program. We not only did that, we went ahead and we did a pension plan for them. So the GAE workers will get gratuity, calculated at the same rate, and they would also get a pension, a government's pension, something they were denied for decades after decades, and something that the last administration refused to address. Madam Speaker, I can speak to the LIFT program. A lot of people are saying that we cut the PAP. It is LIFT, and we continue to support it strongly, Madam Speaker. Households that need help, we continue to support, Madam Speaker. And so I want our people to see how we are investing in these things to protect them. Pensions, gratuity, energy, social programs, budgetary support, and so forth, to make sure that they can be protected from the storm that is waging just beyond our borders. Madam Speaker, this is a prime example of investing in people and investing in progress. I want to thank our GAE workers for all of their work, and it is in law that nobody can come after and reverse it like they reversed it in 2021. And a lot of people from Tabernacle benefit, you know, Madam Speaker. A lot of people from Molyneux benefit from this program because they came to collect their checks and they continue to collect their checks. This ain't no handout, you know, Madam Speaker, as people like to say. This is what they work for. And so I'm very proud of them. Madam Speaker, these examples show the deliberate, strategic way this government is supporting and uplifting the lives of our citizens and residents. We are committed to safeguarding and strengthening our social safety nets, prioritizing family welfare, protecting livelihoods, and creating conditions for steady, resilient growth. In plain terms, we are investing in people and we are investing in progress. Madam Speaker, from dialogue to delivery, this is what we are saying. Permit me now to outline recent developments and forward-looking plans that advance our people-centered agenda for building a sustainable island state. If a sustainable island state sounds fancy, is everything we do, that is part of the sustainable island state. I will highlight key progress and priorities across agriculture, construction, housing, tourism, health, social development, education, and energy. These are the pillars that touch daily lives and shape national possibility. I will share salient highlights, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, agriculture remains one of the cornerstone sectors of our sustainable island state agenda. It is both a shield for food security and a pathway to economic empowerment for our farmers, fisherfolk, agro-processors, and our communities in general. Throughout 2025, our government remains steadfast in its mission to modernize and transform agriculture, enhance food security, and build resilience against global and local challenges. We advance a comprehensive agenda that integrates capacity building, infrastructure upgrades, technology innovation, and community engagement, ensuring that the benefits of our work reach every farmer, every fisher, and every household across St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, our investment in people serving in the sector has yielded measurable results, and I'll give you some numbers. Farmers and officers were trained in pre- and post-harvest handling, reducing crop rejections and improving market readiness. Drone geospatial training empowered 19 participants to map over 1,800 acres and produce high-resolution base maps, bringing precision agriculture into practice. Specialized workshops in meat and crop production and agriculture boosted yields and improved quality standards. These initiatives are equipping our people with the skills necessary, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are also focusing on modernization of key agricultural facilities. The Bastia Abattoir now features a new cattle chute, improving efficiency and worker safety. The agro-processing unit has been renovated and equipped with professionally calibrated machinery, advancing our zero-waste vision. 20-plus greenhouses, Madam Speaker, are now being constructed. 6 are already complete and awaiting roofing, with work progressing steadily on the remainder. These facilities are expressively targeted at youth and women farmers, and I would also add, Madam Speaker, 15 new cold storage containers have significantly expanded our capacity to preserve perishable produce. Madam Speaker, these are significant investments. I would like to thank the Republic of China, Taiwan, for its significant collaboration, for its significant, I would say, technical support in establishing the chicken breeder farm at Bayfords in my constituency. Has hatched over 3,200 chicks. 3,200 chicks, cutting our reliance on imports and strengthening national food security. These initiatives are practical, productive, and purposeful, real investments that create jobs, bolster supply chains, and put food on family tables. Madam Speaker, they are not just promises, they are proof, clear evidence that we are investing in people and progress. Madam Speaker, they produce so much chicks, they send some to Statia. A lot of chicks they produce all went to Statia. And they're producing a lot of eggs now, Madam Speaker. The goal is that we won't have to import any eggs, not even for the hotels and restaurants. Madam Speaker, this has created jobs. This has lowered the cost of living. Investing significantly, Madam Speaker, significantly, Madam Speaker, in our people, in terms of jobs and the cost of living. Madam Speaker, if we produce all the eggs, because we have the capacity, we have enough chicks, if we produce all the eggs we can for local consumption, hotels, restaurants, and even the cruise ships, Madam Speaker, that alone is a whole brand new industry. And we have to invest in this hatchery and invest in people. Tell them get in the egg business and sell eggs because the market is ready. I've spoken to hotel owners here. I've spoken to cruise ship owners. And they say how much you can produce. When they call the number, I say, boy, that number sounds big. So that means there's enough market. And now we have a yachting industry. Oh, Madam Speaker, I haven't spoken about that. You know how much interest we have seen in the yachting industry that just launched? 561 interest. They want to come to St. Kitts. I mean, that is massive. Go over there right now. You'll see yachts. You'll think they are cruise ships. How large they are. 3- and 4-story, 5-story yachts in Saint Kitts and Nevis. And they are saying to us, we need our people to get into the yachting business. So they're going to have a startup weekend where they're going to show the type of businesses attached or associated with the yachting industry. Madam Speaker, that has the potential of providing thousands of jobs for our people directly and indirectly. And so we're going to start aggressively getting people into the yachting business. Think about it. They even need people to specialize persons to know how to clean the yachts. Technicians, engineers. So all levels we can have our people trained, from engineers all the way down and from down all the way up. And the reason why they can't take the 560 something this year is because we have work to do. Madam Speaker, that has the potential to be as big as the cruise industry, or even bigger, because they come, they stay longer, and we will be supplying them along with other things, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that's investing in people and progress and creating opportunities. Madam Speaker, crop productions, pumpkin yield rose 54%, watermelon 193%, cucumber 142%, cantaloupe 216%. Through the National Planning Program, the Department of Agriculture oversaw planting of 60,000 banana and planting trees. Madam Speaker, I got some trees in my yard. 150,000 pineapple plants, 15,000 coconut trees. This is replanting. I got some coconut trees in my yard too. This is replanting the whole of Saint Christopher and Nevis. If you got a little yard, plant something. It works, you know. Madam Speaker, you know what banana you get? Just saying. Our farmers are expected to harvest over 1 million pounds of produce in 2025. I want to thank the Minister of Agriculture. There have been challenges yet, yes, but the investments have been made and we see the yield. And we'll get better at it and better at it, Madam Speaker. We are diversifying further with soursop, avocados, specialist pepper varieties for export. The SKN Nature Mixed Cropping Project, which is 110 acres including hot peppers for export and other products, so that we can meet some of the demand on hotels and cruise ships, join with our farmers to increase the overall yield so that we can say to them, we can give you what you need, Madam Speaker. So it's a joint effort that we want between farmers and the government to meet the demands of the market. Madam Speaker, this nature farm has the potential to produce 500 jobs. They need 10 workers per acre. 100 acres at 10 workers per acre, you'll see. They need, 30 workers, Madam Speaker, for 10 acres. So you can see easily, if you have 100 acres, how much people you will need. That'll be, I think, 30 times 10, which will be 300 for every 100 acres. Madam Speaker, that's a significant number. Madam Speaker, I would also like to look to the livestock program, where they process 540 pigs and over 32,000 pounds of beef, Madam Speaker. Improve poultry hatch rates from 55% to 80%. Thanks again to the Republic of China, Taiwan, that is with us on this journey. We had soil laboratory operations continue to provide weather forecasting, soil testing, and analytical support. The science in farming. Farmers and agro-processors are now benefiting from new market linkages, both domestically and regionally. Madam Speaker, the markets are there, and we have to continue to work to get it right. Madam Speaker, the cannabis industry. We have now put the commission together. I think the CEO is in place now. And so, from 2026, we will finalize the regulatory framework, and we'll start the issuance of licenses, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, is a reality. In North America, cannabis is now grown across Canada, in parts of United States of America, Europe. It's a reality. So we can't allow them to supply us the medicinal aspects of cannabis. We should really capture our own market and benefit from our own market, Madam Speaker. And so we are moving on that. Madam Speaker, so agriculture is going to be and has been a cornerstone of our improved development. Madam Speaker, on construction, which is another fundamental aspect of our economy, we can see a lot of work being done here in Saint Christopher and Nevis. But let me say, in 2025, our Public Works Department, especially the Quarry Division, achieved historic progress. We have invested heavily in modern machinery through commissioning of new primary and secondary crushers and upgraded screening equipment. These strategic upgrades have strengthened our resilience, Madam Speaker, to make sure we have the raw materials necessary for the construction industry. Madam Speaker, the Roads Division has been equally dynamic, upgrading drainage and raising safety standards. We have embarked on the largest road infrastructure expansion in the history of our country. It is the largest in the history. We are investing over $80 million in critical roadworks across Bastille, George Street, Trafalgar, Shadwell, Boyd, Sandy Point, Racecourse, Harris's, Otleys, New Road, every aspect of our country. And if I didn't call you, it doesn't mean they didn't get roads, because every constituency was touched. In 2025, we have invested in 13.2 miles of new and upgraded roads. Significant. These are not just projects. They are the results of conversations transformed into action, promises kept, living standards lifted, communities connected, and futures secured. Madam Speaker, a signature achievement is the rehabilitation of the St. Peter's Main Road and F.T. Williams Highway East with an investment of around $31 million. We resurfaced nearly 4 kilometers of roadway, constructed a modern roundabout, added sidewalks, retained walls, and advanced drainage and safety features. The official commissioning of this road, Madam Speaker, marks a new standard for infrastructure built to last. And Madam Speaker, this was done by a local company. We should be proud, Madam Speaker, that a local company, Rock and Dirt, was able to undertake such a project and execute it with excellence. I like when our people do well, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the people of St. Peter's were denied a road. We remember when St. Paul's and constituency number 6 and part of number 7 were denied the Island Main Road because of politics. I never thought I would see that in the 2020s. St. Peter's, which is the largest growing area in Saint Kitts and Nevis. Outside of Bastia, it is the largest area. Our census just showed that. And the justification is they ain't part of the Island Main Road. I mean, how can that be? How can your largest community outside of Bastia not be part of the Island Main Road outlay? It means that people were either misleading us, they had no vision, and whatever the reason is, it shows that they did not care about the people of St. Peter's. Today, we have corrected that, and the people of St. Peter's now have a road that is upgraded and will make sure that their standard of living rises as well. Madam Speaker, I'm proud that we brought this for the people of St. Peter's. It was not right what was done to them. They were discriminated against, and we have corrected it. I asked what the people of St. Peter's do them, but anyway, that's for next day. Madam Speaker, alongside our road and quarry work, 2025 saw a stepped up program of major public infrastructure. Madam Speaker, airport upgrades at Nevis. I spoke to the Premier. He just happened to be the leader of the opposition, but of course I have to speak to the Premier. And we are supporting the upgrades of the airport in Nevis. He and I discussed it, and I told him I will mention it, and he agreed that I can mention it. Because the federal government has a role to play as well in Nevis's advancement. If we are a federation, and we can have the major airport, which is Robert Llewellyn Bratcher, and then we go over to the Vance Armory, which might be a smaller airport, but we have these 2 airports in the federation. What does that mean? The federation has overall more traffic, more business, more activity. We have to leverage the 2 islands as best we can for the benefit of all. Because I'm sure when that starts, some Kittitians going over there going to look, what? And I hope the Premier doesn't turn them back. Okay. Madam Speaker, the commissioning of the country's largest desalination plant to help restore 24-hour water. That is a $50 million investment. That is where the money went. The money went in nobody's pocket. The money went into people. How can you have a modern country and people can lock on the water 1 a.m. in the morning? You mean you're going to have more diseases? People are going to be more dehydrated, and when they're more dehydrated, they're grumpy and they're going to die sooner. We have to see the link between these things. You have more diarrhea, more vomiting, and all of these things. People are not going to be as healthy as possible because they don't have access to water. And Madam Speaker, we met in cabinet. The minister was there, and I said, let us invest heavily. We said, let us invest heavily. $50 million. And the plant is commissioning, and in short order, we will have over 1 million gallons going into our 2 million gallons going into our water system. Madam Speaker, that is a tremendous achievement. Tremendous achievement. For so many years, no investment in water. Keyon got a well. Madam Speaker, we're also investing in the Bastia High School. We also invested in the Bastia High School. Madam Speaker, nobody on the opposite side to really talk about the Bastille High School. Leave that alone. You had 7 years, $21 million, and not a block to show. So you should keep quiet on that one. We are pushing forward with the Bastille High School. Madam Speaker, we just turned over the plans, approved plans, they are fully approved plans, to OECC, which is the construction company from Taiwan, which will undertake the construction of our hospital, new hospital, which I'll speak to. Madam Speaker, we also completed the Connery Football Stadium. We are now building out the primary school in Molyneux. What is the name of the school? Joshua Obadiah Williams. And we don't talk about it much, but that is being constructed and is very much advanced, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we continue to build houses after houses. And I would like to say clearly in here, Madam Speaker, if anybody comes here in Saint Kitts and Nevis under this administration, and they come as an investor, and you ain't producing, you're gone. I want to put investors on notice. You ain't deliver what you're supposed to deliver, you're gone. Madam Speaker, we are moving well along with our housing. Equally important is private investment, Madam Speaker, including the Symbol of Love Museum at Fort Thomas Hotel, which is going well. I want to say that that is also going to save this space. I did a video from down there. Fort Thomas Hotel is actually collapsing where it is, the space there, because of climate change. And what this project will do is save Fort Thomas Hotel in the first instance. It needed significant investment. Under the last administration, nothing was done. If you see Fort Thomas, where Fort Thomas Hotel is, from the seaside, you would be shocked to know that it's actually collapsing. And we have to save it. That is producing jobs for our people, Madam Speaker. It's going to protect this space, Madam Speaker. And it would have local, regional, and international museums. Local, regional, and international museums, and save this space, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are also moving for luxury resort, marina development, where Safe Harbor is operating at Christopher Harbor, as I already said. 561 interests. Some of the largest, if you go over there right now, you'll see some of the largest yachts in the world. If you go there, this picture doesn't show the yachts, but if you go over there, you will see the yachts presently. Just drive over there. You'll see what we have brought to Saint Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, this Safe Harbor investment is producing jobs already. Till they say they can't find enough people, they have to do a startup weekend to teach our people the opportunities. Madam Speaker, in the renewable energy area, we are very advanced with geothermal, as I expressed. Solar energy, Madam Speaker. To that end, we are training people to be technicians in the solar energy space so that they can know how to put down solar panels and implement projects, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, our people already, I would say, graduated from such course, and that was an investment in people and progress. Madam Speaker, these are jobs that I'm talking about being created. Bastille High School, new hospital, Fort Thomas project, Safe Harbor, the Nature's Farm, they need 30 workers per 10 acres. Madam Speaker, construction of homes, the tourist sector, the expanding arrivals, expanded cruise, expanded yachting. Madam Speaker, it goes on and on and on. I'm asking our people to get into this new economy. Get into this new economy. Take up the opportunities, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is our pledge to turn meaningful conversation into action in the construction sector, as I've spoken about, Madam Speaker. Lots of jobs. And when you speak to the private sector, you know what they tell me? Doctor, just slow down. They say, slow down. They say, you know, do this too big one and then put the next one a little later because we can't keep up. They told me that. And therefore, we have to manage how fast the development is going so that they can keep up. Madam Speaker, on housing and human settlements, we have said already, and I've said already, how many houses are being built. During the past year, the Ministry of Housing and Human Settlement, in collaboration with National Housing Corporation has pursued a twofold approach, expanding the housing stock for low and middle income families and revitalizing existing communities to improve the overall quality of life. Our work goes beyond building homes. It is about creating communities that foster safety, dignity, and opportunity for wealth creation. Madam Speaker, just to name a few, the East Street Housing Project, revitalizing that area of Saint Kitts and Nevis. The West Street is also undergoing transformation with 4-story building, Madam Speaker, modern building. This is a new approach, Madam Speaker, in that area to revitalize it. Madam Speaker, therefore I would say that the 2026 budget will also set the stage for introduction of a fencing improvement project, Madam Speaker, so that we can beautify our economies while uplifting our people. Madam Speaker, presently, the National Housing Corporation continues to lead the expansion of affordable houses. For example, in Stapleton Village, where 27 homes are being built. Madam Speaker, across Saint Kitts and Nevis, additional 8 communities are being afforded housing. For example, Halfway Tree, Otleys Village, Gillards for the town area, Sandy Point, Newton Ground. Madam Speaker, every single constituency that is going to be touched by this program. And sometimes people don't know how many houses are being built. And I said to them, show people how many houses are being built. These houses are built to withstand Category 5 hurricanes, Madam Speaker. So this program prioritizes low and middle income families. Again, investing in people and progress. This will provide jobs, Madam Speaker. Jobs, jobs, jobs. And it will help to deal with the cost of living and help people to build wealth, because this will be their home. Madam Speaker, sanitation remains key here in St. Kitts and Nevis, and the government continues to invest, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on the front of tourism, tourism continues to be the engine of growth of St. Kitts and Nevis, fueling economic development, community upliftment, and international recognition for our federation. Guided by the National Development Planning Framework and the Sustainable Island State Agenda, the Ministry of Tourism and tourism authorities remain committed to developing the industries in a way that is innovative, inclusive, and sustainable, balancing economic benefits with the preservation of our environment and culture. Madam Speaker, the year 2025 opened with exceptional performance, setting new benchmarks for the tourism sector. Over 2024-2025 peak season, more than 102,000 stayover visitors were welcomed, surpassing pre-pandemic levels, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the campaign Venture Deeper is really reaching our people. Cruise tourism rebounded strongly, and again I say we were the last in the region because we opened late. This affected tourism and the economy, with over 778,000 passengers arriving between October and April, representing an 8.4% increase over the previous season. These gains translated into tangible impact, with US $24.3 million worth of business transacted online alone in the first quarter alone, including more than $12 million US dollars contributed by US travelers. Madam Speaker, we continue to expand airlift into the Federation. In 2024, the government introduced Cape Air with a new regional air service now operating alongside Inter-Caribbean, Sunrise, Caribbean Airlines, and Liat. This move expanded regional connectivity and revitalized access to the Federation from the USVI, which has long served as a consistent destination and visitor hub for Kittitians and divisions. Madam Speaker, on the international front, Delta Airlines commenced its inaugural direct service from JFK to the Federation, complementing the existing flight from Atlanta, Madam Speaker. Furthermore, negotiations with American Airlines have led to the commencement of double Saturday flights originating from Miami, beginning November 2025, with scheduled services extended into the summer of 2026. United Airlines and Air Canada also resumed winter services from Newark and Toronto starting in November 2025. Madam Speaker, this is why the numbers have gone up, and I want to thank the Minister and the Ministry for such excellent work to make sure that we have the international and regional connectivity. Madam Speaker, our source markets have performed impressively. The UK recorded a 20% increase in arrivals, 20%, supported by new tour operator partnerships and bold marketing campaigns. They have come on board. Madam Speaker, cruise tourism remains resilient, with 450 calls scheduled for 2025-2026 season, including several inaugural visits. On October 23rd, we welcome the Star of the Seas, which is one of those in the same as the Icon of the Seas class, the world's largest cruise ship, and its inaugural call a powerful endorsement of our destination. Icon of the Seas came here first, Star of the Seas as well. That is because they have confidence in Saint Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, anchor events such as the music festival has expanded. Our music festival last year was epic, Madam Speaker, and it's still being spoken about. This year, I'm told it's going to be epic, but I haven't seen anything. Well, next year, but I haven't seen anything. But I'm waiting to see as well, Madam Speaker. But it reflects how conversations about diversifying our economy and celebrating our culture have transformed into action that generates jobs, attracts visitors, and strengthens our global identity. Madam Speaker, Restaurant Week, Sugar Mass also attracted significant visitors. And the Minister is here. I want to thank him and his team. The most arrivals we have had for Sugar Mass in history was the last carnival. We are making history, Madam Speaker, because of prudent planning and hard work by this Labour Party team, or this Labour Party A team. Madam Speaker, these are the engine of growth, Madam Speaker, and these are creating hundreds, if not thousands of jobs, directly and indirectly. Madam Speaker, we'll continue to work to expand tourism. Citizenship by investment. Madam Speaker, the transformation of our Citizenship by Investment unit over the past year is not just an administrative milestone. It is a living example of how modern governance can serve the people with vision, integrity, and purpose. As I said, this would be the most challenging aspect of governance that I would have undertaken. And I said it from the beginning. However, I would like to thank the Board of Governors. I would like to thank the leader of the CBI unit and all those who are at the unit for their excellent, excellent work. So, Madam Speaker, what have they done? We became the first nation in the world to introduce blockchain verified certification for due diligence, ensuring that every step of our process is secure. They're telling me to slow down. Yeah, you're going to slow down on the most important one. Secure, transparent, and aligned with international frameworks to combat money laundering and terrorism financing. This innovation, together with the launch of the Saturn digital platform and the unit's leadership in establishing the Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Authority, has fortified the credibility of our program. Madam Speaker, I can't thank the leadership, the board, and the workers at the unit enough. And of course, driven by our cabinet. For the 5th consecutive year, Saint Kitts and Nevis stands proudly at the top of the CBI Index, and in 2025, we were honored with the Caribbean Investment Summit Efficiency and Heritage Excellence Awards. We are developing strategies to capitalize on the renewed confidence generated in the CBI marketplace from these recent achievements and the reform initiatives undertaken by the government. The chair is here, Mr. Calvin St. Just, and I want to thank him and his team for their tremendous work. He took this over. When he came in, I told him, this is going to be challenging. And a strategy was put in place, and we have established that, Madam Speaker, and we are seeing benefits. The CBI, of course, went down and is back on its upward trajectory. Madam Speaker, let it be clear our vision has never been limited to rankings or accolades. We have expanded our global footprint to secure the financial future of our federation. Through thousands of direct engagements and participation in events, the unit has ensured that Saint Kitts and Nevis remains at the forefront. We will continue to work, Madam Speaker. This outreach culminated in the Investment Gateway Summit, which welcomed close to 200 citizens and investors to our shores, and we'll have another edition in 2026. Madam Speaker, importantly, the success of the CIU is now being felt directly in the lives of our people. Our continued leadership in the CBI sector not only enhances our international standing, but also contributes significantly to our national development. The funds generated through CBI program have been instrumental in financing infrastructure projects, healthcare, education, and climate resilience initiatives. Madam Speaker, in support of our grassroots economy, the CIU recently launched the first micro and small business grant program, awarding easy $10,000 to 36 local businesses. Madam Speaker, these grants are empowering, and they have empowered our entrepreneurs. So this goes from snackets to creative studios, beauty and wellness services, trucking and logistics, agriculture, fisheries, digital service providers, and so forth. So this has really touched our people. And so I want to say that the CBI continues to be fundamental in the development of our economy. But we must also acknowledge that we need a diversified economy, and CBI will be a part of it so that we are not so heavily dependent on it, though I will continue to say it is very important, Madam Speaker. Social development and poverty reduction is also important to us. Madam Speaker, at the heart of any strong and sustainable nation are its people. That is why this budget is about people, investing in people and progress. A society is only as resilient, as innovative, and as prosperous as the individuals who live in it. Our government believes that true development is not measured by GDP alone, but by the well-being, dignity, and inclusion of every citizen. From our youngest children to our eldest seniors, from those with disabilities to our youth, Madam Speaker. Social development and inclusion is not just a policy priority, it is a moral imperative. This year, a key milestone was reached with the creation of a single-window school-based assistance program, combining uniforms, early childhood subventions, book loans, and CXC fee waivers. In its pilot year, 2,100 expressions of interest were received, streamlining access for families. This new arrangement with the school-based assistance program will bring efficiency gains for the government and parents and guardians. It allows parents to utilize one portal to apply for various school-based assistance programs while helping to sustain the use of public resources with better targeting of assistance to vulnerable families. Madam Speaker, in 2026, the Ministry will undertake a review of existing programs so that those programs can deliver what we intend for them to deliver, which is the upliftment of our people. Having completed major infrastructural work at the New Horizons Rehabilitation Center Village, the Ministry will now move to recommend certified technical and vocational courses for the residents. This will help to ensure that residents at the center acquire practical skills that will open up opportunities for employment or entrepreneurship to engage upon reintegration into society. Madam Speaker, we are transforming this most important program. In July, we commemorated the 35th anniversary of the ratification of the Convention of the Rights of the Child, launching child rights ambassadors to promote children's rights and responsibilities. The Ministry of Youth Empowerment, Aging and Disabilities placed inclusion at the center of the Sustainable Island State. If you want to know what Sustainable Island State agenda is, taking care of our children. In 2025, the Saint Kitts and Nevis acceded to the 2 Inter-American Conventions on the rights of persons with disabilities and older persons. Technical assistance from UNICLAC helped shape the national disability policy and draft a disability bill ensuring equality in education, healthcare, housing, and the workplace. In 2026, all government-owned service delivery spaces will be assessed with a view to removing barriers to access by citizens with disability. A multimedia campaign promoting awareness and tolerance of persons living with disability will also be launched. Madam Speaker, our administration does not view young people only in terms of their future role as the leaders of tomorrow. And a matter of fact, I don't like that. You are the leaders of tomorrow. No, you are the leaders now. Lead now. Therefore, we fully embrace them as meaningful contributors to nation building today. In 2026, youth recognition programs such as the 25 most remarkable teens will be refined to emphasize community service and volunteerism. Madam Speaker, we want our young people to be volunteers as well. Give a number of hours of community service per week. Those things look good on a resume. They get you in places if you're looking to see what would be other tangible benefits apart from uplifting your community. Monthly youth dialogues will ensure that the voices of our young people are heard and that they are informed and positioned to influence public policy. Madam Speaker, out of when we had the budget consultation with our people, the youth stood up and they asked for further inclusion, and we will respond. So the 2026 budget will continue to support active programs that deals with aging and disability, health fairs, cultural activities, and chronic disease management courses. Madam Speaker, we will respond to the needs of our people. Madam Speaker, Saint Kitts and Nevis is chanting a path toward a truly inclusive, resilient, and empowered society. From children to youth, from persons with disabilities to seniors, every citizen is visible. Madam Speaker, I would like to say that we have the Elderly Enrichment Program. I saw that program when I was in Cuba. When I never used to have class or I'm off, I used to go to the center. I learned to play chess. I learned Cuban music there. I played dominoes with them. And I used to meet them and say, you know, what is this about? And I recognized that it was a program where those who are retired could go. And that is why I supported it being established here in Saint Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, they are graduating. They recently graduated from a chronic disease course. Trust me. I went to a graduation in Keyon and St. Peter's. I had a lot of patients in those areas. And I saw patients who I couldn't get lose weight, lost weight. I was shocked. All of them lost weight. And I'm telling you. And they were walking brisker. They learn how to read food labels, how to prepare food, how to manage their pressure, how to manage their sugar. Looking healthy and brisk. Madam Speaker, we have done so much for them. They went to the Dolphin Park, they went to Nevis. Madam Speaker, they even went movies. They had graduation too. And they had graduation. And they have what? Prom. You have prom king and queen. Madam Speaker, they went movies. For the first time, some of them went movies. One of them shout out, change the channel. At the movies. First time in the movies, Madam Speaker. That is how enriching the program is. We have procured a bus for them. I think it's being wrapped. I want to thank the Minister with Responsibility, Aislinn Phillip, Honourable, and Minister Dr. Jeffrey Hanley. And so that bus will be dedicated to them, to take them around. Because we want to open up centres in all communities. Madam Speaker, this is life transforming. And so we'll continue to invest in our population. Madam Speaker, on education and skills development. Education is the foundation upon which the future of our federation is built. I know the Minister telling me to slow down. It is the bridge between today's challenges and tomorrow's opportunities. In 2025, we redoubled our resolve to ensure that every child, every youth, and every adult in St. Kitts and Nevis has access to high-quality learning and training aligned to the needs of a modern economy and global marketplace. Our strategy rests on three pillars fundamentally: access, quality, and employability, each supported by strong governance, data systems, and institutional reform. Madam Speaker, our investment in educational infrastructure underscores our commitment to world-class learning environments. The construction of the Joshua Obadiah Williams Primary School in Molyneux is well underway, symbolizing renewal and resilience after tragedy. When the new facility reopens in 2026, it will stand as a modern, inclusive space designed for use in the 21st century. Madam Speaker, the Bastia High School that has started and continues to build, the Federation's first net zero climate smart secondary school. It will have laboratories, digital classroom, etc. It will produce jobs for our people, Madam Speaker, and a good learning space for the students. Madam Speaker, the new Bastia High School will produce in its construction hundreds of jobs, directly and indirectly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, one of the issue of quality, the ministry advanced work on the development of oversight and standards for the sector. This is on the issue of quality. A comprehensive framework to transform education is being developed with the support of UNESCO, while the National Teaching Council Secretariat is being established to regulate teacher certification and professional development. Work also progressed on the development of a national statistical digest, strengthening evidence-based planning and monitoring outcomes. These reforms elevate teaching to a fully professionalized status and ensure that policy decisions are guided by data. Madam Speaker, in terms of employability, our most transformative initiative was the restructuring of technical and vocational education and training right here in the Federation. In September, we merged AVEC, NSP, and Project Strong to form the Christopher Wilkin Institute of Technology, or CIWIT. CIWIT will deliver the National Vocational Qualification and the Caribbean Vocational Qualification certifications for the first time in our history, Madam Speaker. Integrate prior learning recognition and align programs with international standards. Investments in emerging technologies, including welding simulators. Smart classrooms are being modernizing workforce training and reducing waste. Madam Speaker, these reforms ensure that our people, especially our young people, are not only educated, but employable, equipped with skills that match the demands of a modern economy. Technical and vocational education and training remain central to our development agenda, Madam Speaker. Work will continue to expand access to industry-aligned training in key sectors such as renewable energy, and we have had a class that graduated already because we have a solar lab at CIWIT. Madam Speaker, information and communication technology. Having established partnership locally, regionally, and internationally with institutions and industries, to support the administration of CVQs and NVQs, the Tibet Council Secretariat successfully completed the training of 4 cohorts totaling 36 persons during 24-2025 academic year. That's a significant achievement for a start, Madam Speaker. We are happy to report that this resulted in the first conferral of the National Vocational Qualification of Saint Kitts and Nevis, NVQ-SKN, in Level 1 for electrical installation, air conditioning and refrigeration, welding and carpentry. Madam Speaker, this certificate will actually get you jobs, get you in. And with this certificate, you can be appointed to the government civil service, Madam Speaker. This is not just doing it for doing its sake, but this is saying to our young people who want to choose the vocational path that this is a viable path as well. So looking ahead to 2026, priorities in education, the education sector will include full operationalization of CIWIT, integration of smart classrooms, teacher certification by a national training council, release of all statistical digests, and commencement of the comprehensive education framework. Each program will be monitored for measurable results, graduation rates, employment outcomes, and sector alignment. Madam Speaker, our education agenda is about creating opportunities for our people, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to speak to some sports. Sport in Saint Kitts and Nevis is more than competition. It is a powerful engine for transformation. It drives social inclusion, youth empowerment, health, and national pride. While offering a strategic avenue for economic growth and global engagement. With a vibrant youth population and a proud athletic heritage, our federation is well positioned to harness sport as a catalyst for national development. In 2025, the Ministry of Sports partnered with the Saint Kitts Cricket Association to host the Australia cricket team on its West Indies tour, a milestone that elevated our profile and boosted sport tourism. We celebrated major milestones with the opening of the Connery Pavilion in May 2025, a fully accessible facility designed to foster community pride. Madam Speaker, this Connery Stadium started in 2013, 2014. When the government changed, at that time, totally stopped. The people asked for a stadium, they gave them a container, Madam Speaker, a white container. So, on taking office, we moved to complete what was started back in 2014, and we were able to complete the Economy Pavilion. Madam Speaker, we also complete the renovations of Kim Collins Athletic Stadium in July 2025 with its internationally certified track. Brand new track, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the Minister for Responsibility for Sports, Honourable Samuel Duggins and his team, and the contractors who did it. Madam Speaker, the stadium now meets global competition standards, positioning our federation to host regional and international meets. Facility upgrades are also underway in Newtown Playfield, Patley Allers Playfield, Halfway Tree, all actually done. The basketball city is on its way. The Pam Tyson Netball Complex, I think, is completed, and work at the Warner Park. And the Minister with Responsibility for Sports will speak more to others to be done, because other communities will see the benefit of our expanded program to upgrade our sporting facilities. So we'll go to Sadlers, I think to Newton Ground as well. Lime Keel, I think, is being looked at as well. And so I know they're going to do work at Spurs, they have done at Newtown. So all around the country, we are going to do work to upgrade, and we have started significant work thus far. Madam Speaker, the arts, small business growth and entrepreneurship. The government continues to stand at the forefront of national transformation by empowering enterprise, nurturing creativity, and unlocking the boundless potential of our people. Through decisive policy, direction, and strategic investments, we are fostering an environment where small businesses thrive. I'm going too fast for the interpreters. I think she's keeping up. She says she's keeping up over there. Through decisive policy direction and strategic investments, we are fostering an environment where small businesses thrive, entrepreneurs innovate, and creative minds translate talent into opportunity. In 2025, the reach of the Ministry of Small Businesses, Entrepreneurship, Cooperatives, and Creative Economy extended to every community. Through a Small Business Development Center, more than 100 micro, small, and medium enterprises benefited from training in digital transformation, business continuity, and market readiness. The Building Bankable Business Program, launched in April, bridged the divide between ambition and access, peering training, mentorship, and financial facilitation. Madam Speaker, this is tremendously important. Looking ahead to 2026, the Ministry will expand Building Bankable Businesses program with tailored financing for agro-processing, manufacturing, and creative industry. Madam Speaker, we are going to invest in small businesses. We have started, and we will accelerate it, Madam Speaker. In addition, our proposed Creative Arts Center that we are now moving to build, I think I had not spoken about it for a very long time, but I can say that we are very advanced in building the Creative Arts Center, and construction is due to start in 2026, Madam Speaker. That's a tremendous achievement. That will provide jobs for our people and create a space where our creatives can really feel at home. So, Madam Speaker, this is an example of investing in people and progress. I know they have asked to slow down on the construction, because now you have the hospital going to be going, the school, then you have Fort Thomas going to be going, housing is going to be going. But I can say the Performing Arts Center, they have said they have to start early in 2026. Madam Speaker, let's move on to healthcare. Our government turned conversations into action again, investing in people and progress by advancing our vision for healthcare as an important pillar of our sustainable island state agenda. This year, our achievements are aligned with our holistic strategy of strengthening system, modernizing infrastructure, expanding specialist services, and ensuring compassionate and person-centered care. Across all programs, the medical and administrative teams are guided by the principle that healthcare is not a privilege, it is a right, a shared responsibility, and the background of a thriving society. Madam Speaker, as simple as it sounds, this is very important for our people to know, to understand and to reflect on the fact that they have a right to good health care and they have a shared responsibility in partnership within the healthcare system, whether they choose to tap into the system via private or public modalities. Madam Speaker, our administration is not about talk, but action. In October 2023, a new fleet of ambulances represents a $1.7 million investment. Madam Speaker, early in August, we had 2 refurbished ambulances. And can you hear the noise around St. Kitts? Refurbished ambulances. I see a lady write on Facebook, well, when they come for you, don't go. And she was right. How can you criticize that where you now have access where you had limited access? But I said to the people, we were using them in the interim until the new ambulances come. And so they tried to make it a political matter. And when in collaboration with TDC and Toyota, 5 brand new ambulances arrived, fitted for our environment, culture and people, the noise went totally down. And still there were those who were trying to find an issue with them. Madam Speaker, people should talk, but there are things you just don't talk about unless you're going to give credit where credit is due. Never again I want to see in St. Kitts ambulance. Madam Speaker, significant investment. Earlier this year, we unveiled design concepts for the new Climate Smart General Hospital. And as I've said, we have turned over hospital. People were asking me why. I said because the hospital we have, it cannot withstand a Category 5 hurricane. In a long time. Those are the political detractors. Just for politics, they were saying that. Madam Speaker, I am sure that when they saw what happened in Jamaica, where a Category 5 hurricane that shifted plate tectonics, destroyed communities, and of course the hospital didn't stand a chance. I'm hoping that all people understand why I was so adamant that we needed a hospital that can withstand a Category 5 hurricane. Why? Climate change. It was St. Vincent and Grenada. It was Jamaica. Tomorrow, we don't know. And we continue to pray. And I want to thank the pastor, because the pastor said, thank God that we have been protected. We have to continue to thank God. But if that day comes when we are hit, we have to be prepared. When you read the Bible is about being prepared, you know. Because the Bible tells you the disaster will come. But are you prepared? And so we have to be prepared, Madam Speaker, making sure that we get an institution that can withstand a Category 5 hurricane. And that is why this investment is so critical at this particular time. We cannot wait until it happens. Madam Speaker, when I was young, I remember I living with my grandmother weighing on a TV. So I used to read a lot of books. She used to bring the books them. She used to work for a white family, and when the white people came done with the books, she used to bring them for me. And I was reading one about 10 little monkeys, Madam Speaker. Anytime the rain come off, I used to read it. And in the night, the 10 little monkeys, when the rain falling, Lord, we're going to build a house tomorrow. We can't take this cold. We can't take this rain. Next day, the sun come out bright, and the monkeys forget what happened in the night. Night hit again. They run up and down in the day they play. Night hit again. Lord, tomorrow we're going to build a house. We're going to build a house. We can't take this rain at nights. Next day, sun. They play again. They forget they have to build a house. And eventually, they built no house. And when the storm really came, they were all destroyed. We cannot look at this period of calm as it's going to always be calm. We have to prepare, Madam Speaker, for the worst and not be like those 10 little monkeys. That when the sun is bright, we forget the storm that can come. And even in the Bible, Madam Speaker, 7 fat cows, 7 skinny cows. When they say the 7 fat cow, I mean, you know, the wise man, what his name was again, or the pastor is it? He put a lot of, you know, he stole it. He said, what are you storing all that for? Well, we saw 7 days of abundance and 7 days of lack. Save up for the 7 days of lack. Had he not done that, the people of Egypt would not have survived. And his own brothers then went to Egypt to look for food. The one who was sold into slavery. And when he recognized his brothers, he was able to even give them some food. And Speaker, these are lessons for us. These are not abstract lessons. He said, prepare. Prepare. And sometimes when we are preparing and people can't see the danger in front of them, they think that you are preparing in vain. But those of us who lead must have the vision to know that we take the tough decisions. For in the end, the people will recognize why you would have taken the decision. I hope by now more of our people would recognize why we need a hospital that can withstand a Category 5 hurricane. Madam Speaker, we invest more in healthcare. In terms of the roof, the upgrades of the roof at the JNF. Madam Speaker, I remember the JNF, you working there. I never said it on Facebook, because even though I was on the opposite side. And you have buckets. You got to go look for buckets. When the rain fall, we had 7 buckets down in the A&E. All kind of color they were, Madam Speaker, because we know the roof going to leak. So you pull out the buckets each time the rain fall. And it's because there's a fundamental issue, and people have tried to fix it, but it continues to give issue. Right now, there are people on the roof at JNF seeking to make sure that they continue to work to stop the leaks that are there. Madam Speaker, we have invested significantly in that as well. New air conditioning units. We want all of the units to have AC. We did medical ward, ICU, surgery, private ward, which we're going to open up and is soon to be opened up. We're now on the pediatric ward and the maternity ward. I can say right now, they are putting in the AC on the pediatric ward and the maternity ward. So for Christmas when I go there and see the firstborn for Christmas and New Year's, I expect that the AC will be working. This is climate change. The air gets hot. And so we are implementing that. ACs across. Stop the leaking in the hospital. New ambulances. I want to thank TDC and Cable and so forth who helped us to refurbish the foyer. So when you go into the foyer of the hospital, it is pleasant and it's welcoming. We put cameras around the hospital to improve security, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we invested in the CT scan machine. Brand new 128 slice CT scan machine with injectors. Fancy word to say it could take fancy CT scans and it could also see the arteries around your heart. Madam Speaker, the blood vessels. Madam Speaker, advanced technology. And presently we are now completing the MRI building, Madam Speaker. So the MRI building is nearing completion as well. Madam Speaker, we invested in the St. Peter's Health Center. The polyclinic that is there was tied up in all kind of, I would say, legal drama from the previous administration. That didn't stop us from renovating the clinic that's there. We put in AC even in that clinic. And we are still going to move on the other one. Madam Speaker, we are now going to move down to Poxon and other health institutions to make sure that we get things done. Madam Speaker, in observance of World Health Day 2025, under the theme Healthy Beginnings, Hopeful Futures, the Ministry of Health launched a two-day nationwide program to strengthen maternal and newborn care. Madam Speaker, we are on a track where we don't want to see our newborn die and we don't want to see our pregnant women die. That is why, Madam Speaker, I have put in place in the Office of the Prime Minister the Children's Medical Fund, and that has saved lives. I met a lady the other day. She said, PM, she called herself something. Meaning, she said, we're big politically. But she said, my child went to Barbados and is alive today because of the Children's Medical Fund. Why did I put it in my office with support from social services? Because when children get sick, 24 hours mean a lot. A child sick and you say, mother, bring this, father, bring that. No. The child will die. Because the window of opportunity to save them is very small. You need to know, doctor said child needs surgery, child has to get surgery. Forget all this thing. All you want to know is the mother, the father, bring the ID, the basic things that you could just have in your purse, Madam Speaker. And we were able to send away a lot of children to get advanced medical care. And as a result of that, many of them are alive. Remember the young man from Nevis who fell, God bless his soul, and injured his neck? Within short order, we had him and an operating table getting life-saving surgery because of that program. The father ain't had to go there and the mother ain't had to go there and ask for this and ask for that. We just know that the child needed that. The only thing we want to know is a doctor's paper to say the child needs this, and we act. Madam Speaker, that program brings a tremendous amount of satisfaction too. And we have now launched the high-risk pregnancy support, because there are women in Saint Kitts and Nevis who might be high risk when they're pregnant, and if they don't get the necessary support, they can die during pregnancy and childbirth, and the child can die as well. And they need a specialized program in order to monitor them. And we have a program like that at the JNF. And I want to thank the Republic of Cuba with professionals who are here and independent professionals who we have as well, who help with our maternal program. And our nurses and doctors and all of our staff at the JNF. We have been able thus far, to not have any maternal deaths. And it's because we have a program that is really focused on high-risk pregnancy. And we have nurses who monitor these high-risk pregnancies. And as a result of that, we have been able to save lives. These things don't just drop out of the sky. They are data-driven. And I want to thank the PS and the Ministry of Health for really looking at data and be driven by data. Madam Speaker, I'll say one thing on data. Because we have been looking at our data, and we have been analyzing our data, we cannot follow the American and the European and the British screening schedule. We have found through our data that our colon screening, our breast screening should start sooner than in Europe, in the United States, for example, and further afield. That is because we have made it homegrown. And so I'm tasking the Ministry of Health to come up with our own schedule of screening in Saint Kitts and Nevis. Why? Because we have seen early people getting breast cancer earlier and aggressive. You say, is that person 30-something and dead? What happened here? We have seen younger people getting colon cancer. And we have been looking at people getting cervical cancer or cervical cancer at an earlier age and aggressive as well. And so our screening pattern based on data would have to be specific for Saint Kitts and Nevis. And I'm happy that we're not just accepting what they say in USA and what they say in England. We're going to get our own data here and decide what is best for our people. And that will save lives. Because of the screening, for example, for breasts, 45, 50, we might say let's start 40 here, or we might go down to 35, based on our data. And so that information should be given to our people here in Saint Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, we are data-driven in health. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the United States Air Force Southern Command and the Republic of China, Taiwan, in collaboration with us and other countries in the OECS for the Lesser Antilles Medical Assistance Team. Madam Speaker, thus far they have seen 2,130 patients treated, 135 surgeries performed, and 21 critical pieces of medical equipment repaired. And so we'll have this program again next year. They have done community health fair in Newtown, reaching 117 residents with consultations and screenings. This coordinated effort reinforced our healthcare infrastructure and expanded access to vital services. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the United States Air Force. I want to thank the Republic of China, Taiwan. And Madam Speaker, when it comes to health, I want to thank the Republic of Cuba as well. Through a program that respects international labor laws and rooted in human rights and workers' rights, Cuba has been assisting us with medical professionals. I myself studied in Cuba. Because of Cuba, let me tell you, we have the most specialists we have ever had in our history at the NF. And sometime in the future, another Minister of Health is going to say it, because I want it to continue to grow. We have a urologist. That's one who deals with prostate, because we had a lot of prostate issues and men couldn't afford it. We have a doctor at the hospital dedicated to that. We have nephrologists, those who deal with kidneys. We have oncologists who deal with cancer. We have a neurologist that deals with strokes and seizures and epilepsy, headaches and so forth, right at the hospital. And we have an endocrinologist. Those are doctors who specialize in hormones, diabetes, and so forth. We have gynecologists. We have anesthesiologists. We have vascular surgeon. We have general surgeons. So, Madam Speaker, Cuba has collaborated extensively with us based on these principles that I just mentioned to ensure that our people can have access to specialized medical care. All of those specialties I just called are at Geneva at this point in time, all of them. And so we are thankful we are able to offer this high level of care. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, in COVID, the mortality rate went up. The mortality rate now has dropped significantly because I track the numbers with the team on a monthly basis. Mortality meaning the number of deaths. In and out of hospital, that has dropped. We have seen a drop off of the maternal deaths this year as well. And so we know we are moving in the right direction, Madam Speaker. And we are proud of what we have achieved as far. Healthcare will never be perfect. You're dealing with life and death. However, we have strengthened it to strengthen confidence in our people here in Saint Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, let's move on to the matter of justice and national security. National security, Madam Speaker, is a challenging area. It will always be. Because, again, we recognize that keeping our people safe is the most important, and we inherited a very challenging situation. We inherited a significant gang culture, and we inherited a corrupt peace program. I've done the audit. It was corrupt to the core of how it was practiced. And we decided that that is not the way to go. We need to support our young people, but support them to be better people as well. But a lot of what disappeared went down the tube. We'll hear about that later. But I said, and I want to give a little background on this, Madam Speaker. I met a doctor in the early 2000s, a gentleman by the name of Dr. Frank Irvin, God bless his soul. He was the first researcher that came to Saint Kitts and Nevis in the 1970s and established what is called the first monkey farm. And he started to do research with our green velvet monkey. When I was interested in medicine, I went to see him, to be mentored by him, for him to really guide me. And he was in the behavioral science field, which means, psychology and psychiatry and so forth. And one of the first things he told me, he said, PM, he didn't call me PM then, he called me Terrance then. He said, Terrance, he studied at Harvard. He said, I did a research on prisoners in Boston. And he said more than half of the prisoners who were in there for murder and all sorts of things, more than half of them had an undiagnosed, treatable mental illness. He told me that. He told me had they been diagnosed and treated, it's very likely they would not have ended up in jail. That was my first introduction to health and its interaction with violence. And that, later on as I continued to study, came across the concept of health from a public health perspective. And I want to thank Dr. Isben Williams, who have been a champion of this for many years. Most people, when they think about crime and violence, they say bigger police, bigger gun, bigger this, because it brings a psychological satisfaction. But crime and violence is a social issue. It is partly law enforcement, but the root of it is based in society and health. So if you want to get to the root of it, you have to find a science that is so suited that it can study what crime and violence is about. And that is why the public health approach is a scientific approach to dealing with issues like this. That is why it is a scientific approach. It is not guesswork. If you apply a scientific approach, it will work if it has been shown to work. Just like gravity, if you go up on the roof and you jump off, you will drop down. Whether you want to drop down or not. I mean, you can use mitigating stick, a parachute, and all sorts of things. But the law is, if you go up and you jump, you should come down. If you go up, you must come down. In this, where gravity exists. It is the same thing. So I want people to see it from that scientific perspective and not see it as something far-fetched. I know the concept is sometimes difficult to handle. And so I want to thank the PS in the Ministry of National Security. I want to thank our NSA, our commissioner, our commander, our advisors, the police officers on all levels, and all those who are in this space and all those who collaborated to implement this. But most of all, the people of Saint Kitts and Nevis, because it cannot be done without people. And to thank opposition members who participated in it as well. Because it has to be all of society, government, opposition, everybody. We have to take the decision as a society that we are going to deal with it comprehensively, barring none. So any politician who say, I got the answer, you alone can't get the answer. Because it has to be all hands on deck. So sometimes you hear some people say, all hands on deck, but have you consulted with the opposition? Just talk. How you can be saying all hands on deck and you ain't consult with the opposition? When I was in opposition, I said I would like to be a part of it. And so we went to work to implement it. The first thing we did is that we did a crime dynamic study that was funded by the Americans. And we understand clearly the gang culture in Saint Kitts and Nevis, and that was presented publicly for everybody to see. It was not hidden. When we saw the numbers and we saw how bad it was, they asked me, they said, PM, you want this to go to the public? I said, yes. Because the public needs to wake up. They need to see how ingrained the gang culture is in Saint Kitts and Nevis. And that is not an easy issue to deal with. That it has become culture. When we did this study, people were choosing gangs like they choose sport teams. I'm telling you, people who you don't expect. Like you say, Newtown is my team, Village is my team. People were saying, well, that is my gang. And they're not a member of the gang, but they're choosing the gang. Legitimizing gang culture. Any society that legitimizes gang culture is doomed to destruction. And therefore, you have to eliminate that and say to the people, you cannot accept a gang culture. You have to reject it. Not reject people, but reject the culture. Because you have to give people opportunities to rehabilitate and chart a new course. And that is why we introduce the Elevate program. Madam Speaker, I can go to the numbers. Right now, I can say for the year, there's probably an 80+% drop in homicides. And we've only had 3 gun-related homicides, I think, for the year. Or since last year, I think. Right? So a tremendous achievement, but we can only sustain it if we continue to work together. So I want to impress upon us, we must continue to work together. You don't have to develop any corrupt ways. Nobody can pay for peace. It is a fallacy. We should not accept that as a country. It was bad to accept it. In the first month or 2 or 3 months, you're going to see results. But what you are creating is a greater problem. A worse problem that was tried in countries. It was tried in countries in the Caribbean before. It was tried in Haiti. To the point where the gang said, well, time for us to take over because you give us enough resources to take you over. Look at Haiti. Pay for Peace program. Can't accept it. I'm passionate about it because we must reject it as a people. Go to Jamaica. Remember the Prime Minister said, done with that. Told me that. I said, PM, you can't do that. Look at where it led Jamaica. In Trinidad and Tobago. Look where it led them. They got so much resources that afterwards they said, we can now take over the society. That's what you were heading to. We were on the brink of that. And we must not accept that ever as a society. Come and be part of us. Be peaceful. We care about you. We want you to be part of us. But we cannot accept gang culture to become legitimate in this country. We have to think seriously about it as a people. We were on the brink. It was bad. You all know. You all heard the stories. You all saw the stories. And nobody in Saint Kitts and Nevis could jolly me on the science of this, nor the evidence, nor the data. Because they have it. The gang culture had become so bad That it was just going through the society and becoming normalized. Normalized. And therefore, I'm happy that we have charted a different course. Let us give people real opportunities to reject gang life and gang culture. Give them opportunities to participate fully, to be in the communities, Madam Speaker. And bringing in a program like that, we have seen the biggest drop in homicides in the last 20 years. In the last 20 years. And therefore, I want to thank our people and all the professionals involved. Madam Speaker, as you can see, I'm passionate about it because I know we were on the brink of getting to where the countries in the Caribbean who are being beaten because they thought they could have paid for peace. Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, and the worst case being Haiti. And the other countries I will not mention at this time, but it's obvious that that method cannot work at all. What you do is that you set up a legitimate program that are transparent and really seek to help people. And through our Elevate program, do you know the Elevate building is now going to be a CXC certified center? I want to make that announcement. A CXC certified center. So the people on our Elevate program can do their CXC subjects right there. Because we have an educational aspect for it. And you know who's teaching in it? Ex-persons who came out of prison are the teachers in the program. And the courses are free. Got people signing up for 4 subjects, 5 subjects, 2 subjects, all kind of range of subjects, but they start in some way. Some of them went to AVEC. We had graduates from AVEC, graduates from teaching. That's what we say. We want to give real opportunities and access. That is what we are talking about. Madam Speaker, we had initiatives that started us off. And the investments we have made have been significant as well. Madam Speaker, there's so much investments I can talk about in the national security space, but I wanted to spend some time on the principles behind what we are doing. Madam Speaker, you remember we started with the 90-day campaign, the 90-day campaign. We had the Day of Interruption, the Better Opportunity Summit. We engaged school, workplaces, communities. Madam Speaker, we did a lot of work in the prison as well. You know, we have a program in the prison where fathers can meet their children for Christmas. No prison closed, but it's an incentive. You have to be well behaved throughout the year. You come, you're with your child, you give your child a gift, they take pictures together. So the child now can have a picture and say, I saw my father for Christmas, and not a soul had to know that his father in prison. It's a powerful program. Do you know our prisoners are our best chess players in St. Kitts? We brought, the minister is here, a chess master, and I want to thank Dr. Isben Williams again, because he believes as well that chess can solve some of these issues. A chess master, I think he's from England. He was set up on Central Street, just by TDC. We put a tent, block off the road and so forth. And so the master was playing about maybe 10 players at the same time. You know who lasts the longest? Someone who is in the prison. I don't want, it's in our schools. And it's now in our schools. And the other thing that we have done, we signed them up for the International Incarcerated People's Competition. Around the world, set up the computers for them, put them in the room, and they participate. I think they went to the Elevate Center where we set it up. And they perform exceptionally well. These are the type of programs we are running. Because you can only solve these issues at those levels. By the time the police is looking for you, it's because a lot had been lost. And so therefore, even when the police catches you and you're going there, we still don't want to give up on you. We want to give you more opportunities. And that is why we said the Better Opportunity Summit. So I want to encourage our young people to take advantage of the opportunities. Go to CWIT, get a certification, get an NVQ, a CVQ, that qualifies you to work in St. Kitts and throughout the region. You can get appointed in the civil service as a result. You don't have to have 10 and 20 subjects if you're not in the academics. Because we need electricians, we need plumbers. They say one job means, you know, AI yet you could do a plumbing job, you know. Can't take away your job easily. But I see AI writing articles and poems and all kind of things. But tell the AI come fix the toilet. Resilience. And that is what we are talking about. We're not going to give up on our young people. We want to give them real opportunity for them to uplift themselves. So, Madam Speaker, we are investing in the police force, the defense force, the customs, the immigration, fire and rescue, prison services, and so forth, Madam Speaker. This year, we are going to graduate just now almost 30 new military men and women. And for the first time, the full training is taking place on a base in Nevis. And I want to thank the Nevis Island Administration. First time in our history that the military full course is being conducted on Nevis. We'll have a second course that will start around February. And then we have recruited more police officers. They're going to start the training in January. And they're going to complete around June, July. And then we're going to start another course. So that in that year, we want to have about around 60 new trained police officers. Madam Speaker, they used to say they couldn't find men for the police force. I said, I mean, you can't find men. All these young men in St. Kitts, well, get the young men, get them in the police force so they don't go into gangs. And so we changed the tactic in how we advertise. And the men them show up. And the men them got 5 and 6 and 7 subjects, well educated. They hear all the time, but we might be thinking in our mind they don't want to do it. It's how you approach them. It's better to have them in the police force than they join a gang, but not only that, they are well qualified to be there. And so most of the police officers will be at least 50% male, and I say that because it used to be majority females from St. Kitts. When you wanted the males, you had to go outside of St. Kitts. But I think this year, we don't have to go outside of St. Kitts for males. So males coming from all around the country to be a part of the police force, the defense force, and so forth. And so we are pushing forward when it comes to our national security space. Madam Speaker, we have the football program. The football program, National Security Football Club. That club has produced scholarships for our young people. There's a young man who won a full scholarship to Kansas City. Right, I saw him, he plays for Keon. Because of that. We have another young lady we are working on to get our scholarship. So we want the young people to come into football and get scholarships as well. That is part of our treating crime and violence from a public health perspective. We have hundreds of young people who come every year. And we did a program with a UK firm. And when they come, what they do is that they train the young people. These are highly skilled professionals. Some of them used to play professional football, and they bring scouts to look at our young people. And as a result of that, that young man has a great opportunity. And we want other young people to get opportunities like he has had. And I want to therefore thank the security forces, to the football club for the tremendous work they have been doing. All of this is being done. We have taps in the school that is geared toward young people. And I want to thank, of course, our collaborator from the United States who came down and train our police to go into the school so that we can train our young people. And that helps to keep our young people out of gangs, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me just move on a bit now to our border security. We have, Madam Speaker, we are championing a bold transformation in border management, Madam Speaker. This, of course, is anchored by the Advanced Passenger Information and Passenger Name Amendment Act. That act was passed in 2025. And the launch of the Electronic Travel Authorization System, this initiative marks a defining step towards secure, seamless, and smart border management. It aligns our system with global standards set by International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, and the minister is here, Minister Henderson. She can attest to that. The International Air Transport Association and the World Customs Organization, while introducing biometric corridors and AI-driven risk assessment for travelers, thus making our borders both secure and tourism-friendly. Madam Speaker, if you have traveled recently, or anybody have traveled recently, you sign up, petitions. Once we hold a passport from Saint Kitts and Nevis, you don't have to pay. And I'm sure you sign up, you go into the ETA, you put it, by the time you come on the airport, nobody harassing you at all. They say just walk there. You go through, in 10 seconds you already processed. And you walk downstairs. I had somebody message me and they said, wow, that was a visitor. They say no place in the world they see something like that on the western side of the world. When you come to St. Kitts and Nevis, and because of this system, you basically just walk through the airport. And it is safe because even before you get on the plane, we would have already done all kind of checks on you. We know where you were in the last 5 trips you made, the last few countries. Madam Speaker, I would say it is excellent. Let me put it there. There are things I can't say, except to say that it's friendly and it helps to protect our borders. Madam Speaker, that's the best, because you could go from Canada all the way down to Argentina. None of them have it like that. I can bet you. But that is not the end of our investments in our security. In June 2025, St. Kitts and Nevis won High Security Printing's prestigious Best New Passport award for our state-of-the-art biometric e-passport. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that's international, The best. They ask our little country could have the best. That is what they're asking, the best. So no people have the passport, but they didn't realize they got the best. When they go through our ETA system, they didn't realize we have the best. But we are small, but we say we are tolerant. And we should not allow our smallness to dictate how big we can think. The mind is beyond size, right? And therefore, I want to say how happy I am. The CCTV system at Cockleshell Bay, because we know we had problems there. Underground fiber optic network we use to make sure that our systems are well connected, Madam Speaker. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I want to say we have done well on that end. When it comes to the road, I know that has stirred significant discussion. And we are listening to the people, and the minister is here. But between 2019 and 2023, our federation recorded an average of more than 1,000 accidents per year. Nearly 4 every single day. How can a population of only 50,000 people have over 1,000 accidents per year? Something is fundamentally wrong, Madam Speaker. So to curb the unacceptable level of fatalities, our people were dying. Children were dying. You had a road accident somewhere down on, I think it was on this side, in the countryside. About 5 people died. Half a Chisani Point. 5 people died because of a speeding vehicle. How do we know? We have brought in accident specialists to study the accidents and tell us what are the causes. Almost invariably, these accidents are caused by speeding. Speeding. From here to here, now we ain't saying Kitts and Nevis that far, but we speed a lot. We have to tell the truth. If we don't slow down, our people will continue to die. We have the facts, we have the science. How can I have that piece of science knowing I can actually, if you do nothing, I can calculate, or we can calculate how many people will die in that particular year with people driving at a given speed. You can calculate it. You will know. But you don't know who it is. It could be me. It could be you. You could be driving safely and somebody driving horribly. There's young people racing across the highway that die. 19, 20, 21. Dead. Our country had an extremely high rate of fatalities on the road. And so we introduced a new Act of 2025. We call it Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Act 2025, which represented a bold step forward. It was bold. The decision was very challenging. The AG is here. He's responsible for the committee to the Interministerial Sustainable Road Safety Committee to achieve 0 road fatalities by 2030. It is our aim. We have to protect families, protect people, because we're investing in people and investing in progress. I mean, when I look at the number, and because of my field of study, nothing special, in medicine we study numbers and projections. And I'm there looking at the number, and I said, this is the number of people who are going to be dead. I said, we can just accept that. And most of them are going to be young people. And he said, we had to do something. However, the ministry, our national security, is not tone deaf. There are those who are saying that in some areas it might be too slow. And therefore, there are going to be adjustment based on science. So they're collecting the data, and based on the scientific data, we will adjust, or they will adjust accordingly. But since we have done that, we have seen a significant cut in accidents, and we've also seen a significant cut in fatalities. I think since we started, we have had just one fatality. And Madam Speaker, let me tell you what happened that weekend. All on social media, these social influencers were putting out, radar system in Saint Kitts and Nevis is not working. And I became very concerned, because I know there are some people, if they know they're not being monitored, they're going to do as they like. I called, I remember the PRO, our communication officer, and I said, that message concerned me. It concerned me because there are people who are going to pick up, they're not monitoring me so I could do as I like. That same weekend, someone died. And the cause of death, speeding. You have to take this. That is why I tell people, you just can't be out there because you're social media influence and just say what you want. I'm not saying it is a cause, but they were lying, and for the would-be driver, they might be thinking, well, no more monitoring, I can do what I like. But I'm saying people must be responsible, especially when they have access. Too many deaths, Madam Speaker. And therefore, we want to get down to 0 road fatalities. Because when somebody dies in Saint Kitts and Nevis on the road, it's very likely, if we don't know them directly, we know somebody who is connected to them. So it touches all of us. In small societies like that, that is why crime, it touches all of us. Because when somebody dies, it's somebody who we know, or somebody who we know would know that person. We are all connected somehow. And so, Madam Speaker, we will continue to work to make sure that we protect our people on the road. So I'm asking our people to drive prudently and to respect the speed limits until the authorities would have adjusted. But I know the authorities are hearing you. They're not tone deaf at all. But their action is to save all these lives that would be saved and to really prevent so many accidents. Madam Speaker, in 2025, we accelerated one of the most comprehensive justice reform programs led by our learned AGs right here, supported by over $1 million in international funding through partnership with UNDP, UNODC, UN Women, OHCHR, and El Pacto. We are rolling out community-based restorative justice and diversionary caution systems, introduce Voice It, kiosk for multilingual legal access, strengthening cybercrime and investigating capacity, training justice actors in human rights standards and Nelson Mandela rules. These reforms are embedding accountability, reducing delays, and ensuring that justice is timely, humane, and trustworthy. Even though you apply justice or whichever space you are in, you still have to respect people's human rights. This means a lot. And I want to thank the AG and his team for really leading tremendously on this. Madam Speaker, our reforms rest on a foundation of strong, modern infrastructure. In 2025, we continued the renovation of the Charlestown Police Station. We also allocated funding for the full refurbishment of Gingerland. In 2026, construction will also resume at a national security training facility in Limekey. That, Madam Speaker, we are going to push. The National Outreach Center at Shadwell, we'll do that as well, and a purpose-built facility uniting counseling and drug prevention services under one roof. That is our aim. So, Madam Speaker, here we are investing in people, and we are investing in progress. Madam Speaker, energy. I love energy. The Minister of Energy is here. Madam Speaker, energy is what is going to help to transform our economy and reduce our reliance on the CBI program and diversify our economy. And in addition to that, it will produce new jobs. In addition to that, it will cut the cost of living. The cost of living will be cut when we are able to cut the cost of energy, Madam Speaker. So this have, dealing with the energy issue, this has the potential to affect people in multiple different areas of their lives. Cost of energy directly, cost of living generally. It will also create sustainable energy for all that we want to do, and it will also attract industries and so forth. So energy, water, food. That is the minister's theology on this thing. Energy, water, food. But it all starts with energy. And so investing in alternative energy will help to transform us, Madam Speaker. And we are hoping to get to 100% of electricity from renewable energy by 2030, which is possible. In 2025, Madam Speaker, the challenges in this sector were sobering. SCELEC faced volatile fuel markets, rising demand driven by climate-induced temperature increases, and the strain of an aging fleet of generators. Madam Speaker, when we took over, the gensets were old. They're still old, Madam Speaker. No investment in water and no investment in energy. I don't know how you can run a country without energy and water. The major failure of the 34-year-old Merlis Blackstone generator underscored the urgency for modernization. See how old it is? It has run its time, Madam Speaker. Yet through resilience and innovation, SCELEC's technical team kept the lights on, proving their dedication to our people. Madam Speaker, decisive action has been taken. In October 2024, we commissioned a 6-megawatt rental plant. Madam Speaker, we had to do it. We had to rent energy at need must to stabilize supply. Madam Speaker, we're in partnership with the Saudi Fund for Development, where we are securing US $40 million concessionary loan to facilitate the procurement of 18 megawatts dual fuel plant with battery storage. These are new types of gensets, Madam Speaker. 18 megawatts, which is more than half of our peak demand here in Saint Kitts and Nevis. This project will continue into 2026 and is scheduled for commissioning in 2027. They're going to the whole procurement and all of that. They have to be built, custom built. So these things, you just don't go on a shelf and pick them up. You have to build them, plan for them, and all sorts of things, Madam Speaker. But this will help to transform Saint Kitts and Nevis. So we know that these will be underway for 2027. Madam Speaker, we are also laying the legislative foundation for clean energy, which we have done. In 2026, the small-scale distributed renewable energy generator pilot will begin. Cabinet just met and approved this, incentivizing households, Madam Speaker. So it means if you have your own solar panels and you're producing more energy than you need, you have the ability to sell that energy to SCELEC, and SCELEC find a way to compensate you for your energy. They credit you. Can you imagine that? Tremendous achievement. And I want to thank the Minister with responsibility for energy and his team, Madam Speaker. So in 2026, we are going to start the pilot study. I want a solar on my rooftop as well to cut my energy costs, and maybe I could get some credit from SCELEC. And that is the goal that we are striving for. So this will be, Madam Speaker, by a new arrangement that we will call a new net billing mechanism. You have feedback tariffs, net billing mechanism is one of them. So this allows you to use what you need, and what is left, you sell, or you get credit from SCELEC. This, of course, Madam Speaker, would help us to get to the 2030 renewable energy goal that we have. Madam Speaker, utility scale projects are also advancing. A new independent power producer initiative will deliver 30 to 50 megawatt solar PV and battery storage facility at the Royal Bastia Valley National Park, reducing diesel consumption by 40% once operational in 2027. This is estimated to create approximately 350 jobs during construction and commissioning. Madam Speaker, that is going to start next year. We did not speak about it before because we were doing all the evaluation and studies. Now we have completed that with a reputable company that now we have taken the decision in Cabinet to move forward. Madam Speaker, this is tremendous. Madam Speaker, therefore, investments in transmission and distribution we know are urgent. In 2025, we made a multi-million-dollar investment in feeder upgrades, and this will continue in 2026, Madam Speaker. Approximately $300 million will be required between 2026 and 2030 to fully modernize the grid. These investments are essential to ensure climate resilience, renewable energy integration, and the electrification of transportation. Madam Speaker, partnerships are helping to drive our progress. Through the Global Environmental Facility, GEF, we secured US $3.3 million for rapid decarbonization, including renewable retrofits across public buildings and development of curricula on sustainable energy finance at the CFBC. With the EU and GIZ, a solar PV integration study is underway to guide rooftop expansion. A World Bank grant of US $500,000 is supporting studies for inter-island interconnection, preparing our grid for geothermal and solar integration. Madam Speaker, this is on its way. In just 3 years, in just 3 years we have done all of this. Technical cooperation with Greening the Islands Foundation is helping us chart optimal renewable pathways, while our electric mobility transition is laying the groundwork for EV charging infrastructure and fleet electrification. Madam Speaker, these efforts from solar deployment to electricity mobility form part of a coherent national strategy to deliver reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy for all. They reinforce our determination to transform Saint Kitts and Nevis into a model, sustainable island state where clean energy powers our economy, protects our environment, and secures a prosperous future for generations to come. Madam Speaker, we as a country must shift to renewable energy. It is not just about climate. It is about economic transformation. The cost per kilowatt is 50% less than the cost per kilowatt when you use diesel. So compare renewable energy to diesel generation. It costs 50% less with renewable energy than it costs with diesel. It will transform the economy, and it will of course make life cheaper. This is how we deal with the cost of living, Madam Speaker, providing cheaper energy for our people. Madam Speaker, in this modern era, digital infrastructure is no longer a luxury. It is a very important foundation to propel our CISA, Sustainable Island State agenda forward. Our government has placed technology, innovation, and data security at the heart of our transformation agenda. Under the Sustainable Island State agenda, Pillar 7, Digital Transformation and Innovation, we are building a smarter, more resilient, and more equitable federation, one in which no citizen is left behind. Madam Speaker, to this end, what have we done? At the core of this approach lies our whole of government technology strategy, organized around people, process, and technology. With the establishment of the Digital Transformation Management Unit, we are not simply speaking about a digital future. We are building it now, transforming the civil service and improving the way we operate and serve citizens, Madam Speaker. One of the most significant milestones that has been achieved is the development of the Saint Kitts and Nevis Internet Exchange Point. Very important, and the Minister with responsibility for technology fought for this. Since its inception in 2023, SKNIX has strengthened our digital sovereignty, allowing local internet traffic to remain within our borders. The results are immediate: faster speeds, lower latency, and greater stability, Madam Speaker. Regional experts have commended the Federation on this significant achievement. Madam Speaker, our digital identity project is one of the most pivotal initiatives in our transformation project. Saint Kitts and Nevis EID will empower citizens to securely access services in healthcare, education, and finance, thereby laying the foundation for citizens to gain the full experience of participation in the digital economy. With support from the Republic of China, Taiwan, and Estonia, and guidance from the International Telecommunication Union, we are building a secure, interoperable framework that enshrines privacy, data protection, and sovereignty. By April 2026, we intend to deploy 25,000 EID cards, ensuring inclusion and global interoperability. Madam Speaker, let me break that down. That is simply saying that now you would have a card, look like a credit card, that is your ID. It will carry, it can store all sorts of information. It is one of the most advanced. Again, I am not saying this just for saying its sake for political reasons. It will be one of the most advanced ID cards in the world. The Taiwanese told me that. And you know, the Taiwanese are really good when it comes to this. They actually said we'll be ahead of them. They told me that. I said we have the best passport, the best ETA system. I'm not saying that. And now we want to have the best ID. We have scanned birth certificates, I think now, from 1940 we are now?
Somewhere around.
Yeah. So about 1940 all the way up to now. So if you were born after 1940, we have already scanned your birth information. And ready. So that is why we said by the middle of next year, we would have IDs ready to be used. Very, very, very advanced. That's going to speed up business. Because we really want to get to the point where you can apply for your passport online. And we want to get rid of the stamp business. $30 stamp here, $250 stamp there. We want to get rid of the stamp business. And you can transact all of your things online. We are very close. If you look at it. This is actually here. This is it. The prototype is done. The pilot is going to start next month. That is how advanced we are. Because technology has to be part and parcel of the new Saint Kitts and Nevis as we divest from depending so heavily on CBI to a more diversified economy where technology is a key part. We have also achieved significant progress in the civil registry digitization, as I mentioned before. Madam Speaker, our development and adoption of technology is moving apace as we continue to deliver tangible results. For example, our ETA, Madam Speaker, important. The Government Online Directory, new electronic tax administration system, and modernized system for consumer affairs and the land registry. Work is underway on an online passport portal, as I mentioned, and a single window system for the Customs and Excise Department, advancing our paperless trade initiative. And I want to thank the Minister of Trade, our Senior Minister, for pushing that forward. A government-wide electronic document and records management system will also help to safeguard official information and create a disaster-resilient archive. Madam Speaker, this is where we are. This is not talking about coming. This is actually happening. Already you all know you can renew your driver's license online. Already you know you can pay your taxes online. You have already been enjoying some of this, Madam Speaker. I am pleased, Madam Speaker, with the results to date as the first cohort, and I want to talk about now the government announced a training initiative in cybersecurity. In that first cohort, we had 21 trainees receive their certificates on the Cyber Nation cybersecurity program. Madam Speaker, this is a program out of Toronto. And I will tell you how it started. I was in Guyana at an event, and I met a member of the Canadian delegation. And President Ali and I were there. And he said, Drew, watch here. I want you to talk to this lady, colleagues. And I spoke to her. And she told me what her company does. What they do is that they have a program that is certified to the Canadian level for entry-level cybersecurity training. And from that conversation, In short order, we already had 21 people graduated, and now they can work in the cybersecurity space. Because this is a space around the world where they just don't have enough people to work, and they need people. And so, Madam Speaker, we're going to start another training in this field in 2026. Why are we training so many people in cybersecurity? Because when the ID goes online, we have to protect people's data. So we want a robust cybersecurity sector here in Saint Kitts and Nevis to protect the country and to protect people's data. And so we have already started the training, and we just don't want to shop for some wishy-washy training. We want this to be a hardcore certified training to the first world, well, advanced economies level. Madam Speaker, this is a tremendous, tremendous achievement. And I want to thank Cyber Nation for collaborating with us, and of course, through the Canadian government for this connection as well. So, Madam Speaker, the Ministry of ICT will continue to work to transform Saint Kitts and Nevis into a digital space. Environmental stability, sustainability, Madam Speaker. The plight of small island developing states, or my preferred term of large ocean states, in the face of the triple planetary crisis, climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss, grows more urgent with each passing year. On behalf of the people of Saint Kitts and Nevis, I express solidarity, of course, with the people of Jamaica, who in October endured the most severe storm in that country's history. Such a catastrophic impact on a small island state underscores our long-standing argument that small island developing states are vulnerable and deserving of targeted international support if we are to achieve climate justice. Madam Speaker, legislation has been the foundation of our response. Our Parliament passed the Plastic Waste Reduction Act, instituting a phase ban on single-use plastics while easing the transition with duty waivers and sustainable alternatives. We also enacted the National Conservation and Environmental Management Act, NCEMA, establishing frameworks for biodiversity conservation, pollution control, and protected areas. Under NCEMA, the Ministry of Environment, Climate Action, and Constituency Empowerment, I want to thank Minister Honourable Dr. Clark, assume custodianship of the St. Mary's Biosphere Reserve, safeguarding a national asset integral to biodiversity, tourism, and agriculture, Madam Speaker. In waste management, we want to thank again the Republic of China, Taiwan, through the agency or organization ICDF. They have launched a solid waste management and recycling project, and this has entered into the second phase, Madam Speaker, and it's going full speed ahead at the landfill in Connery. The Parks and Beaches unit complemented this with beautification efforts, ensuring our coastlines, green spaces, and urban areas reflect pride and resilience. Madam Speaker, to that end, I'm asking our people to protect our communities and keep our communities clean. We don't have to litter, Madam Speaker. And the matter of plastic, some people might say, we don't produce. I see a post online that says we don't produce that much plastics. There's something called microplastics. And microplastics is very hazardous for the health. It's now entering into the system of human beings. So human beings, we are of course, flesh and bones, but quickly we are becoming flesh, bone, and plastic. And it's a serious statement because it is now part of us because of how much plastic we are exposed to. And so, Madam Speaker, we hosted the Green Climate Fund Regional Dialogue for the Caribbean, and our government reaffirmed its leadership in advancing regional readiness, accreditation pathways, and locally led climate action. At the project level, we accessed US $1 million in GCF preparation support for the Climate Smart Agriculture Project and launched the US $3 million National Adaptation Planning Project to embed adaptation into legislation, policy, and institutions. Madam Speaker, through the nationally determined contribution NDC Partnership Action Fund, we strengthened our commitment to the Paris Agreement by developing a national loss and damage strategy, an NDC investment plan, and updating the national climate change policy. Madam Speaker, all this to say that we are serious when we talk about the issues of climate change. These reforms position Saint Kitts and Nevis as a regional leader in evidence-based, inclusive climate governance. Community-level impact has been tangible. Through the Global Center for Climate Mobility, 4 local projects receive rapid response grants. Water harvesting in Sandy Point, artificial reef deployment in Capisteer, integrated quail and hydroponic systems, and climate-proof lockers at Newcastle Bay. These small-scale initiatives deliver real resilience outcomes for our people, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, our legislative and diplomatic agenda has been robust. We ratified the agreement on biodiversity via national jurisdiction, endorsed the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty, and reaffirmed engagement with the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center. Domestically, the Plastic Waste Reduction Act and NCEMA provide the policy architecture to realize CISA and protect biodiversity. We also hosted the 3rd Global Sustainable Island Summit, bringing hundreds of delegates to our shores, showcasing our CISA framework and positioning Saint Kitts and Nevis as a global exemplar of integrated island sustainability. To operationalize CISA, the ministry established a CISA advisory committee and convened interministerial sessions to align proposals with portfolios and realities, strengthening coordination and delivery. Madam Speaker, the suite of actions taken in 2025, from legislative reform and recycling projects to GCF readiness and regional leadership, demonstrates a clear trajectory. We are building the institutional capacity, partnerships, and financing pathways that will make a resilient CISA a reality. Madam Speaker, we are not content with this. Madam Speaker, we are pursuing systemic changes that protects our people, secures sustainable livelihoods, and honors the natural inheritance of Saint Kitts and Nevis. Our government, the people's government, will continue to marshal every available resource, local, regional, and international, to defend our shores, preserve our biodiversity, and strengthen the resilience of our communities. By doing so, we protect not only our environment, but the prosperity and future of every Kittitian and division. And I would like to thank Honourable Dr. Clark and her team for leading on this agenda. Madam Speaker, I know the gallery is here and they've been here long and it's long. We're almost at the end. Building tomorrow. So the medium-term economic management strategy. Madam Speaker, I now, and this is the final section I think I'm going to, I now provide an overview of the medium-term economic and fiscal outlook for the national economy. As I mentioned earlier in my presentation, the global economic landscape is fluid and complex as a result threatens several downside risks of us here in the Federation. We are not daunted, however. We remain laser focused on mitigating the identified risks and, more importantly, finding the opportunities that come with these changes. As we chart the course for investing in people and progress, we will endeavor to remain good stewards of the country's finances. Madam Speaker, in assessing the anticipated fiscal outturn for 2025 and based on data available as of November 2025, we estimate by year end the government expenditure would be 1.04 billion or 35.6% of GDP. Total revenue, Madam Speaker, is projected at 732.7. This revenue performance relative to 2025 approval estimate is projected to be affected, attributable to the shortfall in receipts from the CBI program. Again, a lot of our economy was dependent on the CBI program. However, in this budget, we have made sure to start to wean ourselves off from depending so heavily on the CBI program. So what comes in after a while will just be gravy for us, Madam Speaker, because the receipts are difficult to predict. One international crisis can certainly affect you. Madam Speaker, it is in fact the result of a commendable effort by our administration to protect our nation's stability and secure critical investments in the interests of the well-being of our people. Madam Speaker, we have identified 2026 as a pivotal year for us to finally stabilize our fiscal situation, moving away from heavy dependence on CBI, at the same time preserving our gains and making even more progress in the implementation of our Sustainable Island State Agenda. The economic and fiscal outcome for 2025 reinforces the immediate need for a deeper dive into economic diversification, fiscal consolidation, to bolster resilience and ensure the long-term sustainability of our island state. Madam Speaker, our administration listens to and acts on the concerns of the people of our nation. This commitment is reflected in our expenditure performance, which included comprehensive and targeted support to households. As prices within our major trading partners rose, we heard the voices of our people and took decisive action to cushion the impact by swiftly implementing timely measures to ease the squeeze and financial burden on citizens and residents as our economy was still in recovery. Madam Speaker, the Budget Boost Wallet initiative, which was the first of its kind that used technology, was truly an innovative instrument, and it was done by a local company, JAD, that delivered the technology for this to be done. Again, our local people are stepping up. Our people are stepping up to the plate. Madam Speaker, the government invested over $36 million, even though we know that it will be a challenge if we were to leave the people exposed without the help during that period when we saw what was happening in the world. Our people would have been significantly affected. This supported 23,000 of our people under this initiative for the first 6 months of 2025. Madam Speaker, when we look at what was happening, we also said, let us look at the VAT rate for that period. And so we give the people two significant lifts. One, with the Budget Boost Wallet to 23,000 people per month for 6 months. Nowhere else in the region something like that. And we deliberately cut the VAT rate at that particular time so they could have seen more help, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, this really helped to temper the impact of inflation. Madam Speaker, this is what you call investing in people and investing in progress. $36 million directly, and the savings from VAT, almost another $20 million, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, our economy is on a positive trajectory and gaining momentum. Our diversified economy. The Statistical Department at the Ministry of Sustainable Development projects real GDP growth of 2.8% for 2026, outpacing 2025 significantly and stabilizing at 2.3% in the medium term. While this expansion is expected to be led by key sectors such as construction, wholesale and retail, public administration, hotels and restaurants, the financial sector, the energy sector, agriculture. It's a broad base, Madam Speaker. It is expected to generate wider economic activity that will translate into jobs, and income for our people. Madam Speaker, that is why we are saying to our people, and we want them to take advantage of the jobs, the construction jobs. I talked to a lady in St. Peter's, she can't find nobody to build her house. Challenging. Where the plumbers, where the electrician there, very occupied, Madam Speaker. The Nature's Farm we're trying to launch, you need, as I said before, 30 people per 10 acres. And we're not sure if we'll have enough people. And that project has basically gone forward. Over at Safe Harbor, 561 interest yachts want to come to St. Kitts. We don't have the capacity yet to accommodate them. If you go over there now, you'll see the biggest yachts in the world. Right here. People don't even notice that yet. One person texted me and said, this would put a cruise ship to shame. I don't think it's that big, but it's massive. And therefore, we'll have the startup weekend and bring out all of the communities for them to see how they can fit into the yachting business. Because this port, or this marina, will be one of the busiest in the whole region in terms of super yachts. It will be a super yacht, and the company that is running it, Safe Harbor, is the biggest marina company in the world, period. That's the kind of people we're attracting here. And there's a whole industry, there's a whole sector that can be as impactful as the cruise sector, as impactful as the hotel sector. And therefore, I'm saying that this is certainly exciting, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, of course, when there's growth in the economy, the government also benefits from increased tax revenue, and this is reflected in the current medium fiscal framework, which is the blueprint for our 2026 estimates. We are guided by a robust framework which sets out the government's fiscal strategy for the next 3 years, 2026 to 2028. Guided by this framework, we will place emphasis on strengthening public financial management across the public sector. We have to be responsible, increasing transparency and accountability, institutional strengthening, and improving delivery of service to our people. The framework prioritizes accurate costing of government services and advances tax policy reforms designed to deliver a more equitable and modernized tax system supported by stronger compliance measures. Madam Speaker, guided by this framework, our government is positioned to generate revenue in line with the projected GDP growth. Total revenue and grants are estimated at $894.8 million for 2026. The current revenue is projected to yield $855.7 million for 2026 and $899.1 million for the medium term. The amount for recurrent expenditure is expected at $879.8 million for 2026 and an average of $892.4 million for 2027 and 2028. We are projecting, Madam Speaker, $167.2 million for capital expenditure and net lending in 2026, while an average of $115.8 million is forecasted to be expended for the medium term. Madam Speaker, this is so realistic. As a matter of fact, we tempered our projection for the CBI. So that is why I said anything that comes above that is going to be gravy. We have to create a realistic picture here in St. Kitts and Nevis that we can sustain. Because if you are hit at any time by any crisis in any sector, especially that sector that is not totally dependent on us, we want to be in a position to be able to safeguard and sustain us, Madam Speaker. Correct. Resilience. It's important, Madam Speaker. However, we'll continue to strengthen our CBI because it is a fundamental avenue for revenue and to help to develop St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, equally important, we are keeping a watchful eye on the management of the public sector debt. In terms of the outlook, as at end December 2025, the total public sector debt is projected to be $1.7 billion, which represents an increase of $58.7 million. That is the investment that we made in our people, or 3.6% as compared to 2024. The rise in the debt stock was mainly attributed to an increase in central government debt, which rose by $97.4 million, or 15.8%. The medium-term outlook, Madam Speaker, shows a slight increase initially in the debt-to-GDP ratio. At the end of 2025, it is forecasted to be 58.7%, still below 60%, a 1.1 percentage points increase compared to 57.6% for December 2024. However, over the forecasted period, 2026 to 2028, the debt ratio is expected to remain below the 60% benchmark set for the ECCU member countries to achieve by 2035. We have already achieved what they say we should achieve in 2035. We have already achieved it, Madam Speaker. So even with the challenges, we are still maintaining that significant achievement. The debt to GDP ratio is forecasted to decline in 2026 to 57% and continue its downward trajectory to 54.9% in 2027 and 51.9% in 2028. And this, Madam Speaker, is where we are creating an economy that is diversified, that is a real picture, that is resilient, less vulnerable, more realistic as we deliver for our people, Madam Speaker. So our government is committed to maintaining the debt stock at sustainable levels. And this can only be achieved through a prudent debt management strategy that is geared towards ensuring that any future borrowing will be made in connection with transformational projects at the lowest possible cost and at an acceptable level of risk. Because you want, when you invest in that project, the returns from that project increases GDP and actually can help to maintain the ratio or drop the ratio. So you use debt for investments, for transformation. That is what we are looking at. Projects that will transform St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, the fiscal prospects. As I've said, our government has recognized the importance of engagement with stakeholders, and we have not only consulted on matters impacting citizens, but we have moved many of these conversations into meaningful actions. Looking at the last 3 years, we can see visible signs of investment and progress that in some way touches the lives of every citizen and resident. Very important to note, this money is well spent. Madam Speaker, our investment and progress are real. Our plans are real and our future-looking actions are clearly documented and shared with our citizens and the global community through the Sustainable Island State Agenda. That again from the Ministry of Sustainable Development, and I want to thank the Minister, of course, for helping us to put this vision together. So our actions are not a set of disjointed, soiled events. Instead, we are carefully following a master plan which is fully aligned with the National Development Planning Framework. So it means the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Sustainable Development, and the Ministry of Economic Development all had to collaborate to make sure, directly, to make sure that this is well done. We have continued to partner with stakeholders in the public and private sectors, innovators, academia, and civil society as we schedule the various initiatives that will make our planned macroeconomic transition a reality. Madam Speaker, with the changes we are introducing, we anticipate increased productivity and economic growth, which will facilitate additional employment through the development of new and emerging sectors and the modernization of business operations through the integration of technology. The technology has to go through from public to private. It is projected that over the medium-term investment in major public and private sector projects will continue to stimulate growth in the construction sector with positive spin-offs in the tourism, wholesale and retail trade, transport, storage and communications and financial services sectors. It is also anticipated that the agriculture sector will yield increased growth as we accelerate investment to increase food security through enhanced food systems to supply both local and external markets. The 2026 budget outlines the projects and programs that will facilitate the accelerated implementation of the Sustainable Island State Agenda, bringing with it a more resilient place to live, work, and age with dignity. Today, we present in this Honourable House the 2026 estimates totaling $1.074 billion. I use this opportunity to give a brief overview of the expenditure proposals for a few key ministries that will contribute to our progress in 2026. Madam Speaker, it is being proposed that the Prime Minister's Office receive funding in the amount of 69.3 million for recurrent expenditure and 3.5 million for capital expenditure in 2026. The office remains committed to effective governance and the comprehensive management of the Federation's affairs. These resources will be expended to facilitate civil service modernization, citizen engagement, strategic leadership, strengthen service delivery, enhance interministerial collaboration, and improve the effectiveness of government programs and initiatives. The Continuous Professional Development Program will be expanded to enable targeted training in leadership development, digital transformation, and performance management. Critical to achieving our objective within the Sustainable Island State Agenda, which again is people's focus. We're investing in people and progress. This is building strong partnerships with the diaspora. The Regional Integration and Diaspora Unit will continue to advance the nation's regional and international engagement efforts. In 2026, the unit will continue its outreach missions to strengthen ties with diaspora organizations, encourage investment, acknowledge exchange, and provide support for returning nationals to ensure smooth reintegration. A key pillar in the Sustainable Island State Agenda and the National Development Planning Framework is food and nutrition security. Continued investment in the agriculture sector rests at the core of building our resilience as it facilitates economic diversification, creates decent employment, and reduces the loss of foreign exchange earnings through the reduction of the food import bill. In this regard, a total of 14.6 million is proposed to facilitate recurrent expenditure. These resources will assist with the development of a resilient agri-food industry, the advancement of the food import reduction program, the management of our marine resources, and the integration of new technologies. In 2026, research will be given even greater priority as we place emphasis on climate-smart agriculture, pest and disease management, soil and water conservation, and the diversification of crops and livestock. The development of the cannabis industry will remain a priority as the authority undertakes continued engagement with potential investors and facilitates avenues for research and development. Capital expenditure totaling 6.7 million is proposed to continue investment in a number of projects identified to scale up development of the sector. Madam Speaker, the tourism sector has multiple roles in the Sustainable Island State Agenda, including a means of transformation and regeneration of key locations, communities, and culture, a path for our people to become prosperous while accessing career opportunities and advancement, and foster an improved quality of life. In 2026, ongoing initiatives will be expanded following global standards such as the Global Sustainable Tourism Council criteria. Implementing these initiatives will provide a more authentic tourist experience, as the more discerning visitors are primarily interested in participating in the activities that help to protect our natural heritage. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Tourism, Civil Aviation, and International Transport will continue to give requisite support to one of our largest events in the activities calendar, namely the Saint Kitts Music Festival. This activity is complemented by the ongoing support provided to facilitate the expansion of airlift and marketing in new and established source markets. In support of these efforts, a recurrent expenditure of 53.2 million is proposed for 2026. The Ministry is cognizant that resilient infrastructure is critical to achieving positive outcomes within the sector. To this end, capital expenditure totaling 4 million will be invested to further enhance the ambience of the beach experience through ongoing work on the South Frigate Bay Beach Enhancement Project, and to facilitate grassroots tourism-related developments. Popular tourist attractions such as the Eco Park will be further enhanced to improve the visitor experience, while the historical Berkeley Memorial will be restored. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Public Infrastructure, Energy and Utilities has made significant strides in progressing with our sustainable development agenda through the design and construction of resilient road infrastructure, the implementation of new approaches to ensure the supply of reliable, safe, potable water, and by providing critical technical advice in support of the continued expansion of the energy sector. In 2025, key accomplishments included the completion of the 2 million gallons per day Bastia desalination plant, the integration of the well in Keon, adding 300,000 gallons per day into the ground, into our water system, the operationalization of the 60,000 gallons per day Canada Estate Solar Desalination Plant, generously donated by the United Arab Emirates, the completion of the semi-airborne geophysical survey using the state-of-the-art method combining drone technology with ground-based electrodes to collect geophysical data, resulting in the identification of 17 potential new sites for future groundwater well development and the opening of the newly constructed development. Madam Speaker, and water, this is how much we have invested. Desalination plants, we have one in Canada, we have now one over here at the Paul Southwell Industrial Park. Madam Speaker, we are also doing drilling. Apart from the well that we drilled in Keon, we have identified 17 rather, potential new sites around the country, so that those who don't live in the Bastia area would never think that they're excluded. We are going to drill wells on the other parts of the country so that those areas can also be converted to 24/7 water. Madam Speaker, the amount of water that seems to be underground in these areas, one would ask, why was nothing done over these years? Why would people in St. Kitts have to go without water? Madam Speaker, we are investing in water and we are correcting that. Madam Speaker, investments were also made in the St. Peter's Main Road, as mentioned before. To further build on these accomplishments, a total of 26 million is proposed under the current expenditure. These resources will be used to recruit critical technical personnel to strengthen the design capabilities for road and drainage development, slope stabilization, and to support the optimal operation of the desalination plants. Madam Speaker, in 2026, we will expand quarry production and introduce a better system for preventive maintenance. Explore will also move to explore renewable energy integration, scale up road construction and drainage in flood-prone communities, and finalize solar PV installations and staff training. Madam Speaker, our vision extends beyond today. By 2026, the Public Works Department's administration building will be outfitted with a 20-kilowatt rooftop solar PV system, funded by the OECS Solar Challenge and supported by the Republic of China Taiwan. This initiative will reduce energy costs and serve as a national model for renewable energy integration in public buildings. We are also investing in technical training and certification for our electrical inspectors, building domestic capacity for renewable energy deployment across all public facilities. Madam Speaker, in support of continued major investment, a total of 48.5 million is proposed for capital expenditure in the Ministry of Public Infrastructure. These resources will support the construction of coastal area revetment that will build resilience in specified vulnerable coastal areas. Madam Speaker, the road improvement project, which continues to facilitate the construction of new and upgrade of existing roads in communities. For example, the Phillips slope stabilization, the slope stabilization at Otleys and Cunningham. Madam Speaker, I got a call about that recently. The well drilling and extension of water lines the procurement of meters and lockable valves, the construction of reservoirs and the groundwater drilling program. The resources will also provide essential heavy equipment technological integration and upgrades in the physical plant for both public works and water services departments. A most critical investment will be the procurement of a new asphalt plant for use by the roads division as we aim to further improve the rate of repair and construction of road infrastructure. Madam Speaker, the delivery of a modern curriculum to ensure competitiveness of our students, inclusive of our lifelong learners, remains priority for the Ministry of Education. And so I will touch education. Work will continue to provide access to relevant training for educators and support staff across various institutions under the remit of this ministry. Areas of priority include updating curricula, facilitation of remote teaching, and classroom management, taking into consideration the options to integrate technology in the teaching and learning environment. Resources will also be prioritized to strengthen the operations of the newly created Christopher Wilkin Institute of Technology. Therefore, the ministry proposes recurrent expenditure totaling $108 million for the Ministry of Education. It is proposed that the Ministry of Education be allocated $14.8 million to support capital investments. Madam Speaker, this reflects how important it is to invest in education. This represents an increase of 14.1% when compared to 2025. These resources will support work being undertaken to maintain safe, healthy, and secure learning environments. Investment will continue in regard to major projects such as the upgrade of school bathrooms, the reconstruction of the Joshua Obadiah Williams Primary School, the construction of the new Bastia High School, the secondary school electrical upgrade, Phase 1, the Washington Archibald High School, bathroom, roof, and window renovation, and the Clarence Fitzroy Bryant College security and laboratory upgrade. As the ministry endeavors to utilize technology as an aid in the delivery of educational programs, efforts will continue to upgrade. College security and laboratory upgrade. We will continue to work on that. As the ministry endeavors to utilize technology as an aid in the delivery of educational programs, efforts will continue, as I said, to upgrade the information technology system through implementation of the enhanced education network, the procurement of additional furniture and vehicles to ensure all students report to school, she says she's okay, will remain a priority in 2026. Very important. Madam Speaker, the health demographics of the Federation signals that the population is aging. That's a good thing, you know. It means that people living longer, but it also have another aspect to it. Because birth rates are declining, I want to say today that those of you who can, please add to the birth rate. Because so, no, it's an appeal. Now we are seeing where the birth rate has now dropped below the death rate. Not because most people are necessarily dying because the mortality rate has dropped. It is that we are getting less babies at this time. So I want to really congratulate Minister Iselin Phillip for adding to the birth rate increase.
She just said I just made my contribution.
You don't want to see this. You don't want to see the smile on the grandfather face. Madam Speaker, in addition, there is need for vigilance as we observe a resurgence in vaccine-preventable illnesses such as measles in our tourism source markets. Very important. These public health concerns require responses that are targeted and inventive. During 2025, the Ministry of Health made significant progress in strengthening community and clinical health services, the enhancement of research, education, professional development through partnerships with reputable universities and development partners, the strengthening of data-driven decision-making through improved health intelligence and surveillance, Madam Speaker, the establishment of structures to facilitate advanced policy, governance and multi-sectoral leadership, and the investment in major upgrades to infrastructure and procurement of essential equipment in support of the expansion of services. So in 2026, Madam Speaker, resources will be provided to facilitate the recruitment of additional critical medical and specialized support personnel to improve services at both primary and secondary healthcare facilities, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in support of these efforts, with current expenditure totaling 83.8 million is proposed for the upcoming year. A total of 15 million has been proposed for the 2026 fiscal year to continue capital investment in the health sector improvement. Madam Speaker, the St. Peter's Health Center, which was abandoned from before, will be looked at. But I must say, the purchase of medical equipment and the construction of the new hospital and the institutional enhancement projects will be the cornerstone of the spending of this amount, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to say today that we will continue to invest heavily in health to protect our people. And so I want to thank all of the nurses, all of the doctors, everybody in the health sector who have worked tirelessly hard to advance health in St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, high priority will be given to maintaining the appropriate levels of personnel within the various departments of the Ministry of National Security to ensure an efficient response to the needs of community. So how are we going to do that, Madam Speaker? We are going to propose, we have placed in this budget for the recurrent budget, $84.1 million in national security, and we have also proposed that we will invest a further $3.2 million in infrastructure to provide additional equipment and supplies. Major initiatives will be, Madam Speaker, will include safety and security improvement program, the refurbishment of police stations, the closed-circuit television surveillance and traffic management system, the purchase of radios and tactical equipment, the purchase of vehicles, equipment for fire services, the demolition of the fire and rescue facility, the construction and refurbishment of Camp Springfield Barracks, and the National Security Technology Refresh projects. Madam Speaker, all of this is critically important to keep us safe. Madam Speaker, we will also look at, of course, from the NEMA's end, in this regard, the implementation of the Disaster Resilience Improvement Project will continue in order to further strengthen the National Emergency Management Agency. Madam Speaker, I also want to say that in Nevis, the fire services will be upgraded as well. We have already ordered the fire appliance for Nevis. We are going to open a second fire station in Nevis, and I'm hoping that we can get firefighters from Nevis to be trained right here in St. Kitts. And so we'll be doing that. Madam Speaker, as we go on to other fiscal measures and other strategic interventions, let us take a step back to where I started this presentation earlier today. Significant changes are being made at a rapid pace in the global economy. Many of these changes can easily tip the scale against us here in the Federation. We have already observed the negative impact of past external shocks, some of which we are still trying to recover from. As a small independent nation, we cannot sit idly by, Madam Speaker, and lament all the negatives of the present day. Instead, we must continue to put our heads together to innovate and make our individual contribution to the building of Saint Kitts and Nevis we want to live in, and a country we would want our future generations to inherit. Madam Speaker, all of us must participate in this grand, I will call, vision of creating the Saint Kitts and Nevis that we all deserve. Therefore, I'm appealing to all citizens, residents, and business enterprises to join our government in building a resilient and prosperous country. The government cannot do it alone. It has to be in concert with our people. Therefore, in this context, there are a number of structural and transformational interventions that we must address in 2026 to maintain a stable and thriving country. We must move the conversations regarding major reforms to a point of action so that there is a more realistic reflection of the world our people now live in. As we continue the sacred task of building a stronger, safer, fairer Saint Kitts and Nevis, a nation where every citizen can prosper, your government will take the necessary action to modernize the tax system, introduce the long-awaited Social Security pension reforms, and the national health insurance. Madam Speaker, this is fundamental. We have to save our Social Security. Since 1978, when it was established by the then Labour administration, there has been no real program to advance our Social Security. It is the largest, most secure social safety net that we have. And as a people, we have to sit together, talk it out together to make sure we make the necessary adjustments so that Social Security will be solvent by the time all of us become pensionable and our children and their grandchildren become pensionable. It is important, Madam Speaker. That is why it takes all of us. In the 1970s, when Social Security was being introduced, a lot of people said all sorts of things. They're going to take your money and then give you back. They're going to take money from Tom and give it to Jack. All sorts of things were said about Social Security. And I can say here, Madam Speaker, that when people in Saint Kitts and Nevis who are duly qualified for Social Security, if it's one thing that is not faltered in this country, is your check for your 62nd birthday. It is reliable. It is strong. It is secured. But for us to maintain it, we have to make sure that as a country and as a people, we discuss it, and together in solidarity, we make whatever adjustments would be necessary. I have asked the actuary, those are the people who study Social Security and determine the type of reforms you want, to explain to the people. Don't let me as a politician explain, but explain realistically to the people. Our Social Security is one of the strongest in the region. And to keep it strong, we have to make sure we do the necessary reform. From 1978 to now is how many years, Minister?
That's 22 plus 25, 47.
47 years. It is time. If we don't act, trust me, it will act on us. I talk to prime ministers and leaders all the time who say that their Social Security system, they have different names for it, but it's their pension system. And a lot of them are in trouble. They don't have any money in them because they did not manage it and they did not make the necessary reforms necessary, because, of course, people think that politically you would lose votes. I'm not going to pretend that is easy, but I have to tell the people the truth. The other thing that we'll introduce, Madam Speaker, that we have done significant work on is the national health insurance. Madam Speaker, again, this will be a national conversation. We took the children away from having a sponsor sheet or GoFundMe page. So the children don't have to rely on the sponsor sheet on the road or GoFundMe page to determine if they would live or die. But in this country, there are adults with sponsor sheets and GoFundMe page.
because they don't have health insurance. And if we continue on that path, the amount or the number of persons who will go without care, which would lead to their demise, will continue to increase. This is a serious matter for our people to look at. The studies have been done. We have brought on the actuary, and the head of service, Ms. Thelma Richards, would lead the committee to seek to now move forward with the national health insurance. It is a very important fact. If we can provide pension reform, national health insurance for our people, and expanding the safety net, we would have achieved a significant amount of investments for the protection of our people. Health care is a right. It should not be a privilege. But all of us have to participate to make sure that we get access. And so I'm asking us in 2026 to start the meaningful discussion in good faith of how we can further protect the health of our people. To that vein, I ask our people to live as healthy as possible, Madam Speaker, because no health system can really protect those who continue to practice bad health, a bad health lifestyle. We are asking people to take measures to protect their health as well. Madam Speaker, that was a sobering note because it's a serious note, and I wanted to slow down on this. The minister said I'm going fast. I know what way to go fast and way to slow down. This is to slow down. And so, Madam Speaker, as I continue, the tax reforms mentioned in my budget speech last year are still very relevant for consideration at this time. In fact, the tax reform agenda is a vital element for achieving and maintaining economic and social sustainability and enhance our long-term resilience as a developing nation navigating an uncertain global environment. Modernizing our tax system can create a more stable and predictable source of revenue and cushion our vulnerability to external shocks. These reforms will help to promote fairness by ensuring that the burden is shared more equitably while also improving business competitiveness via a simpler and more transparent process. We hope to leverage these reforms to support the economic diversification process and encourage innovation while at the same time creating fiscal space for investments in infrastructure, climate resilience, and social protection. Our tax reform agenda, therefore, is not only a technical exercise, but a strategic step towards safeguarding our future, protecting vulnerable citizens, and securing a more sustainable path for development of our country. Madam Speaker, we have reinstated a fully functioning Income Tax Appeals Commission and a Property Tax Valuation Review Board. These independent bodies will begin work in earnest early in the new year. Let me be clear though, tax compliance is not a technicality. It is the lifeblood that sustains our schools, our hospitals, roads, social programs. If we don't collect what we should collect in a fair way, how are we going to sustain schools, hospitals, roads, and social programs? It's impossible. If left unchecked, chronic arrears and loopholes would weaken our ability to deliver on the mandates entrusted to us by the people. That is why in 2026, our primary focus will be to collect outstanding tax arrears. Madam Speaker, just the arrears. No increase here. All we are saying, what is due, is due. That's it. And to close the gaps that permit the build-up of arrears and avoidance of outright evasion. Madam Speaker, we are asking here for solidarity. We are asking here for fairness. Because if everybody pays what they're supposed to pay, it will make it better for all of us. So we are not discussing increasing taxes here. We are just discussing arrears and basic compliance, Madam Speaker. Every country on this earth, I know, have to collect taxes. How else are they going to pay for education?
How else they going to pay for schools? How else they going to pay for hospitals? A brand new fleet of ambulances, where do you think that come from? A $50 million desalination plant. Where does that come from? New hospital to be built. Where does that come from? New school to be built. Gratuity, pension, Aspire. All these innovative things and things we are bringing for our people. Where can we get the money? Through revenues, but it has to be fair. And therefore, that is all we are saying. So, Madam Speaker, we are calling on our people to make sure that there is compliance with whatever is there. Madam Speaker, these reforms will be rooted in a simple but powerful principle: fairness. Fairness. I remember I was told once when I came in as Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, that if you don't have fairness, you know who suffers the most? The most vulnerable. That disproportionately tax more than those who can really pay more than them. It is not fair to them. So to improve our tax collection capabilities, the Ministry of Finance will operationalize a business intelligence dashboard and a risk-based audit modules within the tax management system to enhance closer collaboration between the Inland Revenue Department and taxpayers that require support to meet the required obligations under the tax legislations. In addition, steps will be taken to facilitate the implementation of the electronic interface between the Land Registry and the Inland Revenue Department. This feature will enable the department to access real-time information on property in reference to sale, inheritance, mortgage, and subdivision records, which will support the property assessment process. Madam Speaker, the Customs and Excise Department will utilize enhanced technology and data analytics to effectively make sure that a fair tax is paid. So, Madam Speaker, there will be no increase in taxes. No increase in taxes. We are saying whatever the arrears are and what is the law at this particular time, to seek to comply with that. This will help us to do all that we seek to do and make sure that there is no increase in taxes, which I think is a good thing, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the plan for reform is much more than revenue. It's about positioning Saint Kitts and Nevis as a digitally ready nation, a nation prepared to engage confidently with international markets, global technologies, and new business models by strengthening definitions, rules, expanding registration requirement, and creating pathways for non-resident suppliers. Madam Speaker, so that is all we're asking for: a modern system that allows us to communicate with our partners across the globe and to make sure that it is fair to our people. For example, if somebody's taxed, they need to be able to go and say if they were taxed too much. You can't just tax people and then they don't have a place to go. That is why we set up the board. Look, Inland Revenue, this tax too high. They can come to the board and present as to why they think their taxes are too high. That's part of the fairness. So it's not about the government taking, but people must have an opportunity to appeal and say, okay, this is so and that is so, and we are putting that in place so that people can have access to justice within the tax system. So that is why those are there to protect our people, Madam Speaker. And if they don't agree, they can appeal, and they should appeal if they feel aggrieved, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, 2025 was a significant year for government employees. This year, we turned conversations into action by bringing one of the most vital upgrades to the Pension Act. History will record that it was in Saint Kitts and Nevis Labour Party administration that ushered in the award of a gratuity and pension to all government employees. Not some, Madam Speaker, all. This, Madam Speaker, is pension justice. No longer is there a line of separation of benefits between the government auxiliary employees and the civil servants. They will both receive a gratuity and a pension. There is no separate formula for the calculation of these benefits on the gratuity. They both work to deliver services that improve the lives of all the residents of Saint Kitts and Nevis and citizens, and therefore they should be awarded fairly. Madam Speaker, you have GAE workers. They might be the ones who are keeping the environment clean. And when they are ready to go home, they're afraid to go home because there is no more salary, they get a small gratuity, and no pension. There were some ladies working as crossing guards, and they said, Dr. Drew, we are not going to retire until you put that act in place, because you send home people to poverty if you don't have anything at all to give them. And that is why I said that the last government erred badly when they reduced the gratuity for the GA workers. The small man was hurt badly. I remember the maids at the hospital used to get an extra $10 or $20 in a day. Only an extra $100 some of them used to get a week. And the Human Resource Department said that was an error and cut out that extra $50 they could have made a week. These are the people who work for minimum wage. And I asked myself, how is it you can find an error in paying the least paid workers an extra $50? But you couldn't find the error with all of the other money that was coming out, the SIDF fund, $450 million, and did not tell the country one thing about it. For 7 years, they spent $450 million to $500 million from the SIDF fund and never told the country. It was never tabled in here. But you're going to take an extra $50 from a maid at the hospital and say it was an error in calculation. And to add, to make it worse, you now recalculated their gratuity and downgraded it significantly. And so these people were going home to poverty and more difficulty. And that is why they refused to retire. And they were working until death. How is they would live? If you send them home with small gratuity and no pension to supplement the social security. And that is why this was a most transformative move by this Labour administration. And I say I will ask them to look at the law. So in the future, no government could just cut it like how they cut it in 2021, I think it was, or 2017, 2018, somewhere around there. They would have to come to Parliament and say publicly that they will cut the people's benefits. Madam Speaker, in 2025, we will have an additional 75 GAEs retired, and our government paid out in excess of $3 million to these workers. The payouts are expected to increase sharply in 2026 as a number of GAEs who are eligible to retire were waiting on the update of the policy before they retired. Going home at 70. The life expectancy in Saint Kitts and Nevis for women might be 75, 76. For men, if you adjust for COVID, maybe 72. And they're going home at 70. But that ain't fair to them. And that is why these GAE workers, and as they go home, guess what? They're going to get a full benefit, their pay, and they're going to create space for new people to come in. More people to come in and get their jobs because they have now retired with a better peace of mind. Madam Speaker, this dovetails to a larger picture of expanded benefits for all citizens. The team has received the report from the actuary on the National Health Insurance, as I said. This is another game changer and one that impacts all citizens, Madam Speaker. We dealt with the pension and gratuity. We dealt with Aspire, the Aspire program. We dealt with the bonds so that our people can invest in bonds. Now we're going to start the serious discussion on national health insurance. I know a lot of you receive these texts. So-and-so have sick with so-and-so and she going to the States, so-and-so and she don't have the money. You all receive them. Let's do a breakfast. Let's do a walk. I want to commend the community of Connery because a number of residents died from Connery and they recognized that they could not get treatment because they had no health insurance.
And so the community came together and said, we're going to pick up $5 a week or a month, something like that. And we're going to form a fund. That's Connery's response. And if they recognize value in contributing to a fund that would help to, of course, pay for well-needed medical care, why is it, I ask, we can't do it as a country? I don't know what the actuarial report would show eventually, but I'm simply saying that we are at the point where this national conversation to protect our health is needed. Madam Speaker, we are not done. When I said it was a significant year, I mean it was. Effective December 1st, 2025, and I'm going to slow down here, Minister. I'm slow down here. Effective December 1st, 2025. This is not the end yet. Employees of the government of Saint Kitts and Nevis are now beneficiaries of a $1 million lifetime health insurance policy. We have moved from the $750,000 triennial coverage to $1 million. Our government has maintained that active employees will continue to receive health care coverage as a no-cost employee benefit, as a benefit to work in the civil service, and no additional cost for their medical visits. Details of the improved plan will be shared over the next few weeks to all employees and retirees. Yes, retirees, this is big for retirees. Big for retirees. And at this point, I want to thank the head of the civil service and her team for really working on this. The head of the civil service, they work hard, you know. They get the big things them. She and her team. I want to slow down on the retirees, because I think it was the senior minister, Dr. Douglas, who mentioned the other day about retirees and health insurance. Yes, retirees. Retirees will see the biggest shift in the upgrade of their health insurance coverage. When people retire, that is when they are older and they now start to worry about what is going to happen to their health. When they need it the most is when it is absent. And I said, and we said, that that is not fair. So we will see the biggest shift in the upgrade of their health insurance coverage. The upgrades of the plan are designed to ensure that it adjusts as an employee transition from active work to retirement. Over the course of the next few weeks, retirees will also be updated on the new benefits, which include, we already said, we increase the amount, and I want to thank the National Caribbean Insurance, and the manager is here, for their team for working with us to make sure that we can get this plan. Retirees, lifetime coverage. No longer will they be dropped automatically at age 75.
Wow.
Investing in people and progress. I have a constituent who is also a professional, who is very healthy at her age. And she is concerned that she will no longer have health care coverage. But in addition to that, she can't even go and get new coverage, because at 75, some insurance company is going to tell you no. And if they insure you, I can bet you the premium is going to be a couple thousand, could be a couple thousand per month, because they expect some catastrophic event that's going to cost them hundreds of thousands of dollars. But we have set it up, and I want to thank the NCI for partnering with the government. Lifetime coverage no longer will be dropped. So it means that when the GAE workers go home, they're going home with gratuity, pension, and health insurance. That's how you protect your people. This is real investment in people. No longer losing insurance at a period of life when it is needed most. Increase in coverage amount, listen, from 100,000 to 500,000, which is 5 times the previous coverage amount. Continuation of qualified dependents beyond retirement. So if you have dependents, they can continue even when you retire. This is security for the covered families. Gratuity, pension, health. These are the things that matters most to people at that stage of their life from a financial security standpoint, apart from the spiritual life. This is next. They're going to ask how we're going to eat and pay the bills. Whatever gets sick. There are people who save up their money. I see people save their money. And they save it up. And I can bet you that a large percentage of them would spend a big part of their life savings at the end of their life on health insurance. And many times they would leave their families in debt. I'm telling you.
On health costs.
On health costs. Right, and health costs. The reason why I say that is because you think $200,000 is a lot to get an illness. And do 2 CT scan and MRI, see 3 doctors, and you see how quick that money disappears. And these are solid middle class people. I'm talking about professionals who end up in these circumstances and all of a sudden all of their savings are gone. They're on a sick bed. They have nothing to live for the family, and the family incur debt to help to protect them. And I'm talking about teachers, police, civil servants, nurses. Even some doctors could end up in debt if they don't have insurance. One illness, which all of us, this is reality. You either get it sudden or it's prolonged. But for most people, it's a prolonged period of time. And that is expensive. And so, that is why we have done this. And this is another thing to be proud of. What Labour give you? Pension, gratuity, health insurance. Increased wages, increased salaries. And more social protection. This is investing in people. Madam Speaker, this isn't a washy-washy budget. This is a budget that is investing in people and investing in progress. Madam Speaker, we have ensured that the plan is affordable and we'll be introducing a new equitable payment structure in 2026. No longer a blanket payment of $75, no matter how much pension a beneficiary is paid. The new payment structure will allow for pension recipients to pay as little as $25 per month, and some will pay nothing at all. Why did we do it? You might have a worker who is a GAE worker, working for minimum wage. They're gone home, so because their salary was small, the pension is calculated against it. So you would expect that they're not going to bring in a lot either in retirement. So if you now start to tax them on that, you're going to decrease their spending power, their disposable income. And many of them might forego paying for the insurance to have that extra $75 because $75 means $75 bread. Think about it. They calculate it like this. How much milk this can buy? How much bread this can buy? How much this can buy? And they put that against the $75. And somebody will say, when I say, just let me go. But today they got to live. And they make the choice between paying $75. And for some people, $75 may not seem a lot. But for others, $75 could make the difference between a meal and no meal. And so these are hard decisions that people are making. And we said, we will see what pension they get and base it on that for it to be equitable. It's not always about equality. It's about equity. If a man tall and he could see over a wall, why you give him a bucket? He could just stand up and see over the wall. But if a man short, give him a bucket. Because if you get the short man a bucket and the tall man a bucket, all of them gone up, he getting more advantage than the man who was short before. So you could bring up the man who was extra short. That's equity. So we need equity, and that is how it's compared to equality. So in this, we are looking for equity. Equity. Madam Speaker, we have ensured that the plan is affordable, and we will be introducing a new, as I said, equitable payment structure in 2026. The new payment structure would allow for pension recipients to pay as low as $25, as mentioned, and some will pay none. The monthly contributions will be capped at $150, with the government continuing to subsidize recipients, active and retired, ensuring fairness and sustainability. It is important to note that in a survey of pension recipients, pensioners indicated their eagerness to receive a lifetime benefit. Who would not want to receive that? Every single one of us would want to receive that. That when you retire, you have your insurance intact. Every civil servant going to benefit from that. Think about it. That's a tremendous achievement. I just looking at it and thinking about it, I can see how beneficial this would be for people. They understand, Madam Speaker, the significance of health insurance coverage at this age of their lives, and they are willing to prioritize their health and that of their dependent. December 1st, 2025 marked a major step for all of us, Madam Speaker. It reflects the continued commitment of this government to honor our citizens who diligently serve the people of Saint Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, I feel happy for all those who would benefit. A gratuity, a pension, and health care. That to me is worth it. Well, Madam Speaker, I now will say the word conclusion. Conclusion. Our democracy is alive and active. In 2025, the Saint Kitts Nevis Labour Party administration convened Parliament 15 times. But the AG has us on a treadmill here. 15 times. Huh? To attend to the people's business. And we passed 15 times in 12 months, more than one time per month. And we passed 23 acts and amendments, a record of responsiveness and productivity. AG, you're doing it. The days when the people's business was neglected are behind us. The suite of laws we enacted strengthens safety and security, integrity and governance, sustainability and development, and social protection. These are not abstract measures. They are practical tools that protect families, strengthen institutions, and safeguard our environment. Notable acts include the Road Traffic Amendment Act, Integrity in Public Life Amendment Act. You remember that? The big song and dance, integrity in public life, 7 years and nada. Nada, nada, nada. In less than a year, we passed it in this honorable house, because we ain't got nothing to hide. We ain't got nothing to hide, Madam Speaker. We passed the Pensions Amendment Act, the Banking Amendment Act, the National Conservation and Environmental Management Act, and the Architects Registration Amendment Act. Each of these reforms brings real benefits to everyday lives and communities. They are further proof that this government is focused, decisive, and compassionate, of course, investing in people and progress, so every citizen can share in the country's advancement. Not just some, but all. That is why we say the GAE workers, they might work for less, or you might think what you want, but they must be treated with equity. Not just some, even those who are on the peace program, or those who are incarcerated. You just don't throw them away like that. You give them a real opportunity. The elderly, you don't keep them locked down in your house. You create a program to pull them out. Let them go movies. If they want to change the channel, let them change it. But what we are simply saying is that we are pushing to have the full inclusion of all of our people in our development. Madam Speaker, these laws are about protecting lives, strengthening trust, building sustainability, and caring for our people. In many respects, they are the building blocks of our thriving democracy and form part of the foundation necessary for sustainable island state to flourish. Madam Speaker, our robust legislative activities are helping to bear fruits. I am pleased to share some good news relating to a recent achievement of Saint Kitts and Nevis. As we have won, I want us to listen to this, because this is not just words. Minister, I'm slowing down.
We have won the prestigious Best Regional Anti-Money Laundering Counter-Terrorist Financing Case Award at the 61st plenary of the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, which was held in Barbados during the last week of November. A lot of words to say that when it comes to money laundering, St. Kitts ain't plain, serious. And we are leading. Right? Oh. This federation is not plain at all when it comes to that. And I want to thank the AG that he led on this, brought us together as cabinet, brought us together in here, even when some members ain't want to come, and still ain't coming. And when they come, don't come to make noise and confusion. Nobody's supposed to miss the Minister of Finance presentation. That's part of the governance. You come and you listen. And then you formulate your response. But when some people don't care about the governance, that is what they do. But I want to say we passed these bills anyway, and I want to thank those on the other side who supported these. And even though the member is on the other side, he said Nevis. So it means that he voted for these as well. All right? Excellent.
You say Nevis, the age you come from.
Oh, the age from Nevis? But we are one people, you know. Oh, one people. So I want to say, and can really thank the AG for his significant work on this. You know what this says when people see this? This is a serious jurisdiction. This is a place we can trust to invest. When other countries see this, they say this is a serious country. Look at this. You just can't come in here and use us and do all kind of nefarious things because you think we are small. As you know, as Honourable Congressman, as a member from number 3 would say, we're small, but we talawa. Madam Speaker, I am proud of this. Madam Speaker, is significant and it demonstrates the rigor of the targeted systems, legislation and coordinated mechanisms in place in our country to detect financial crime and deter money laundering and terrorist financing. The case which was submitted for this award not only showcased the efforts utilized to detect, research, investigate, analyze and prosecute financial crime in St. Kitts and Nevis, but also demonstrated the effectiveness of the AML/CFT systems in St. Kitts and Nevis and the commitment of all of the relevant agencies. Madam Speaker, this award set the stage for our continued efforts in preparation for the next round of mutual evaluations by the CFATF, which would largely assess the effectiveness of the Federation system in combating financial crime. St. Kitts and Nevis is therefore on the right path for achieving excellent results in this process. Madam Speaker, for those who understand what this means, it is a tremendous achievement. Madam Speaker, let me address a particular matter that has become national discussion. And as I said before, that this Parliament will be a robust Parliament and discussions with our people will always be focused. Madam Speaker, and speaking of the Special Sustainability Zone Authorization Act 2025, a landmark measure we passed on 11th August 2025 that provides a clear, accountable, and constitutionally anchored framework for sustainable investments. I'm going to slow down on this one. The Act creates legally designated zones where developers must commit upfront to strict standard of sustainability, climate resilience, infrastructure, and public services, including reliable water systems, robust renewable energy targets, climate resilient construction, health access, and dispute resolution mechanisms. And where any concessions granted are proportionate to the demonstrable public benefit. Madam Speaker, developers must meet rigorous conditions before any agreement proceeds. Independent economic analysis, detailed infrastructure and environmental plans, proven technical and financial capacity, and secure their own land. The law preserves our sovereignty. As a matter of fact, when I put this law in here, I said one thing that must not be violated is our sovereignty. And I brought it here because I want it to be clear and open. I've discussed this here in town hall meetings, wherever I have discussed this. And so I want it to be clear. The law preserves our sovereignty and constitutional responsibilities, reserving matters such as foreign affairs, defense, citizenship, courts. All of these things are, of course, to the government and to the people of Saint Kitts and Nevis, while also providing investors with clarity. Madam Speaker, speed and legal certainty, the need to commit here without cutting corners. Madam Speaker, in the law, independent oversight bodies and parliamentary ratification safeguards are built into the process so that transparency, accountability, and community value are non-negotiable. In short, this act is development on our terms, disciplined, democratic, designed to deliver jobs, diversification, lasting value for our people. That is what it means to invest in people and progress. Madam Speaker, in the past, when you had a major development in Saint Kitts and Nevis, most of the places where it went, because things have changed, is in the back room of the cabinet. It is agreed to, and then all you hear is that this major project is now going to be implemented. It did not have to come to the parliament. I am hearing that persons are discussing, and of course, in Nevis, a particular project. It's in the discussion stage. According to this, that must come to the federal government. It must pass through a committee. It must pass through the parliament. This is the first time that this is happening. The only reason why, and I'm happy that our people are having this robust discussion and on something that is being proposed, I haven't received anything official, is because this law dictates that it must come to full daylight. It is unlike the prison project. The prison project was an ill-advised project, the way it was handled, that involved 25,000 of our citizenships potential, the most ever given for one project. And the people of Saint Kitts and Nevis did not know that. And when the then Prime Minister was asked, well, tell us about this now, the answer was, it's an industry secret and the people of Saint Kitts and Nevis must not know. Can you imagine that? We can't go back to those dark days, because I'm sure if the people of Saint Kitts and Nevis even had a chance to say something, they would have said something, and I think a better approach would have been arrived at. However, it was done in the back room of a cabinet, where some cabinet members may not have even known about it.
I wasn't there.
I'm telling you.
The opposition has said. I hear. The opposition has said they weren't there.
Well, we're hearing that opposition members who were in the cabinet then said they were not at that cabinet sitting. They were out in the yard. It is serious like that.
And so we have put this together so that any other major development to come, it must come to the people. But in addition to that, it cannot just come to the people. There have to be an oversight committee that is broad-based. And I told the people from day one that a committee would be put together, which we have done. This has always been the plan, go to the law. So this is not reaction to anything. It is well thought out and prudent that the people must have an input on different levels. And so yesterday, I announced aspects of the committee. AG, you have the list? I'll get the list. Because I want people to see how serious a matter this is. Let me go to the list of the Oversight Committee. And this was not reaction to anything. This is how I think it should be done. Members of the Advisory Committee on this matter, which was the intention all along, Saint Kitts Christian Council, Saint Kitts Evangelical Association, Saint Kitts Nevis Chamber of Industry and Commerce, Saint Kitts Nevis Trades and Labor Union, Bankers and Financial Services Association, Caribbean Confederation of Credit Unions, Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, Organization of Rastafari in Unity, Saint Kitts and Nevis Medical and Dental Association, Saint Kitts and Nevis Bar Association, Institute of Chartered Accountants of the Eastern Caribbean, Saint Kitts Nevis Branch, Saint Kitts and Nevis Institute of Architects, Saint Kitts and Nevis Building Contractors Association, and Saint Kitts and Saint Christopher National Trust. We have also invited organizations from the region, the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, OECS Authority, the OECS Bar Association, and the Caribbean Development Bank. This is what was always intended. Never before in our history has this been done. The Four Seasons established, you only heard about it after it was signed in cabinet. Of course, it's a very good investment. I'm just simply saying that the people did not see it before. The prison project, industry secret. So I'm simply saying that this law is intended to bring everything in the daylight for our people to see. And then from that committee, everything is submitted, and they work together and bring something forward to me, as the law says. And then, even then, it still has to come back to Parliament, debate upon, to be passed. Not just the law, each development must go through those stages. So it's not just word of mouth and people out there talking and making politics out of this and that. Those who are making politics out of it. But for those of our citizens who are seriously concerned, I take their concern seriously. I do not brush them off because they're hearing all sorts of the things, and of course some of these things are influencing them. And as I've said from the beginning, I welcome this. This was embedded in it. Tell me how I can improve it. Make it tighter. That is why we have the Bar Association in there as well. We want to hear from the layman perspective all the way up to the legal lumine and everybody else in between. So that never again would we see a major development in Saint Kitts and Nevis or potential not come to the full view of the public. And through that, the committee will help to decide how it will interact with the population as well, because I've held a town hall meeting, gather that information and recommend to me. And I'm looking forward to those recommendations, because that is how it has to be. I was determined that no other major development going to take place in the back room of a cabinet, not even my cabinet, without the full view of the people and the participation of our people in any decision to be made. And that is what the law does. So all this discussion is because the law allows that. In the normal state of things, come sign here, bam, bam, bam. Or two, back or down there, development. What going on down there? Boy, they sign something, said development going on. And we have an example of it, the prison project. And that, I think, should never happen in Saint Kitts and Nevis again. And so we'll continue to do that. So I'm happy we're able to put our committee together and get our people in further discussion so that we can arrive at the best position. So there's a good balance between what we seek as a country and to make sure we don't turn away investments. So that is in balance that as a country we'll discuss and see where the best position is. Protect our constitution, protect our sovereignty, protect our way of life as a people, while at the same time, how can we attract investments? That is what we are seeking. And in these type of things, we need our people. So our people would always have the say. And you know why? Because the law was intended that our people would have the say. So I'm happy when I see the discussion on one hand, because that is what the law intended. But when you see people who know better trying to mislead people, that is where the issue becomes. But for those of our people who are genuinely concerned, I take your concerns seriously. You have a right to ask. You have a right to question. At any given point, because you're a citizen of this country, you have a right. That law, normally how it is set up, before you pass anything into law, it is, you have a first reading. And the AG has stuck to that principle. And when you do the first reading, you disseminate the law, so that everybody gets a chance to see it. That is what the method, the process is. So when citizens say they didn't see it, I accept the fact that maybe the way it is set up in the law is not giving them the best chance to see it.
But their representatives
So maybe we need to reflect on it, right? And I might even talk to the voter who is not interested in politics in general, but would like to know what the laws are. So those people, let's see how we can strengthen or create a process so that all of our citizens can have full access to laws at any given time. I know we are putting a portal in place to help that. For this particular, I put copies, free copies downstairs so that people can come and collect. SKNS published it so that people can have further access to it. We had a town hall meeting on it. And therefore, we sought to give as much access as possible. So maybe we might have to think of other type of processes which will give our people an easier access to propose laws. However, the opposition is being disingenuous, those who are talking against it. They are brought here, are sent here by their people to specifically participate in debate and look at laws. And those who are now out there talking all sorts of things, had the law, and during the debate said nothing, had no input to give. That is why I said they are disingenuous and they're playing petty politics. You know what I mean? They're not real. A game them a play. Because they had access to the law before the sit-in. They could have sit with their people and they didn't do it. How many weeks? 2 weeks. And then all of a sudden, they're all over jumping up and down. So don't take them seriously, but our people I take seriously. And that is why this committee that we have, this advisory committee that was always intended, it is, you see how broad-based it is, from Rasta to Christian. Look at it. From trades union to business sector and everything in between. From local, regional, broad-based, because that is what we want. Now, that is the type of framework we want to create for meaningful discussion so that out of that can come something to us. So I want to reiterate here that the SSC is not a project. It has nothing to do with any project. It's a law that says any project to come forward must come through all of these things. Because if these things are not there,
then you can just implement a project and hear about it after it is done. Like what was obtained in the past. So this is an advancement of transparency here in our country. So, Madam Speaker, as we look towards 2026, we can expect external pressures to continue to mount and test our resilience and our capacity to advance our ambitious development agenda. Even with the threats looming, the outlook before us is bright. Our economy is stable. Inflation has receded, less than 1% now, and growth is expected and growth is projected to strengthen across key sectors. Inflation down and now growth. And the growth we are projecting is not CBI growth. So we are creating a more resilient economy. Madam Speaker, construction continues to expand through housing, healthcare, tourism, and other construction projects in the public and private sector. Tourism is regaining momentum. We have surpassed pre-COVID levels, supported by new airlift and destination marketing. Agriculture and fisheries are advancing with renewed energy and is projected to grow annually. These are not abstract ideas. Each initiative represents jobs, jobs, jobs that will be created, families supported, and communities empowered. This budget, Madam Speaker, is therefore a people-centered budget. It is designed to ensure that every citizen feels the impact of growth in their lives. It invests in education so that our children are equipped for the future. It strengthens healthcare so that every family has access to quality services. It supports small businesses and entrepreneurs, recognizing that innovation and enterprise are the engines of prosperity. And it prioritizes climate resilience, ensuring that our island state is prepared to withstand the impact of natural hazards while protecting the heritage of generations to come. Madam Speaker, the 2026 budget is a declaration of confidence. It reflects the Saint Kitts Nevis Labour Party's proven record of service and the government's determination to build a nation that is fiscally strong, socially just, and environmentally sustainable. It is a budget that says to our people, we see you, we hear you, we are working for you. We envision a Saint Kitts and Nevis where every child has access to quality education, where every family enjoys food security, where every community is protected from the ravages of climate change, and where every citizen has the opportunity to contribute to and benefit from national progress. We envision a nation that is fiscally solid, socially united, and spiritually grounded, a nation prepared not only to endure, but to excel. Madam Speaker, this budget is more than a financial plan. It is a vote of confidence in our people, a covenant of responsible leadership, and a clear pathway to a brighter tomorrow. Under the National Development Planning Framework, anchored in the Sustainable Island State Agenda, we are laying foundation stones for resilient, innovative, and inclusive Saint Kitts and Nevis. A nation where prosperity is shared, opportunity is real, and progress is visible. This budget is a budget of purpose. It is about jobs, jobs, jobs. It is also about justice, schools and health, homes and hope. It is about cost of living. It is about practical measures that change lives, and it is above all about investing in people and progress. Let us be deliberate. We will manage our resources prudently, invest boldly in our people, and lead with integrity and compassion. We will protect the vulnerable, reward effort, and open doors for the next generation. We do this not for headlines, but for households, not for applause, but for outcomes. Madam Speaker, this 2026 budget is our collective pledge to govern wisely, to invest courageously, and to deliver results that lift every community, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have sought over these 3 years, to create an economy that serves our people. I think I have an abstract here. Yes, I have an abstract here. Boy, I'm telling you. Madam Speaker, before I wrap up, I was sent an envelope, so I'm told I have to read what the envelope says. Madam Speaker, this administration has kept people at the heart of every decision. A principle reflected in the concrete steps we have taken this year. Through the budget boost wallet and the VAT relief holiday, we put real money back in pockets. The BBW, as it's well known, amounted to $36 million, while the VAT relief holiday saved our people $24.8 million. Madam Speaker, 36 million plus 25 million is how much?
A lot.
It's a lot. 61, a lot. A lot. $61 million directly in our people to deal with what was the inflation and the cost of living, which has now abated. We invested $50 million to construct 62 million. Wow. We invest $50 million to construct the 2 million gallon per day desalination plant, restoring more reliable water service to households, Madam Speaker. It's being commissioned now. In health, we committed more than $10 million to broaden and strengthen service delivery, including $5 million in MRI and machines, $2.7 million for CT scan, $2.2 million for the new fleet of ambulances, a total of $120.7 million plus. Madam Speaker, this year we invested $127 million in just these projects. And of course, if we were to add our social protection, there would come a few $100 million, Madam Speaker. These are not abstract numbers. They are lives improved, bills lightened, and dignity restored. Because we know, Madam Speaker, that in the civil service, that our workers and civil servants continued to work extremely hard, helping the government to deliver to its people, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, their hard work must be recognized. Madam Speaker, what I'm about to announce is prudently done and would have some caveats to it for the first time. So therefore, for all, I would like to announce the anticipation is here. Okay. I will say this now. I am pleased to announce an extra payment of 1 month's salary, commonly called the double salary. This additional payment will apply to our people
Order. Thank you. Let's move.
I am pleased to announce, Madam Speaker, that an extra payment of 1 month's salary, commonly called the double salary. This additional payment will apply to our civil servants, to our government auxiliary employees, our pensioners, our workers on our STEP program. And I would like to say, Madam Speaker, that this payment will be issued on Friday, 19th December 2025. Madam Speaker, I will come to the others, to the caveats to this one for the first time. Of course, we want to encourage the statutory bodies to also appropriate their staff appropriately as well. And this is a caveat. Ministers of government and government advisors under this new arrangement this year will be excluded from this extra payment. Madam Speaker, I will repeat. I am pleased to announce an extra payment of 1 month's salary. And the caveat is, it will exclude this year the ministers of government and government advisors. Madam Speaker, this has never been done this way before. As we say, we'll protect our people and we'll be prudent. We know that I am foregoing it, the ministers are foregoing it, the advisors are foregoing it, and it will help to save the government some money as well. However, for our hard-working civil servants, you will be given an extra month's salary called a double salary on Friday, 19th December 2025. And Madam Speaker, as I finally conclude, this 2026 budget is our collective pledge to govern wisely, to invest courageously, and to deliver results that lift every community. Madam Speaker, this budget is about investing in people and progress. I remain, as always, one who would serve the people humbly. Madam Speaker, I finally say, may this bill be passed into law, because without it, the double salary cannot be paid.
May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Seconder. I recognize the Honourable Member for Saint Christopher 3.
Madam Speaker, I would like to second the motion and reserve my right to speak on this bill at a later time.
Thank you to the mover and seconder of the Appropriation 2026 Bill 2025. Now, on the instructions of Standing Order 40, subsection 5, the member who speaks first from the opposition is equally entitled to the amount of speaking time that the Minister of Finance was afforded. For the record, the Honourable Member for Saint Christopher 8, Minister of Finance, spoke for 4 hours, 45 minutes and 51 seconds. It therefore follows that the first speaker from the opposition is automatically entitled to speak for a period of 4 hours, 45 minutes and 51 seconds. Needed to place that on the record. Now that we have set our matters in order for tomorrow, this Honourable House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. Wait. The 7th. Honourable Minister of Finance, member for number 8. 10 a.m. tomorrow?
Yes, 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Very well. 10 a.m. Can you place that on the record? 10 a.m. Just rise and place that on the record.
Yes, with your leave, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
I rise to adjourn the debate
move.
To move a motion that we adjourn at this time and we reconvene tomorrow at 10 a.m. for the debate on the second reading of the bill.
Very well.
Yes.
Seconder.
I second the motion, Madam Speaker.
Very well. I recognize the Honourable Member of Saint Christopher 3. The question is that the House stands adjourned until tomorrow, 10 a.m., 17th day of December 2025, at this Honourable House. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House stands adjourned. You can notice.
Last year, Saint Kitts and Nevis embraced a bold new vision, one built on resilience, innovation, fairness, and prosperity for all. A vision grounded in 7 pillars that touch every part of our lives: energy, water, food security, the creative and digital economy, infrastructure and housing, the environment, and people, our greatest asset. These pillars are the blueprint for a modern, sustainable island state, a roadmap to a nation that works better, lives cleaner, grows smarter, and creates more opportunities for every citizen and every resident. And in 2020,
In the top stories, Prime Minister Drew delivers 2026 budget on investing in people and progress. Prime Minister explains budget projections for 2026, and Prime Minister fulfills commitment with setting up of a committee to review SSZ Act. The details on these stories and more after the break.
Welcome aboard the MV iConnect, your ultimate vehicle ferry experience. Drive on and drive off with ease, enjoying our spacious car lanes, perfect for your high-end vehicles. Relax in our air-conditioned passenger lounge, complete with free Wi-Fi to keep you connected. Savor a refreshing drink at our onboard bar, where relaxation meets the open sea. Or bask in the sun on our sunroof deck. Experience the hospitality of our friendly and courteous staff, dedicated to making your journey enjoyable. Your safety is our #1 priority. Skip the hassle of cash with our easy online pre-booking system. Whether you're transporting your high-end vehicle or looking for a relaxing trip, the MV iConnect is your seamless solution. Book your journey now at iConnectSKN.com. Drive, relax, connect. The MV iConnect, bridging the crossing.
I think you don't measure up anymore. You never pick up on any of my signals. I think we should stop seeing each other. I went to Courts and I realized size does matter.
Say goodbye to your old TV and hello to a new one from Courts, bringing Christmas home.
Our world is filled with rhythm. Rhythm that's unapologetic, infectious, timeless. Rhythm is commitment in action. It's how we show up for each other with unrelenting support that goes the distance. Rhythm lives in the tiny beats of our most intimate moments and the seismic roars of our biggest achievements. Rhythm is resilience in motion. So even when things go out of sync, we do what it takes to bring the rhythm back. At Flow, we understand your rhythm because we live it. That's why we're dedicated to building a network as resilient as you, with a team of familiar faces working every day to keep you on beat. You're at the heart of everything we do, and our commitment is to keep your rhythm flowing, no matter what.
It's something that you can't put into words. A buzz in the air. From the time you wake up, you're ready to go. The freedom, the fantasy, the fete. To know it is to live it and love it. You have to experience it. If you know, you know. Angostura White Oak Rum. New look, same vibes inside.
The holiday shopping season is here, and ZIZ Broadcasting Corporation wants to help your business shine. With the Holiday Sales Driver, you get the power of radio, television, and social media, all working together to drive customers straight to your door. Book your campaign today and reach thousands of shoppers across St. Kitts and Nevis. Sign up for 3 weeks or more and get a free live on-air feature. Call 465-2621 and ask for our ZIZ sales team. With ZIZ Radio, ZIZ Television, and Big Wave, your holiday sales success starts here.
Hello and welcome to the ZIZ Major Newscast. I am Shaira Flanders. Nationally, the 2026 budget address delivered by Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, the Honourable Dr. Terrance Drew, set a clear and purposeful course for the continued advancement of Saint Kitts and Nevis under the theme Investing in People and Progress. Presenting the bill shortly, entitled the Appropriation Act 2026-2025, In the National Assembly on Tuesday, December 16th, Prime Minister Drew acknowledged that the Federation continues to operate within a complex and often volatile global environment. Despite these challenges, he affirmed that the Saint Kitts Nevis Labour Party administration has remained resilient and focused, meeting the demands of 2025 with determination while laying a strong foundation for 2026. The Prime Minister underscored that the 2026 budget reflects steady progress in delivering on commitments made to the people over the past 3 years, alongside the rollout of new and transformative initiatives scheduled for the year ahead. He noted that the government's approach has been guided by careful planning, responsible fiscal management, and a deep commitment to national development that places people at the center of policy and investment. The theme, investing in people and progress, was emphasized as a practical framework for action rather than a symbolic statement. Prime Minister Drew highlighted recent investments that directly improve the quality of life for citizens and residents, including the arrival and commissioning of 5 custom-built ambulances at the Joseph and France General Hospital. This significant upgrade to emergency medical services strengthens the nation's healthcare system, improves response capacity, and reinforces the government's commitment to protecting lives. According to the Prime Minister, such investments demonstrate how meaningful dialogue and identified needs are being translated into decisive action and tangible outcomes. He stressed that these efforts reflect a broader national strategy aimed at building resilient institutions, expanding opportunity, and fostering sustainable progress across all sectors of society. Meanwhile, Prime Minister, the Honourable Dr. Terrance Drew, in delivering his 2026 budget presentation, says the country's gross domestic product is expected to grow in the coming year. The Minister of Finance expects the growth for 2026 will significantly outdo what occurred in 2025.
Madam Speaker, when we look at what was happening, we also said, let us look at the VAT rate for that period. And so we give the people 2 significant lifts. One, with the budget boost wallet to 23,000 people per month for 6 months. Nowhere else in the region something like that. And we deliberately cut the VAT rate at that particular time so they could have seen more help, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, this really helped to temper the impact of inflation. Madam Speaker, this is what you call investing in people and investing in progress. $36 million directly, and the savings from VAT, almost another $20 million, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, our economy is on a positive trajectory and gaining momentum. Our diversified economy. The Statistical Department at the Ministry of Sustainable Development projects real GDP growth of 2.8% for 2026. Outpacing 2025 significantly and stabilizing at 2.3% in the medium term. While this expansion is expected to be led by key sectors such as construction, wholesale and retail, public administration, hotels and restaurants, the financial sector, the energy sector, agriculture. It's a broad base, Madam Speaker. It is expected to generate wider economic activity that will translate into jobs, and income for our people.
Prime Minister Drew says government plans to manage the country's finances diligently to meet its budget projection.
Madam Speaker, of course, when there's growth in the economy, the government also benefits from increased tax revenue, and this is reflected in the current medium fiscal framework, which is the blueprint for our 2026 estimates. We are guided by a robust framework which sets out the government's fiscal strategy for the next 3 years, 2026 to 2028. Guided by this framework, we will place emphasis on strengthening public financial management across the public sector. We have to be responsible, increasing transparency and accountability, institutional strengthening, and improving delivery of service to our people.
Meanwhile, in some good news for the nation's public servants, Prime Minister Drew has announced that double salaries will be issued to public servants in their salaries on December 19th. thanking them for their dedicated service to the country over the last year. And in other news, Prime Minister, the Honourable Dr. Terrance Drew, has fulfilled his public commitment made during last month's National Roundtable discussions by formally establishing an ad hoc advisory committee to review the Special Sustainability Zones Authorization Act 2025, SSZ Act. During the roundtable engagement, the Prime Minister assured citizens that an independent representative body would be created to carefully examine the legislation, address public concerns, and ensure that the Act is implemented in a transparent and accountable manner. The establishment of the advisory committee marks the delivery on that promise. The advisory committee has been tasked with reviewing the provisions of the SSZA Act, considering its practical implementation, and making recommendations to the government on any proposed amendments, procedural improvements, or safeguards needed to strengthen public confidence. Its work will also be guided by regional and international best practices and the principles of the Sustainable Island State Agenda. Prime Minister Drew underscored that the SSZ Act does not in itself create or approve any special sustainability zone, nor is it tied to any specific private development. Instead, the Act establishes a clear legal process for how any future proposals must be evaluated, disclosed, and approved, including parliamentary oversight and constitutional safeguards. The advisory committee brings together a broad cross-section of civil society, professional bodies, and stakeholder organizations, reflecting the government's commitment to inclusive and participatory governance. And after the break, government reviews 2025 cost of living relief measures, and High Court imposes lengthy sentences in separate violent crime cases. The details after this.
Our world is filled with rhythm. Rhythm that's unapologetic, infectious, timeless. Rhythm is commitment in action. It's how we show up for each other with unrelenting support that goes the distance. Rhythm lives in the tiny beats of our most intimate moments and the seismic roars of our biggest achievements. Rhythm is resilience in motion. So even when things go out of sync, we do what it takes to bring the rhythm back. At Flow, we understand your rhythm because we live it. That's why we're dedicated to building a network as resilient as you, with a team of familiar faces working every day to keep you on beat. You're at the heart of everything we do, and our commitment is to keep your rhythm flowing, no matter what.
Now loans, cash at the speed of life, so fast you won't believe it. Now loans, cash at the speed of life, right now, right now. If you need cash in a flash with now, no need to fuss, leave it to us. When you need cash in a flash, no need to fuss, leave it to us. Hear me now.
When life throws surprises your way, Now's here to help. Whether it's for an urgent bill payment, home improvements, or unexpected health expenses, or even that last-minute holiday trip, with Now, you get cash in a flash, approved in just 24 hours.
Now loans, cash at the speed of life, so fast you won't believe it. Now loans, cash at the speed of life, right now, right now.
A loan product powered by National Bank.
This Christmas is an Ultra Cable Christmas. Win now, win weekly. The Cable is giving you the chance to win a brand new 50-inch smart TV, plus your share of over $25,000 in other fantastic prizes. Perform the qualifying action, and you could be our next lucky winner. To add to the excitement, our winning streak grows with each week. Winners will be announced weekly, so don't miss your chance to win big this season. Stay tuned to our social media pages at The Cable St. Kitts to see how to win weekly. The Cable, keeping you connected, entertained, and rewarded, giving you more where it matters, always.
The clock is ticking. It's Hartsford's Building and Nevis Centers and Builders Paradise Christmas Countdown Sale. This Thursday, December 18 to that day, December 20. Enjoy 30% off store-wide all weekend. Plus 12% VAT on that day, Saturday, December 20 on everything you need before the holidays. Don't wait. Time is running out to save big before Christmas Day. Build with us at Hartsford's Building and Nevis Centers and get everyday low prices at Builders Paradise.
The holiday shopping season is here, and ZIZ Broadcasting Corporation wants to help your business shine. With the holiday sales driver, you get the power of radio, television, and social media, all working together to drive customers straight to your door. Book your campaign today and reach thousands of shoppers across St. Kitts and Nevis. Sign up for 3 weeks or more and get a free live on-air feature. Call 465-2621 and ask for our ZIZ sales team. With ZIZ Radio, ZIZ Television, and Big Wave, your holiday sales success starts here.
Thank you for staying with us. The government of St. Kitts and Nevis has released its 2025 review of cost of living measures, outlining how targeted actions helped ease financial pressure on households and businesses. The most impactful initiative was the Budget Boost Wallet, which distributed EC $36.6 million to over 23,000 citizens, supporting spending on food, personal care items, and utilities. The program delivered immediate relief and improved household stability during a period of high global inflation. From January to June 2025, a 6-month VAT holiday reduced prices boosted consumer spending and supported small businesses. The government redirected nearly $8 million back into the economy to ease costs at the checkout. On July 1st, the national minimum wage increased from $10.75 to $12.50 per hour, placing St. Kitts and Nevis among the highest in the OECS and strengthening household income. Consumer education also played a role through the Smart Spend SKN campaign, helping citizens make informed purchasing choices. Surveys of businesses and households showed that direct cash support was the most visible and valued form of relief. As the 2026 budget debate approached, the National Cost of Living Task Force says its data-driven recommendations will continue to guide policies focused on affordability, resilience, and sustainable growth. And in other news, the High Court of Justice Saint Christopher Circuit handed down sentences in 2 serious criminal matters involving violent offenses following convictions earlier this year. In case SKBH-CR 2024-0018, Justice Ian Morley KC sentenced Shaquem Cranston, also known as Shaq, and Little Nuzzle, to 63 years imprisonment for the murder of Darnell Gavaya, which occurred on the 20th of June 2017. Mr. Cranston was convicted by a unanimous jury verdict after trial. The court found that the killing was wholly premeditated, carried out with a firearm, and occurred in a public hospital setting, placing members of the public at risk. Evidence before the court included extensive CCTV footage, forensic findings, and eyewitness testimony. In a separate matter, case SKBH-CR 2023/0041, the court sentenced Devon Trotman to 22.5 years imprisonment and Dijon Trotman to 21.5 years imprisonment for the offense of wounding with intent to murder. The brothers were convicted following a lengthy trial relating to a coordinated and sustained attack on Keon Fifield on the 7th of March 2021. The court found that the defendants jointly attacked the victim using a knife and a concrete block, inflicting multiple severe head injuries, including stab wounds penetrating the skull. Although Mr. Fifield later died in hospital, the murder charge was withdrawn after the Crown could not establish causation beyond reasonable doubt due to intervening medical issues. The court nevertheless characterized the offense as a particularly grave example of attempted murder, involving weapons, multiple blows, and efforts to conceal evidence. And coming up in regional news, Venezuela cuts energy ties with Trinidad over oil tanker seizure. Stay with us.
Here are your Horsford's Value Mart IGA Christmas specials.
Running December 11th to December 24th.
Now our Value Club Blue Tag specials. Essential everyday shredded and chunk cheeses, just $7.99. IGA or essential everyday frozen waffles, just $9.99. Lender's bagels, $12.99. Western oils are $19.99 each. Essential everyday breadcrumbs, $7.49. Arm & Hammer deodorant, $8.99. And now our very low weekly
value deals. Quaker Oats, regular and quick, $15.99. Mueller's Dry Pasta, $5.99. Essential everyday chunk like tuna, $3.49. Essential everyday salt, plain and iodized, $4.29. Progress Oat Soup, $13.99. Picoga toothpaste, $6.99. Shop Smart, Shop Value Mart. Tell them in Spanish.
Sea listo y haga sus compras aquí en Value Mart.
Our world is filled with rhythm. Rhythm that's unapologetic, infectious, timeless. Rhythm is commitment in action. It's how we show up for each other with unrelenting support that goes the distance. Rhythm lives in the tiny beats of our most intimate moments and the seismic roars of our biggest achievements. Rhythm is resilience in motion. So even when things go out of sync, we do what it takes to bring the rhythm back. At Flow, we understand your rhythm because we live it. That's why we're dedicated to building a network as resilient as you, with a team of familiar faces working every day to keep you on beat. You're at the heart of everything we do, and our commitment is to keep your rhythm flowing, no matter what.
Swipe your card, live your life. National Bank life is nice. You can spend it when you want it, how you like, where you like. Swipe your card, live your life. National Bank life is nice. Home or away, any time of the day. Credit or debit, right in your pocket. With National Bank card, so many benefits. Oh yeah, the choice is yours. Just come and embrace it.
Live your life your way with purchases big or small. Mango, nuts, breadfruit and all.
You can spend it when you want it, how you like, where you like. Swipe your card, live your life. National Bank life is nice.
This Christmas is an Ultra Cable Christmas. Win now, win weekly. The Cable is giving you the chance to win a brand new 50-inch smart TV, plus your share of over $25,000 in other fantastic prizes. Perform the qualifying action, and you could be our next lucky winner. To add to the excitement, our winning streak grows with each week. Winners will be announced weekly, so don't miss your chance to win big this season. Stay tuned to our social media pages at The Cable St. Kitts to see how to win weekly. The Cable, keeping you connected, entertained, and rewarded, giving you more where it matters, always.
Thank you for staying with us. On the regional scene, Venezuela has terminated all energy agreements with Trinidad and Tobago, accusing the Caribbean nation of complicity in the U.S. seizure of a Venezuelan oil tanker last week. Vice President Delcy Rodriguez said President Nicolas Maduro acted in response to what Caracas calls an escalation of hostilities, describing the tanker's interception as piracy. The Venezuelan government also denounced the Energy Cooperation Framework Agreement, claiming that Trinidad and Tobago has turned into a U.S. aircraft carrier in the region. Prime Minister Kamla Persad Bissessa dismissed the claims as propaganda, emphasizing that Trinidad and Tobago has adequate domestic gas reserves and that any concerns should be addressed directly with U.S. authorities. Energy experts warn that while Venezuelan gas is no longer an option, the country must accelerate domestic exploration and seek alternative partnerships to meet energy needs. And coming up, Bondi Beach mass shooting allegations widespread of ISIS influence in Australia. The details after this.
Trust in NCI, come to NCI, protect with NCI, only NCI. Always here for you, always. NCI is here for you, always. Whole life, term life for your peace. Healthcare, health plans, no worries. Home shield coverage, you're safe. Choose NCI to secure your space. Life challenges will come your way, but NCI brightens your day. Through your life's journey, we're here to stay. NCI will protect you all the way. Whole life, term life for your peace. Healthcare, health plans, no worries. Home shield coverage, you're safe. Choose NCI to secure your space. Trust in NCI, come to NCI, protect with NCI, only NCI. Always here for you, always. NCI is here for you, always.
Our world is filled with rhythm. Rhythm that's unapologetic, infectious, timeless. Rhythm is commitment in action. It's how we show up for each other with unrelenting support that goes the distance. Rhythm lives in the tiny beats of our most intimate moments and the seismic roars of our biggest achievements. Rhythm is resilience in motion. So even when things go out of sync, we do what it takes to bring the rhythm back. At Flow, we understand your rhythm because we live it. That's why we're dedicated to building a network as resilient as you, with a team of familiar faces working every day to keep you on beat. You're at the heart of everything we do, and our commitment is to keep your rhythm flowing, no matter what.
Australia is grappling with tragedy after a mass shooting at Bondi Beach left at least 15 people dead. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says evidence suggests the attack may have been inspired by ISIS, with flags found in a vehicle linked to the suspects. Authorities identified the alleged gunmen as father and son Sajid Akram, 50, and Naveed Akram, 24. One was killed during the incident, and the surviving suspect remains in hospital. Investigators are also looking into a trip the two took to the Philippines before the attack. New South Wales police confirmed the vehicle contained IEDs and ISIS flags. Officials described the attack as an anti-Semitic terror incident targeting a Hanukkah event. 22 people remain hospitalized, 6 in critical condition, including 2 police officers who engaged the gunman. And up next in sports, F2 SKNFA to take part in FIFA Series 2026. Stay with us.
Trust in NCI, come to NCI, protect with NCI, only NCI. Always here for you, always. NCI is here for you, always. Whole life, term life for your peace. Healthcare, health plans, no worries. Home shield coverage, you're safe. Choose NCI to secure your space. Life challenges will come your way, but NCI brightens your day. Through your life's journey, we're here to stay. NCI will protect you all the way. Whole life, term life for your peace. Healthcare, health plans, no worries. Home shield coverage, you're safe. Choose NCI to secure your space. Trust in NCI, come to NCI, protect with NCI, only NCI. Always here for you, always. NCI is here for you, always.
Thank you for staying with us. Saint Kitts and Nevis will take part in the FIFA Series 2026. F2 2026 series is scheduled to be hosted in Indonesia, marking another important milestone for the nation's senior men's football program. The tournament will see Saint Kitts and Nevis competing against national teams from different FIFA confederations, providing valuable international exposure and high-level competitive experience. The FIFA series is a global initiative introduced by FIFA to give national teams opportunities to play high-level international matches. The series brings together teams from across the world to compete in friendly matches under FIFA's international match calendar, fostering development, increasing global competitiveness, and promoting football across diverse regions. And when we come back, we'll have another look at the stories that made the headlines.
If you're HIV positive or have an STI, having unprotected sex with multiple partners puts them in grave danger. You'll expose every partner and their present and future partners to HIV or another STI. Use a condom every time you have sex. You can live a productive life even if diagnosed with HIV. Remember, early detection is key to your survival. Be responsible, protect yourself and others. Help stop the spread of HIV and other STIs.
Recapping the top stories, Prime Minister Drew delivers 2026 budget on investing in people and progress. Prime Minister explains budget projections for 2026, and Prime Minister fulfills commitment with the setting up of a committee to review SSZ Act. And that brings us to the end of the ZIZ Major Newscast. Thank you so much for joining us. I've been your presenter, Shaira Flanders. Have a good one.
sense, man.
Yes, sir. You look like one?
No sense. Look like one who goes to school and some kind of parents. Somebody was just coming in and I don't know what sense. Tell him take out the breakdown for this, please. The breakdown out of the somebody just put the breakdown.
The creative and digital economy is finding jobs in Last year, Saint Kitts and Nevis embraced a bold new vision, one built on resilience, innovation, fairness, and prosperity for all. A vision grounded in 7 pillars that touch every part of our lives: energy, water, food security, the creative and digital economy, infrastructure and housing, the environment, and people, our greatest asset. These pillars are the blueprint for a modern, sustainable island state, a roadmap to a nation that works better, lives cleaner, grows smarter, and creates more opportunities for every citizen and every resident. And in 2025, we saw that vision move from promise to progress, step by step. Investment by investment, project by project, the government led by Prime Minister Honourable Dr. Terrance Drew pushed forward, building, upgrading, training, digitizing, and reforming. Across the country, the transformation became visible. Homes going up, land titles in hand, water finally flowing reliably, new roads opening, farmers and fishers earning more, digital services unlocking convenience, trainees stepping into the jobs of the future, hospitals and emergency care modernizing, young people receiving savings and investments, and families finding real relief when they needed it most. More importantly, this year proved something fundamental. People are not just included in the agenda, people are the purpose of it. Let's take a look at some of the work done this year, pillar by pillar. Pillar 1, Energy Transition. Moving boldly toward a future that is cleaner and cheaper, Saint Kitts and Nevis continues to prove that energy is the master key. Because when you solve energy, you solve water, food security, and ultimately salaries and national wealth. In 2025, this truth became reality in real, measurable ways as the country advanced its most ambitious energy transformation in history. This year, our geothermal dream finally
welcome to ZIZ. I'm Ebony Brandon. Very happy to be here this evening. Today we would have heard a complete breakdown of the 2026 budget and estimates of the government of Saint Kitts and Nevis presented by the Prime Minister of Saint Kitts and Nevis, the Honourable Dr. Terrance Drew. We thought here at ZIZ that it would be a very useful thing to do to have a conversation really about how our budgets in St. Kitts and Nevis are prepared. What goes into the consideration of a budget? We would have seen the National Budget Forum just a few weeks ago. I was happy to be there and participate in that program, but there is so much more to it. And the numbers as well can be confusing when we hear these large numbers. So I think that we have put together a panel this evening that is very learned, very informed, and who can provide us with the insight to some of the questions that we have here in St. Kitts and Nevis with respect to the budget that was presented in the National Assembly today. I'm really pleased to welcome to the panel this evening of this budget analysis our former Minister of Education in St. Kitts and Nevis and current Digital Transformation Officer, Nigel Carty. And as the Prime Minister says, once honourable, always honourable. And we also have with us another person who is always honourable, will continue to remain honourable, our former Minister of Tourism, Ricky Skerritt. He has agreed to join us here this evening to offer some insight as well into the process. And what makes this all the more important as we have this conversation this evening is that these gentlemen would have sat in our cabinets in the past, and so they have insider information that we don't have as members of the public and members of the media as to what goes into really making sure that a budget that is presented to the country is one that we can live with over 12 months. And more than this, these are numbers that have real consequences for us as a nation. And so we are going to delve into that conversation right now. I think I want to start with Mr. Carty this evening, welcoming you to the panel, and just any opening remarks. We had a long day today, about 4 hours of presentation by the Prime Minister where he would present the 2026 budget. What was your take on it this morning?
Well, good evening to the listening and viewing audience. Very happy to be here, Ebony, alongside my colleague, Ricky Skerritt. I did think that the presentation was a very measured, future-oriented, balanced approach to the fiscal affairs of the government. I think one of the things that the government continues to speak about is the need for sustainability. And that means a lot of things, but in the context of the budget, I think it means making sure that we can live within our means. Government has to be able to maintain programs that it introduces. I know it's very, everybody wants social programs. Everybody wants everything, roads, water, electricity, and so on. But it's critically important that we understand that whatever the government does has to be sustainable in the long run. We have to be able to maintain what we implement, otherwise it would be like taking one step forward, one step backward, or maybe 2 steps backward even. So I think that the budget that was presented was one that engaged or required deep reflection on the part of the government as to how it's going to move forward the country within the context of the constraints that exist. And at the same time, having regard to the goals and objectives, the aspirations of the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. So I do think that it was a well-presented budget, both in substance and style.
Well, Mr. Skerritt, what about you? I thought it was a very realistic budget in that we look at the fact that we are facing a declining citizenship by investment. We have some challenges there, and we're not making the robust amounts we used to make in the lab. A realistic budget. What did you think about it?
Well, first of all, let me say good night. It's an opportunity to join this discussion. It's a pleasure for me and an honor. I looked at, I had the time today to look at the entire budget address, and one of the things that struck me was the Prime Minister was in good form today. You know, I thought to myself, you know, he's batting like a serious statesman. He's young and inexperienced, but he was showing a kind of maturity and a kind of intimacy with the budget. Very lengthy budget addresses, you know. It was his address. It wasn't, you know, it was clearly an input from many, many different stakeholders, as we know. You said it earlier that you had been in a forum, at least one forum, where he had been seeking inputs. Well, I think this budget is the most sounded budget forever that I've ever seen. It had more discussions and inputs and more consultations perhaps than any budget has ever had. And this is a good thing, but it is time consuming, and it is brings a lot of things to the table at the last minute. But I want to take the opportunity to congratulate the Honourable Prime Minister, because he showed today the benefit of going out to the people and getting the feedback, because it gave him a certain confidence and a certain intimacy, is this word I used before, and it became his budget. It's a budget that feeds into all the programs of he and his colleagues, but you could see that it was a very considerate and thoughtful presentation. And you know, the key thing is, how do we get enough money? It was a deficit budget.
Yes, it was.
It was showing that we didn't get the amount of money that we had hoped to get in 2025. So the question is, will we get that makeup in 26? Well, he showed tremendous confidence. He didn't bat an eyelid about it. He didn't look worried in any way. And he was very, I would think, very assertive in putting his presentation forward.
You know, when we hear about a deficit, it's something that's always taken in a sort of panic, and we're afraid, and it is a sign that the government is floundering or not doing well. But when we look at the global economic situation over the last year, we don't even have to go further than that. We can see that Saint Kitts and Nevis is not really in a unique situation, is it?
No, Saint Kitts and Nevis is not in a unique position with respect to this. One would prefer not to have a deficit budget, but the reality is sometimes, just like our homes have to run deficits, we have to go to a bank, get money to buy a car, to do something, piece of furniture, whatever have you. The same thing has to happen from time to time. The fact is, there is a projection of economic growth of about 2-3% in the ensuing years that would serve us well. And I'm trusting that we'll also have a slight rebound. The Prime Minister did speak to some measure of rebound in the CBI program. That's a program we have maybe over-depended on over the last many years, but I think we now have to adjust ourselves and recognize that we're not ever perhaps going to get back to those days when we made all these millions of dollars from that program. So we have to hope that that improves, and that we understand and appreciate the need for us to kind of live within our means from a national or fiscal perspective.
I think just as a continuation of that, I think one of the things that the deficit for this past year would have done is it would have brought some sense of reality check to exactly what we can anticipate for a program, which, as the Prime Minister himself says all the time, we really do not control in its entirety. It is a very important program. It has been tremendously important to the country. It has brought some really positive input to development projects and programs and to empowerment of people. But I think the cutback in the estimates for next year are going to end up being a good thing, because I think we will exceed what is being anticipated for next year, and that will help to fund some of the deficit from this year. What will also be important is to note, Prime Minister was very adamant on we're going out to collect monies due to us. Business people, other business associates, private vendors, all sizes and shapes of business people take advantage of government whenever they can. Mm-hmm. They are consumers. We don't pay our bills except we have to, at least some of us. And there comes a time when the government has to rally its forces, its troops, and say, let's go collect what is ours. Let's go get what belongs to Caesar, you know. And so the government, the Prime Minister could easily have said as Minister of Finance, look, we're going to explore some new taxes next year to make up for the losses this year. Mm-hmm. And I want to commend him for not doing that for two reasons. One, first of all, there is a significant amount of debt out there debtors that owe the government, just like the government owes banks and so on. If the government doesn't collect what belongs to it, it's going to be running into trouble with being able to pay its own obligations. But the other thing about next year is that if you look at all of the capital projects that were mentioned and the kind of private sector activity that's taken place, and we could try to go through some of them later, Ebony, the Prime Minister is showing great confidence in next year. You could almost see him grinning with pleasure and excitement every time he spoke about 2026. And I hope that will actually come to pass.
And it's really easy to sit and say, as we talk about a deficit budget, but we have to look at some of the causes for it. We already touched on one, which is the Citizenship by Investment program and the decline there. It's a decline that's been across the Caribbean. One of the things I noticed that he mentioned at least twice in his presentation this morning was the Estridge Prison Project, without delving too much into the politics of it, because there's always that to discuss. He believes strongly that project and how it was managed is part of the reason why the Citizenship by Investment program floundered. In addition to which, we have to look at the shares it was given, about 5,500 shares, I believe, which today, I think, for the first time we heard, was worth somewhere in the region of 25,000 citizenships. He called that figure in the National Assembly today.
He did.
What would that do from your understanding of how the Citizenship by Investment works to a country's program?
Right. I think you made a very important point, Ebony. One of the issues, one of the problems we have experienced with our CBI program is that the program has been very poorly managed, particularly by the last government. Yes, there have been challenges in the past prior to the last administration, but I think things took a turn for the worse. In fact, things went to rock bottom under the previous administration. In fact, I think many of you would recall that one of the straws that broke the camel's back with respect to the previous administration, why eventually Matt Brantley and Sean Richards left, was the same prison project. I can remember distinctly once the government had broken up and Sean Richards was out there in the opposition, he made an effort to visit the prison project over in Estridge. I know he was prevented from getting very close to the project, but the project really served to undermine the CBI program in a very, very big way. What that does, it causes governments with which we have relationships, such as governments or countries where our people who want to travel without visas, or countries where our citizens have easy access, even if they have to have visas. It causes those countries to begin to think that things are not any longer under control in Saint Kitts and Nevis, that all sorts of people, criminals here and there and everywhere, are going to be getting access to our passport, and thus allowing them, just as native-born citizens of Saint Kitts and Nevis, to enter into those jurisdictions. So they become defensive, they recluse, and so it becomes very difficult for us to manage the program in that way. So there's a lot of work that has to be done, and I think the government has done a lot of work in making sure that our partners around the world understand that we are building on the quality of the program. One of the things I understand that the government has been attempting to do is to, or at least been asked to do, I'm not certain whether it will happen, is to maybe think about including what we call a residency element to the program. That is going to make it a lot more difficult for some of our citizens by investment to get on board, but maybe it's the way we have to go to build back confidence with a lot of people around the world. But the other point I want to make is that one of the things that we have to recall and remember is that when the Labour Party under Denzel Douglas would have left office and left about $950 million in the bank, that was money that should have gone into what we call a sovereign wealth fund. So all this time we are floundering, trying to find money to keep some of these social programs that we introduced afloat, or at least keep them as policy options going forward. I think that the abuse of those funds has really put us in a bind long-termly, and I would hope to God that going forward, once we get our feet back under us from the standpoint of the CBI program, that we'll take seriously making sure that we create a fund that is protected under some law or even perhaps the Constitution.
And I know there has been talk of a sovereign wealth fund. When we also look at this, Mrs. Skerritt, from your position as a former Minister of Tourism, you really understand how these situations can have impact even reaching into that, because we're talking about diversifying the economy to be less reliant on that. But then we have all major markets, the United States, Canada, the United Kingdom, and they perhaps, I don't know, put out advisories about us in the region based on the dynamics taking place with these issues with CBI and so on. How does that impact even our ability to diversify our economy and to look to other markets for revenue?
The problem wasn't a significant problem didn't occur which related to advisories being given. What really messed up tourism here and set us back considerably is a matter that is often addressed by the Prime Minister, including today, where he speaks again and again. And I think it's so important that he keeps making a point that because of the political motive of holding back the country from reopening post-pandemic, tourism needs a certain lead time to begin to sell programs and tours and so on. And in the case of cruise ships, schedules and hotels and so on. It's a very complex issue how to get people into your business from thousands of miles away. It takes a tremendous amount of strategic planning and detailed logistics. And when you hold back a country from being open to the world and getting lead time to advertise that you're open for business, you set back the industry quite a bit, and you miss almost a year or two in terms of momentum. One of the key things that the Prime Minister said today was that tourism performance, stay over visitors, and cruise passengers had arrived at pre-COVID levels since in October. Now that is a tremendous achievement. In other words, we can say Saint Christopher and Nevis is on the way back and beyond the 2019 performance, which was the best year in history. So when you add on what's going to be taking place this month, December, which is our busiest month, Saint Kitts and Nevis are on the way back to glory, so to speak, in terms of tourism. He also went to great lengths to speak about an area of the economy which the outlook had begun with the Christopher Harbour Marina and the private jet terminal, trying to lift the level of expenditure of our visitors with private jets and mega yachts, the largest yachts. Marina built specially to the only dedicated marina in the Caribbean for those largest yachts. And that is showing great signs with the sale recently of the Christopher Harbour Marina to an international safe harbor, a really successfully large international company that is going to be spending large sums of investment. So tourism is on the way back. And Ross University, if I dare call their name, that's a very important source of what we call the more medium-term visitors, students and faculty and staff. They are back to their optimum levels, having themselves been hurt badly by the pandemic. A neighboring medical school and other what we call education tourism entities will all be back at their best in 2026. So I am not terribly worried about the Citizenship by Investment Program. I think the reality checks have been received. The government has gone through a tremendous reorganization. What that reorganization, as necessary as it was a little bit spaced out, and it created some uncertainty in the market. So people who were looking to do business with St. Kitts sort of sat back to wait and see. We had to do what we had to do. It was unprecedented. Did we do it as fast and as effective as it could have been? Perhaps not, but we did a pretty decent job getting it to where it is today. And where it is today is going to achieve a growth again. And I think you will see that program. It will never go back to what it used to be pre the abuse of it in the recent times, but it will definitely continue to fund that huge component of social programs that are so important to the Labour Party philosophy and the way in which we go about doing business, which is to take care of the people who need us, take care of the needy, not the greedy. It's that is so important to the use of that fund, because without that fund, we cannot sustain the 30 to 35% of our budget into social programs.
It makes a lot of sense. So let me ask the big question that everybody has been talking about. We're wondering if we were going to have a quote-unquote double salary this year. And at the very end of the budget, the Prime Minister said, yes, there's going to be a payment, but it's not going to be like in years past because the ministers and the advisors will take a cut. I don't know who would have been disappointed by hearing that, but I think most of the public would have been glad to hear. But okay, we realize that we are a little tight this year, so somebody is taking a step back. How do you feel about that, especially when we consider that earlier this year in January, public servants, civil servants received, and not just civil servants, auxiliary workers as well, they received a 8.5% increase?
Yeah.
There has never in the history of Saint Kitts and Nevis been a double salary in a year where an increase was given.
All right. So again, we must commend the government and the Prime Minister, Minister of Finance in particular, for this. I think people have become so accustomed to the double salary, civil servants, and of course businesses as well, depend on and expect government to give civil servants double salary so that they can get more expenditure, you know, in their stores, their shops, etc., etc. So it has become part of the expectation. I don't know though if this can continue ad infinitum, but certainly the government wanted to demonstrate that it understands that people are feeling the squeeze and they wanted to provide a relief for them. And this, of course, is very much welcome. With respect to ministers not getting an increase, I think that is also a wise decision that has been made by the government. Not that overall it's going to make a big impact in terms of the expenditure and so on, but it does demonstrate that the government thinks about the need to cut back on expenditure.
Because if I'm making high 4 figures or maybe low 5 figures, I mean, come on, how can I begrudge somebody who's making a little 2,000 or 3,000 a month, right?
Absolutely.
I think what was what was exciting about the double salary announcement today was the way in which it was done.
Right.
I thought the Prime Minister was very mischievous and very politically astute in the way in which he brought the envelope, received an envelope with a statement in it which speaks to, I don't recall that ever happening before.
Dramatic. Yeah.
And what made it special was that there was this perception out there in his critics and opponents that the government can't afford to do it. And they were just waiting for the budget address to finish without any sort of special Santa Claus, and to jump all over him and say, aha, you see there, he don't know how to lead us economically and financially and so on. Well, so much for that.
Christmas come early.
I want to say that the way in which it was done, the presentation, pulling the decision makers out of it, because one of the things about government that the critics say is that the decision makers take care of themselves. Well, clearly that doesn't happen all the time, because if that happened, that you would have seen everybody would have got today. But this was a way for the Prime Minister to say, look, we really don't have the kinds of reserves that we need to have, but we believe the people deserve, and therefore we are going to do. But we, the better paid ones in the government, we are going to take a back seat on this. And I think that was a very noble approach to the situation.
I agree with that. Overall, when we look at the budget this year, the tone of the budget and the setup for the debate that will take place over the course of the week, what do we feel about this government from first budget to now? we're looking at the budget presentation in 2026, are we seeing any growth in terms of, because you said so earlier, it's a new administration, many of them, I think the only person who would have served in government before is Senior Minister Douglas. What do you think about the growth and maturity of this administration, despite the disgruntlement? Because let's be real, there is disgruntlement and people are murmuring. Last night there was an accident in Lodge and there was a gentleman there saying it's Dr. Drew fault the accident took place. I'm trying to figure out how. He wasn't there, he wasn't in the car. Yeah. But this is the sort of thing that's said from time to time. When we look at it objectively, what is the maturity and what is the growth, if any, we're seeing from this administration?
Right. You told that joke. People can become cynical sometimes, and sometimes people just joke around with those things. But largely, I've seen tremendous growth in this government in the way it has presented this last budget. I think, first of all, there's a sense of realism. This budget is very realistic. The Prime Minister and Minister of Finance has been very forthright, in my view, in indicating to people where we are on the CBI, on our revenue collection, where we are in terms of the issues we're facing with respect to carrying forward some of our social programs, etc., etc. Critically important. But I think the government has also been careful to update people as to where we are on some of the critical projects. People have been hearing about the hospital project for quite some time. He has let the public know that this is still critically important as part of creating greater sustainability in our health sector and so forth, and other projects, the Basti High School and so forth. So I've seen a great deal of maturity with respect to the realism, the forthrightness, the ability to get an understanding in people's head as to what's happening with the government affairs.
And you spoke about the Prime Minister himself, his growth. What do you think about the overall growth of the administration?
Well, we will be in a better position to speak to that over the next few days as each minister and the opponents say what they have to say about this budget and about the funding and where it's going and for what and so on. But I think, quite frankly, I have seen growth in every minister that I've had an opportunity to interact with. They're all very sensible, they're all bright, and they're all learning at a rapid rate. That's my opinion. Everybody knows that I support the party in office, but I'm not saying that to get any favors. I'm saying it because I have observed it. I've told the Minister of Tourism that she is one of the fastest growing intellectually and academically of the tourism ministers I have known. And after a few months with her, she didn't need me anymore, quite frankly, and she has a very clear understanding of what the industry requires for its success, and she's setting about to bring change. It's not easy. Change is not change. Design and operationalizing the change is not easy. It takes experience, and these folks are generally inexperienced. But we put them there. We put them there because we wanted change. We put them there because we wanted new, more youthful, more energetic approaches to problem solving. And mistakes have been made and will be made again. But what you're seeing is a certain sense of inclusivity, a very strong inclusivity from most of them. Some of the look, who are your critics? Your critics are usually your opponents. That's why they're called opponents. That's why they're on the other side, because they want to get rid of you. They will even make up, what we call fake news. They will do anything, and as it gets closer to the election time, the budget becomes more and more, of a subject of debate. So I'm looking forward to this debate over the next few days, because the government has leverage now. This is really an excellent budget that gives the government ammunition to say, here's what we have successfully done so far, and here's what we are budgeting to achieve next year. It's there. It's there. One of the things, for instance, some of the reform that's taken place internally in government, most governments don't like it because it's costly, but it's not bringing new jobs. It's reorganizing the various ministries. Nigel would be able to tell you about some of them, but one of the ones that I've been involved with is is the whole issue of price control. Sorry, not price control. Cost of living reduction. I happen to have had the privilege to sit on that particular committee with the chairman as the cabinet secretary, Dr. Natta, and he's been excellent. He's pulled together a group of bright young civil servants who have been working on a number of projects. And one of the projects is a survey of small and medium-sized business to find out how can government do better. Even though every government has listed small and medium enterprises as a key focus. This government is showing it more seriously than I've ever seen. And also the issue of trying to get the consumer price index to be more realistic, to be more pertinent, to be more usable, so that you can really measure price increases and other things more accurately in a way that relates to people, not just some people, but to generally the whole community can say, well, this is what we are doing to minimize the growth of prices in the commercial sector and so on. So I think, you know, I've seen in this budget and some of the exposure I've had by speaking to some people before that we are on the right path, and that I think all signs are leading in the right direction.
Fantastic. We're going to take a little bit of a break. When we get back, however, what I'd like us to take a turn to is look at some of the money spent versus what has been delivered over the past year, and see if we see any justification for some of the spending which would have taken place last year, and some of the cutback, because there is actually, when you look at the figures, a cutback in expenditure with regard to new capital projects. But we want to examine why this is the case. Is it because we have projects on the table to be taking place? What's going on? So we take a short break. We invite you to stay with us here on ZIZ. I'm here with Nigel Carty and Ricky Skerritt as we have an analysis and discussion about the 2026 budget and some of the matters arising from it. We'll be right back.
The clock is ticking. It's Hartsford's Building and Nevis Centers and Builders Paradise Christmas Countdown Sale. This Thursday, December 18 to that day, December 20. Enjoy 30% off store-wide all weekend. Plus 12% VAT on that day, Saturday, December 20 on everything you need before the holidays. Don't wait. Time is running out to save big before Christmas Day. Build with us at Hartsford's Building and Nevis Centers and get everyday low prices at Builders Paradise.
Ho, ho, ho! Scandus bringing holiday cheers, one clean space at a time. We take pride in offering a diverse range of services, including heavy equipment rental, solid waste management, and medical waste management. This holiday season, cleanup is made easy with our special discount on roll-off bins rental and private waste collection, available December 15th to the 30th. Join us for our Christmas Island Drive-Thru Haul-Away event on December 15th and the 19th. For more details, visit us at Scandus, located in Canada Industrial Estate, St. Kitts. We're open Monday to Saturday, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. or call us at 662-3329 or 665-1003. Scandus, your partner for clean and efficient service.
Welcome back. I'm Ebony Brandon, and we're continuing our conversation here on ZIZ. We'd like to say a special good evening to those who are watching online, abroad, wherever you are. Welcome, as we have this very important conversation about our 2026 budget, which was announced in National Assembly today by Prime Minister of Saint Kitts and Nevis, Dr. Terrance Drew. In the studio with me are Ricky Skerritt, our former Minister of Tourism. He is very important to us still, major regional sporting figure, and he plays a role in advising some of those people who are now learning what he has forgotten. We also have in the studio with us our former Minister of Education and Communication, our present Chief Digital Transformation Officer, Mr. Nigel Carty, as well, providing some insight into how we go about the formulation of our budget, some of the things that go into it, and exploring not just the 2026 budget, but comparing it against what was announced last year and whether or not we've seen any growth, any progress for our taxpayer dollars here in St. Kitts and Nevis. Very important. Right now, what we want to do, however, is have a conversation about some of the capital projects. The budget this year actually saw that there is a reduction in capital expenditure. In 2025, it was $209.4 million allocated for capital expenditure, as opposed to $167.2 million in the upcoming budget. One might ask, well, why do we have this great drawback? But when we look at what has taken place over the last year, in my opinion, we have a lot of things already underway, although they may not be going vertical as yet. Is that not so?
Yeah, we can talk about a number of projects. The hospital project, for example, a lot of the funding for that is in the works. That will be coming forward. Over the last year or two, a lot of preparatory work has been done, negotiating land, clearing land, doing the designs, getting approval for your EIA, which is your environmental impact assessment, and so forth. And it seems now that the government is just about on the cusp of breaking ground and beginning the construction. What I see for 2026 in terms of the hospital project is things taking off. Although we have had overall a decrease in the capital expenditure for 2026 as projected, I do believe that for what is intended to happen in 2026, we have the funding for that. And of course, if there's any need for any expenditure beyond what has been projected, just in case, for example, the pace of construction picks up to a point where more expenditure is needed in 2026, I believe that the wherewithal exists for those funds to be found and provided. Right? The Basti High School, I think we are aware that the previous government spent 7 years in office after having basically campaigned almost sold in the Basti High School, spent 7 years, spent over $30 million, and we have nothing to show for it. I think what we have seen under this government is real progress in terms of the construction of the school. So we've seen the designs, we've seen the clearing of the ground, in fact the demolition of the buildings that were existing, and now we're on the point of doing the construction. These things take a bit of a time to get started, but it shouldn't have taken 7 years, $30 million, 7 years, and nothing having happened.
Ebony, one of the, we spoke just before the break, we spoke about critics, and I said the critics of government are generally people in opposition, and their job is to criticize, and there's some people overdo it. But there are critics, and I must confess, there are some critics that I have heard who voted for the Labour Party administration and have been unhappy. What have they been unhappy about? Primarily that the government has not produced the capital projects as quickly as they had expected, and especially the project which was supposed to deliver 2,500 houses.
2,400 houses.
2,400 affordable homes. Right. That was a project that unfortunately went astray, caught fire, so to speak, and a lot of people were a little bit upset. And the Prime Minister spoke to that today in terms of some lesser amount of houses, but the housing program has begun at a slower rate than had been anticipated. The Basti High School project, the hospital project, these are all projects that were campaigned on, and so somehow people thought that a magic wand would be waved and suddenly within a day. I mean, it's not unusual for projects like that to take a while, especially under the funding constraints of the CBI. So what has happened is that I think the high school project, the cultural center project, which involves much bigger than just a cultural center. I understand it involves even a small hotel and some other things. Those projects are going to be public purpose, I forget the name of it, public purpose projects or whatever, funded with these people, with the developers actually going into the market and getting citizenship by investment sales to fund the project. So that the government has had to be very creative with how it goes about doing public projects because of the fall off in actual funding. So spreading it out again to individual developers is going to bring that program itself back up, because you have more people out there selling under the new system, the new better organized and more, what's the word I'm looking for? More not hidden away like we had under the prison project, and more inclusive and open for you to see. But the government is finding more creative ways to fund capital projects, because the capital projects are needed. Not only were they promised, and you have to deliver on your promises if you're going to get reelected, but they have to be done. The country needs them. These are good projects. These are not just makeshift like a prison. That's a project that you may not need quite as well. All these are much needed projects. So the government is doing everything it can, and some of it was discussed in the budget, and it'll be interesting to hear the Prime Minister in his wind-up at the end of the week speak more specifically about the projects and when they're going to start and what is they're going to cost and so on, and where the funding is going to come from. That funding that you see in the budget is not enough to fund all of these projects. So clearly money is coming from elsewhere, and that you will get more information on.
And what I think is very important to point out as well is, though we may not have a physical hospital in place as yet, and a lot of these other BHS might not have gone vertical as yet, but a lot of money was spent over the last fiscal year in the improvement of existing infrastructure as well.
Good
that
point.
We have in place.
Yeah. Good point. Yeah. Excellent point.
The CT machine.
I'm so happy you said that, because before the budget address today, the government did a great job of, I think Jamal was the man who was hosting it. He had a lot of video stock showing what had been taking place. I mean, I was quite impressed. A lot of the stuff that I wasn't even aware of, and they showed in the existing JNF hospital. Prime Minister spent a fair amount of time speaking about it today, and about the roof and the leaking, and about having 8 buckets just to catch water. I found that very funny, but true. And so what he was really saying to the people today is, look, even though we are doing this new hospital, which is going to be much more appropriate and much stronger and much needed, we haven't forgotten that the existing facility needed input, including putting in top quality equipment and putting in air conditioning and
acquisition of ambulances.
Exactly. So it's not as if everybody's sitting back waiting for the big event. A bunch of small things are taking place, all building towards that big event. There's continuity and relevance.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Ricky is right. I mean, the government has a lot of work on improving school plans. As you know, schools are tough environments. Kids beating on walls and windows and bathrooms and switches and so forth. And the government has invested significant amounts of money in making sure that those plans are improved. I know, for example, in the upcoming year, they have a massive project to do with upgrading of the electrical in schools. Our schools have become places where we expect a lot more devices, computers and so forth to be plugged into the walls and in our labs and so on. So yes, a lot of money has been spent on improving the facilities in our schools and hospitals and so forth, CT scan and all those kind of things. So the money that has been spent so far, I think, has been very well spent, but I think people are still looking forward to those big projects, the New Basti High School, the hospital project and so on, coming on stream.
And while he didn't speak specifically to digital transformation, he spoke about this public sector transformation today, which is where I think I want to pull you in here on now, because he really made a point of emphasizing that the digitization of government is just something that is inevitable.
Yeah.
We're going to have to make sure that things like our land registries or access to digital IDs, the AIDs we have coming on stream very soon, all of these things are in place if we really want to move forward into the future. And not just that, but to be the sustainable island state we are moving towards becoming. What can you share with us from your point of view? Because you are the Chief Digital Transformation Officer. What insights can you offer us in regards to that?
Right. So the digital transformation program that is being undertaken by the government is just part of the overall sustainable island state agenda. it's about sustainability again. So the three major objectives of the digital transformation program in the government are as follows. Improving efficiency. Government can serve the public more efficiently, right? That is to say, more quickly and at lower cost, right? All of the paperwork can be gotten rid of, and we can provide systems that allow our citizens, whether they're here or abroad, to access government services. Secondly, it is really to improve accessibility. And that is to say, for persons who are here in St. Kitts, residents of St. Kitts and Nevis, but also those who are living abroad, but people who are differently abled, people with visual, hearing, and other kinds of impairment and so on, and disabilities. The systems that we are developing take into consideration that we have to be inclusive of all of those kinds of populations. And lastly, it is really to add to the growth of the economy, right? By creating businesses that support what government is doing, training people who will create their own businesses to provide services to both the government and to the private sector. But critically important, if I can just mention at the top level, if you want to go into them more deeply, you can, but the EID project, that is a digital identity project. This is a mechanism which is going to assist our citizens, whether here or abroad, in accessing government services, but also being able to perform transactions with their own private sector institutions, such as a bank, and having a basis to say that this is me, irrefutably, right? One of the reasons why when you go to a bank you have to offer 2 pieces of ID, it is because there is an admission that no form of ID that we have right now is so rock solid as to stand on its own. So you need to cross, you need to cross-reference and so on and so on. So that's important. We are also thinking of developing platforms like an online passport application platform, so our citizens abroad can apply for their passport online. We're also talking about a platform so that young people and people of all ages, resident here, resident abroad, can make application for their business licenses online and pay their taxes and so on online. Some of that is already happening, as you know. So it's really about empowering people, giving them the wherewithal to participate in whatever government is doing, accessing government services, but also, providing a platform whereby people can develop their own businesses around. And lastly, as a part of all of that, is doing the relevant legislative transformation as well. So we have to change our laws to suit. For example, we are going to have to get into the idea of digital signatures, so that if people are transacting electronically, then people have got to be able to sign documents electronically as well. So we can get into some of that a little later, but I want to stop there for now.
Okay.
Ebony, one of the things that came out to me while Nigel was talking was Nevis. There was an interesting development today. I found that the Prime Minister took ownership of his responsibility, which I'm sure he does all the time, but it came across clearly in his presentation, which is something that Prime Ministers have been criticized for in the past, of not remembering that you are Prime Minister of Saint Kitts and Nevis, and that you're ushering Nevis down a pathway of almost complete autonomy. Well, today the Prime Minister spoke about 2 projects which the federal government is keen on, is actively involved with, is supporting in various ways, which I'm sure more detail will come out later. And one, of course, is the energy project, help me there.
Geothermal.
The geothermal energy project, which we've heard a lot about for many years. And you heard the Prime Minister speaking about actual operationalizing of the new wells and all that, with a company having been recruited out of Iceland or something. Forgive me again if I don't have it right.
I think it was Iceland.
But the point is that money is coming from Caribbean Development Bank with guarantees and other necessary documentations from the federal government. He also spoke about the Vance Emery internationally. Well, I would see, he basically said, we are going to have 2 international airports. We already have, because people, once you're flying directly to an airport, go through immigration, go through customs, it's an international airport. So the Vance Emery, which was fairly quiet,
It doesn't
for many
function the
years,
way it
wasn't
should have
really
or did
right.
in the past.
The Prime Minister is working in the background to help the Premier achieve his objective and his government's objective to get that airport expanded and up and operating at its optimum level. These are two very important projects for Nevis and for the Federation. And I think the Prime Minister did a really good job of making that point today. And I want to commend him and the Nevis Island administration for working together, because it is necessary. The other issue, which is I'm sure you will hear lots of it during the debate coming, especially from the other side, is about public debt. You know, it's a bad thing to have debt. There's a certain Prime Minister who had a comment about debt once, which hit the news all over. He said, "Debt, my whatever." That may have sounded a little irresponsible at the time, but it's because he was trying to make the point, 2 points. Debt which is well directed, debt which is money well spent, is worth it. And 2, you can fix debt down the road as long as you have a plan to move the debt back down to where it's sustainable. And I think those 2 points were made today, especially the issue about monies well spent. Earlier, Ebony, I think you raised the issue of the prison project with the abuse and the perception of gross corruption and so on that took place back then that hurt. That was clearly public debt that was not well directed. What we have to make sure is that every dollar spent, and I just spoke about efficiency just now, more and more you have to do more and more with less. When I was a minister, I used to, that was a theme that I said, we have to do more with less. Because back then, I mean, I looked at what was made available to tourism today, and even though they're not happy, it's a tremendous amount of money compared to what we used to get when I was minister. And I could tell you, it took a long time before permanent financial secretaries understood the need to invest in tourism and what the returns are, the impact, the economic impact in a bigger sense. So we've come a long way. And even he mentioned today the music festival. I remember fighting numerous battles, Nigel was there, against financial secretaries as well, trying to justify why we should be bringing events like that up to a certain level and beyond. Again, because of the importance of what we call event tourism and sports tourism and entertainment tourism. So I really felt that the budget today covered just about everything, and I was glued to the television. I mean, I didn't go to the actual parliament, but I looked. It's the first time I've looked at ZIZ for so long in one sitting. I really enjoyed the presentation today.
I just want to back up Ricky on the fundamental point he's making about strategic debt, right? And in that regard, I want to speak to the geothermal, right? I was once Minister of State in the ministry responsible for that subject matter. So he's right. We've been having those discussions for quite some time, since as far back as 2007, right? It's 18 years now, and we haven't really moved as far as we ought to have. But I think the Prime Minister's interest in supporting that project has to do with the value it brings to the overall situation for Saint Kitts and Nevis. Energy is one of the most important costs for the government. Important in the sense that we can't do without it, but it's also one of the most expensive things for the government to do in terms of buying energy and then subsidizing the cost to,
which he mentioned today.
Right, to the consumers, which he again mentioned today. And that is one of those critical important social programs. So when we think about making the energy sector sustainable, we really have to begin to think about renewable energy. And the geothermal project in Nevis, if it is as promising as we have heard, as it has been made out to be, it is really, it really makes all the sense in the world to make the investment, incur the debt, because in the long run, we are going to benefit from low cost of energy, right? And that is going to power businesses. It's going to give people in their homes a lot more wiggle room so that they could have money for other things and so on. So that to me is one of the most exciting things about what the government is doing, and to me one of the most important projects for incurring debt, or justifiable.
Not asking you to give an exact figure, so that's very difficult to do, but sometimes people hear these conversations and they're lofty conversations. In real terms, if we get this geothermal project off the ground, what do you suspect the average person would really see in terms of savings from that?
I don't want to say too much about that, but I can say to you that, first of all, we have to take into account what is the real cost that consumers like us should be paying. So, someone like myself, I pay like $450, $500 per month for electricity. I should have been paying maybe $1,000 based upon what I consume. I am paying that little because of what the government is giving me as subsidy. So what I expect in the future is that rather than my bill being in real terms in the area of $1,000 per month for electricity, I expect it to be more like half of that, if not 30%.
Without the subsidies?
Without subsidies at all. And so even if the government were to put in some subsidy on that, you expect, rather than paying $500, to pay maybe $300 or $250, as the case may be. And I suspect it can go much lower because the government is making, or intends to make, a huge investment, maybe $150 million, you know. That's a figure I've heard. Millions of dollars have been invested in the past. But that should last us for a very, very long time. There is, from my own understanding of that, a very low recurrent cost to the project. Of course, you'll need parts and so on. You'll need to upkeep what your machinery is. But having invested in drilling those wells and so on and being able to tap into that energy for many, many years to come, we can reap benefits for many, many years to come. And so, to me, it makes absolute sense.
In addition to not having to deal with the reality of fluctuations in the global oil price and so on.
Right.
Because that affects everything else. We need the goods to come here, they need to be transported to the business. Everybody has to recoup the cost somehow.
Right. So you have introduced another important concept, that the price can remain stable. We know for certain that oil prices are going to go up. They may come down a little bit, but they're also going to go right back up and go beyond where they are right now. So we have an opportunity to get energy at a very stable price for many years into the future.
One of the problems with the geothermal project that has obviously slowed progress is the high capital cost needed to get it off the ground. The testing, the purchase of the right technology and so on. And it's a fairly new industry that you know, everybody has a slant on it. Everybody has some kind of expertise that they want to sell you. But the problem is exciting in the sense that it's also the problem that to me is most exciting, the fact that it's such a small population in Nevis. So you're spending all this money per capita, and then you end up with a beautifully low-cost, recurrent, alternative source of energy, which you could never regain the value just through the small consumers in Nevis. So you have to sell it somewhere else. You got to run an undersea cable to Saint Kitts and beyond.
Yep.
And that to me is the most exciting part of it, if that is the direction we're going. I've heard that that's where we're going, but the reality is that Nevis geothermal project will be able to supply many, many, many thousands of people across the region once you put the right undersea cables and so on to connect. And so you begin to now get the proper return on investment, and you find more investors wanting to invest because it now has a much larger market. And that to me is exciting. I'll be curious to hear the Premier and the Prime Minister continue to speak about where they're going with this.
When we talk about before we move on to the issue of water, because I want us to touch on that as well, before we move off of this, we are in Nevis. What does the relationship now between the federal government and NIA say to you as former ministers of government? You sat there and you would have seen some of the dynamics between there, because normally if nobody from NIA sits in the federal government, that has not been the case until you had the coalition of 7 years ago. We see this now, but we see a level of cooperation that we have not seen in the past. What does that indicate to you?
Yeah, so having been in the cabinet for 10 years, from 2004 2015, from my own understanding, there was always some kind of relationship between the federal government and the NIA. I'm aware that, for example, when Mr. Parry was Premier in Nevis, there were many projects that him and the Prime Minister, Dr. Douglas, worked together on. Of course, that relationship kind of came full circle when Patrice Nisbet became Attorney General in the government, and so there was more direct representation for the things that needed support from the federal government in Nevis. So this relationship between the federal government and the NIA, I think it's a natural extension of that. I think in years to come, it will become the natural thing for people to see this working relationship between the NIA and the federal government, because the federal government serves the people of Saint Kitts and Nevis. Nevis, to be precise, is to be included in that. So I think that there really ought to be a relationship between those two governments, irrespective of who leads the government in Nevis. But I believe that what I'm getting out of this relationship more particularly is that there are particular things in Nevis, such as the energy project, in which the government has a federal interest because it represents such a great hope for sustainability in the future. And I think that they're going to find projects like that going forward to work on and to find common ground around.
What about water now? Let's talk about water, because he spent some time talking about the water situation, the coming desalination plants, the drilling that has been taking place. Water has been a sore spot for a lot of people for a very long time when they can't turn on their tap and get water when they want to get their water. What does the focus towards getting these water projects off the ground next year say to you?
Well, you know, it occurred to me that I was listening to the minister responsible, Minister Maynard, speaking on a radio interview, I think the week before the budget, so it must have been last week or week before. And he was making the point that, you know, we could spend the money on housing more than we spend in it, and then have no water to put in the houses. It's like sending a kid to school, all dressed up nicely in the best clothes, but he don't have any money to buy lunch. Because you need lunch. You need the school attendance, but you need lunch. Well, you need to have water if you're going to have a quality of life. You know, if you're going to be able to run a business, if you're going to be able to do, you know, healthy living. So water, the point is made. I mean, Prime Minister today started off, he said, well, this is politics. And, you know, I have to mention the Labour Party put me here. And I'm very grateful. He was saying thank you to all the people that did. And he said, this is politics. Well, what is politics is water now. I mean, you and me know that in Antigua, for instance, our next favorite island, water was a massive, massive issue in the last election and the one before and the one before and the one before. And it's so important that the government invests in sustainable projects such as desalination plants to keep water in the pipes 24 hours. It's a standard that the average man and woman expects. And if you show lack of concern and lack of attention to that need, you do it at your own peril. And so I want to say that today I was really looking to the Prime Minister to speak about what is the status of these projects, and it seems as if things are going very well in the right direction, and I hope that it can be sustained.
Maybe I can add a word or two to that. Ricky has said it. People's expectations have improved. The housing stock has increased. More homes and people have their washing machines, their nice bathrooms and so on. So water is in higher demand. There's more need for water. And I think that people just feel that, I mean, this is a problem that government should solve, and they're going to have to rely on government to solve it.
And so they don't want to pay any more.
well, that's one of the important things that we should really talk about. I'm not making any suggestions as to price increases, but I mean, we've been paying the same rate for water for all these years. It's certainly not the real cost or the true cost for the water, but nonetheless, I think that the next year or two, I think bode well for more sources of water becoming available to the public. I know we have a desalination plant that should become operational very shortly. That should produce some few millions of gallons of water per day. I think 2 million gallons of water per day. But I think they're also prospecting for new sources of water in St. Paul's and Saddles and other places around the country. That to me is fabulous, and if we can get rid of this water problem once and for all, that would be good. It doesn't mean that we won't ever have problems. I'm sure there are going to always be issues from time to time, but if we can get this problem behind us in a large way, you know, I think we will have done something for
because
the
the reality is, and it's not just here again, these are things that we're facing across the region. Rainfall has been declining, and Saint Kitts and Nevis has been very reliant on its groundwater.
Yeah.
We've been fortunate with the Bastille Aquifer and other sources of water. Antigua doesn't have that. We solely rely on rainfall. If there's no rain, there's no water. If Potter's Dam is empty. So we also have to be responsible, and I think this is part of it. I don't know, discussions like this should really let people understand how privileged they are. People may not want to hear this, you may not like hearing it, but it's the truth. We're very privileged here in that we've had a lot of these things. The cost, as you mentioned, that we've been able to enjoy them at. But we have a larger population now. We have to have the responsibility of conserving, especially as we look forward to sustainability.
I think, Ebony, that one of the points which we mustn't miss is the point that was being made today repeatedly, that no investments were made in these basic essentials of water and electricity over the period of time that his predecessors were in office. And that these kinds of utilities need continuous attention. They need ongoing investment. They need sustainable attention. Whoever is in government, anybody going into government should understand that supplying water in the pipes of citizens and giving a reliable supply of electricity at an affordable cost is going to always be a need and will always be a political issue. And it's up to the government of the day to make sure that they keep the projects moving forward and updating them, modernizing them, and making them more efficient in delivery and so on at the best possible prices. And don't ignore at the political peril, because these are things that need to be done on an ongoing basis, because there's always increasing demand, as Nigel said. Every time a new home is built, there's more demand for water. Every time a child goes from being a baby to being a young child, there's more demand for water, you know. And so it's important that agriculture, because even though you can't, it's been very clear, you cannot depend on the rain supply only for agriculture. You have to have irrigation. Where's irrigation going to come from? It's going to come from storage, but it's also going to come from wherever you can get it at the best possible price and the most quickest delivery. So it is an important point that every government, no matter who is Prime Minister, no matter who is in the cabinet, you cannot ignore water or electricity. If not, you do so at your own peril.
Basic needs of the people that we have to get by on and survive. We're going to take a short break and we'll come back to a conversation about the 2026 budget and matters arising from. One of the things I would like us to have a conversation about when we get back is crime in Saint Kitts and Nevis. It has been on the decline. It is something that we don't hear anybody talking about anymore, but I feel is worth a few minutes of conversation this evening if we're talking about what is to happen in 2026. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Big news from Office Machines Limited, your trusted Xerox distributor. We are proud to announce the launch of our brand new sales and marketing division. Join us for the grand opening ceremony on Thursday, December 11th at 4:30 p.m. right at the corner of Keon and Market Street opposite the Salvation Army. Here's the deal. In-stock machines at VAT day prices. That's 25% off plus zero VAT at launch. Enjoy 25% off all December long. And yes, zero VAT on both VAT days. Plus, refreshments and extended hours at launch and on VAT days to make your shopping experience even better. Our machines are powered by Xerox Connect Key Workflow Central apps. Smart, efficient, and built for success. Don't miss it. Office Machines Limited grand opening on December 11th at 4:30 p.m. Office Machines Limited, your future in print starts here.
Welcome back. We're in our final moments here on our discussion of the 2026 budget. Well, the budget debate hasn't started yet, but the budget address was made today. It was very interesting, a very well thought out. We all agree here on this panel at any rate, and realistic. I think that's the word that everybody's taking away from it. Aspirational, perhaps, but realistic it was. Didn't leave us with any promises made that we know that cannot realistically be kept, or any goals that cannot be met. That's most important. But coming back now, I wanted just to have a conversation about crime in these moments that we have a drastic reduction in crime, especially homicides in Saint Kitts and Nevis over the past year or so. A lot of work has gone into that, investment again in the resources available to the police force, or armed forces, the establishment of a citizen security secretariat. You would have sat in government, both of you, at a time when the homicide rate was perhaps at its highest, not a very comfortable place to sit. What do you feel now looking at the turnaround and the numbers that we're seeing now?
Well, I want to say that one crime is one crime too many, but I think we also have to appreciate that the significant strides that the government has made in reducing crime is very much welcome, because any life saved is a precious life. As you said, while we were in government, crime, particularly homicides, were very problematic, and I think now in retrospect I can say perhaps there are some techniques which this new administration has brought to the fore in terms of their crime fighting strategy, which has resulted in the success that we are seeing. I know the government has approached Dr. Drew, the Prime Minister and Minister of National Security, has often spoken about crime as being a health issue. And perhaps that is the approach which has helped in this case. But I do feel that investment in training of our people, investment in equipment, investment in relationships with organizations throughout the region and the world, and just going about talking to our people, getting our people to understand that crime is everybody's business, I think that has been a critically important part of it. I think people have gotten tired of playing this game, football, political football, with the issue of crime. And there were those who were in opposition while we were in government, who took a lot of pride and pleasure in talking about crime and so forth. But I think that we've come to a point where we can say that we hope that things would just continue improving, at least moving in the right direction, because when we talk about sustainability, crime is a very important part of that. If we are going to grow the tourism sector and all those important sectors of the economy that we've talked about, if we are going to get the young men and women to remain alive and well, to help to contribute in whatever sector, whatever things they're interested in, that's going to be critically important going forward. So kudos to the government, to the Minister of National Security, and all those people whom he has worked with him, Chief of Police, advisors, etc., who are doing an excellent job in just bringing an understanding as to what is needed in terms of our crime fighting approach.
Yeah, I think crime was very scary to the public at large. On the question of homicides, the amount of it was gang-based and drugs-driven, and it was seen as those bad people over there killing each other. And what are we going to do to intervene to get them to stop killing each other? Today, in listening to the various speeches and even some of the public education programs on radio and TV, you realize that the approach has been much more suitable to the problem. And there's a lot of good things that have taken place to grow the quality of life in ways that people realize that crime doesn't pay. on a sustainable basis, and that there are other options available, education-wise and so on. I mean, some of the things that I've been hearing have just been fascinating, with incarcerated young men getting a chance to learn and take exams in school and to do things that they had never had a chance to do before.
Christmas time.
And that really, there's hope. So the Prime Minister says all the time, as Minister of National Security, that it's not a one-man show. It's a village. It takes a village. And I commend all in that particular role who have made this, get us to this point. But obviously, the risk is still there because young people are still abusing drugs. Some young people are still making mistakes, poor choices. There's still some guns around. And the problem never ends overnight. But if the entire country continues to grow in terms of giving people opportunities to improve themselves and to improve their quality of their livelihoods, you'll find a much more equitable society where there's less gap between the haves and the have-nots, and the government is more fair in its approach to giving interventions to people who need it most, and so on. So I'm very optimistic, listening constantly now for the last couple of years and seeing the results. It's not by accident. It cannot be. It has to be something good is taking place, and we got to pray and hope that the goodness continues to have the positive impact.
I want to ask a question. It might seem like an obvious one, but you mentioned politicization of crime, but crime is not the only issue that's been tragically politicized. What is the real danger of politicizing issues that really are national issues where we should be bonding and coming together, politics aside, to find solutions to?
Well, to my mind, one of the great dangers of politicizing crime is that rather than having an all-hands-on-deck approach to the resolution of the issue of crime, you are likely to have people who are sitting on the sidelines, almost taking pride and pleasure in the continuation of the scourge of crime in the country. There is always that. You can also have a situation where people can be incentivized, directly or indirectly, to get themselves involved in criminal activity. So it's very, very dangerous. Any one of us can be on the receiving end, of crime. I know that over the last 20 years, we've had a lot of young people who have lost their lives, and older people as well, mostly local people, but I also know of visitors, tourists, and so on. People who would have gone to Great Britain, came back on retirement and trying to enjoy the last years of their lives, and tragically got killed in their homes. Crime is devastating to any society, to any people, and therefore there should be some issues where we can, where we should really agree to come together, to work together to resolve those issues, and crime is certainly one of them. There's so many other things that we can politic about, but when it comes to crime, I think we ought to come together around those issues.
Ebony, the interesting thing is that I was just looking here for what national security budget, recurrent budget is 84.1 million. I think probably only education is higher than that. It's even higher than health. Health is 83.8.
Which actually took a dip from last year.
Right. It would be interesting to see if national security takes a dip anytime going down, if this continues. I mean, so is it that with less of a certain type of crime fighting to do, you have more of another type of socialization and other
interventions,
other integrated approaches, rehabilitative programs? What will be the cost? So people generally expect that budget to be high. It was rising rapidly. I remember it going up. 10 years ago it was probably 2/3 of what it is today, and 5 years before that it was half of what it is today. So crime has taken up crime fighting, which is most of what national security is, even though national security is other things. National security budget has grown perhaps at a faster rate over the years than any other budget. And I hope that it's not money being wasted. We've seen good results, but is it efficiently being done? Stuff being done just because money is there or not? I hope not. I'm sure the people listening to me will say, no, we want more money. Everybody wants more money to do more things, but which is it that is giving the results? And that's what you need to focus on, where you're getting most effective impact.
So, gentlemen, we're in our last minutes here, and I wish we had more time, but who knows? We have a week of this to go through. Perhaps we can have another conversation before the year is over, after debates are done, to see what our views on what comes out of it is. But what are your key takeaways from what took place today? What do you think we should be looking forward to in 2026? What do you think the government should be doing? If you had the ear of those in the government over the next 12 months, based on some of the figures that we're seeing and just beginning to have an opportunity to digest, what would you say to them?
Well, I think the government should continue to be very realistic. The government has to take account of what's happening in every sector of the economy, in fact, those market sectors of the economy. The government has to take cognizance of what is happening to the CBI program, and although there is some hope that that is going to increase markedly over the next couple of years, we have got to begin to adopt an approach that we have to live within our means, and we have to find a way to put money aside for the future. I am very concerned, generally speaking. This is not just about this budget, but I'm always a bit concerned about the sustainability of what activities the government is undertaking. Those social programs, whatever they are we making sure that we can sustain them over the long run? We have civil servants who are retired, who are depending on their pensions. We have education, the education of our young people to secure. We always have to have funding available for those things. Infrastructure development is very important, because in the absence of good infrastructure, tourism and those other important sectors of the economy are going to flounder. So I think the government has to keep a level head. It has to understand that we can't always be about the show, in as much as it has particular promises to fulfill. We have got to begin to look at the long term. And so we have to make sure that we're able to pay civil servants pensions down the road. We're able to keep educating our people. We are able to invest in crime fighting, provide for the security of the state, invest in infrastructure, roads and water, electricity and so forth. Those kinds of things are the kinds of things that we have to begin to think about long-termly. And that may mean speaking directly to people about where we are, the level of social programs that are being carried forward, and the kinds of strategies that the government has to use to be able to get more people to be employable into their own businesses, grow the economy so that the government can sustain whatever it's doing at this time. That's where I'll stop.
As we speak about growing the economy, what is growth, Ebony? Growth is driven by investment, by consumption, and by exports. Our export is tourism. Our consumption is local people and visitors consuming based on what funds in their pockets, and that money comes primarily from economic activity. But investment can be public direct investment, or it can be private sector investment. What I take away from today is that we have both happening, and that enthusiasm and optimism are words that you can begin to speak about for 2026 when it comes to investment and ultimately consumption and export. In the export area, there are 4 areas that drive tourism export. One is education tourism, which I spoke about earlier. Another one is yacht and private aircraft sector, the stayover sector, and the cruise sector. All 4 are moving in the right direction. And I commend the Minister and her people for that. So, investment from private and public sector. We went through some of the projects earlier with the public sector and the private sector. You have the large Friars Bay Hotel. You have the marina, Safe Harbor Marina people, and so on. The picture going forward looks very promising. That's what I take away from today, with good reason.
And you know, if I had to add anything to that, or to leave with the public, it would basically be, in again, realistic budget is one of consolidation. We recognizing, look, the days of the CBI, and as we used to know it, are over. But is it all gloom and doom? Absolutely not. We have a lot that we still have in hand that we can look forward to. But we all have to play a role in being responsible with the resources that we have and how we use them going into the future. It's just as simple as that. And I don't think that's a difficult ask of anybody. It's what we do on a daily basis in our homes. So what is it to ask ourselves to extend this to our communities and our country? Saint Kitts and Nevis is a place where we are very patriotic, we are very nationalistic, and this is the time, if there has ever been a time in the history of this country to put country first, it is now. I think this is how we're going to wrap up this discussion for this evening. Again, I want to thank everybody who was listening on radio, who was watching on television or streaming online, those members of the diaspora who are always tuned in to what is happening at home. We always welcome you to discussions like this. Perhaps we'll see what happens over the course of the next week, but I would really like if we can meet up after the debates are over and have a conversation, because this is just where it starts. The presentation of the budget is just the horse bolted out the gate. We still have the furlongs to go. We have to get to the finish line, and this is going to happen over the next few days. So we urge you to tune in. ZIZ, of course, is going to be carrying the budget debates live. They start at 10 a.m. I encourage you to follow, to pay attention. It is important for all of us to be very involved in what is taking place in our country, and it starts with knowing what is happening around us. So until we meet again, I'm Ebony Brandon. I wish to thank my guests for joining me this evening. Ricky Skerritt, former Minister of Tourism, and of course Nigel Carty, a former Minister of Education and Agriculture. He's also a Chief Digital Transformation Officer in Saint Kitts and Nevis at the moment. Till we meet again, have a good evening.